Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Ash, the Iron Trainer. Arrival and Discovery. Disclaimer, I don't own Pokémon. Pokémon, Normal Speech. Pokémon, Thoughts. Pokémon, Flashback. Pokémon, Move Names. Pokémon, Pokédex. The sun was shining. It was like a knife through bread, sawing away the fierce storm that raged at the sea and land. Thankfully, the life on either had read the signs and were able to fight the worst. And yet there was still damage. Some ground was dug up quite ugly, trees were uprooted and even some buildings needed some repairs, but the greatest aftermath of this storm was on a same sandy island of the coast of a beach. Among the debris that laid to waste, there was a young boy lying as sound as if he was dead. He was like 10 years old, almost 11. He wore light blue pants, a medium blue jacket over a black shirt. On his hands were fingerless gloves, green in color. His shoes were like walking ones and were of a simple design. Finally, he wore a hat with half the body red and the other white. By his side was a short, chubby rodent creature that was part of a worldwide race known as Pokémon, or short for Pocket Monsters. It is covered in yellow fur, and its ears are long and pointed with black tips. It has a small mouth, brown eyes, and 2 red circles on its cheeks. There are pouches inside its cheeks where it stores electricity. Its forearms are short, with 5 fingers on each paw, and its feet have 3 toes. It has 2 brown stripes on its back, and its tail is in the shape of a lightning bolt with a patch of brown fur at the base. Erg, what hit me? The boy groaned as he tried to get his wet body up from the sand that made his arms itch but didn't have the strength available to scratch them. Pikachu. He suddenly got up from the sandy island and raced to the small yellow rodent that was beside him. He reached down to where the heart usually is for any animal. Good. He relaxed after hearing a faint and steady heartbeat against the chest of the little mouse. But where am I? The boy tried to look around for a place to crash, but instead, something crashed into him. A raft appeared out of nowhere. It took the boy by surprise, and he also captured the yellow rodent in his arms onto its wooden surface. The boy was still exhausted from it all and couldn't fight the strange force acting from the raft keeping him there. After an hour or so, the boy finally was able to wake up again, but this time, the raft was not at a beach. It had been drifting on a river, and now they came across a bridge connecting a forest on one side to a town on the other side. The boy didn't want to find out what was further up the river because he needed to get his Pikachu to get healed. The rodent Pokémon will get a cold if it stayed in the cold of the night, soaked to the bone. The boy pushed his aching body onto the side of the river he was facing with Pikachu in hand. He was about to climb to the level of the bridge when he thought he had heard something, from a crate drifting in the river. The boy placed Pikachu in a dry patch of grass and dove back in the river to pull the crate to the river bed. Hi Pikachu. The boy heard some chirping from behind him as he dragged the crate with all his strength that he could muster through his pain and shivering. Pick Pikachu. The boy was able to see the yellow rodent standing up in the patch of grass and smiled. I know Pikachu, I woke up the same way. He said to Pikachu, who tried to retain his balance and get the cobwebs out of his yellow small head. Pikachu. I know, I guess that I am a little too soft for my own good. I am sure going to catch a cold soon. So let's see what is inside this crate. It must have been from the ship because I saw a lot of them fall after we did. The boy said and tried to use his own hands as a crowbar. He ignored the whiteness in his fingers and the blood that dripped from his fingertips all the way until he was able to open the crate. Inside was something that he never imagined. Pikachu, you have to see this. The yellow rodent waddled while trying to maintain his balance and climbed up the boy's arm and onto his left shoulder. He also gasped at the sight. Inside the crate and bundle in a ragged blanket on top a duffel bag were 4 eggs. Eggs that were not chicken eggs, crocodile eggs, or dinosaur eggs. They each had their own pattern, but they all seemed to have this metallic tone. These must be Pokémon eggs, like the ones that Professor Oak always told me about. But this is the first time I ever seen one this close before. The boy said in his awe, and Pikachu nodded. He never saw eggs up close before either. He then placed his hand on the eggs and was reeled back in shock, nearly shaking off Pikachu. They are almost as cold as ice. Pikachu heard that loud and clear and panicked. The boy ignored all that, tightened the blanket around the eggs and pulled them close, hoping that some body heat might help the eggs recover. Pikachu then remembered the duffel bag and pulled it out for the trainer to carefully place the eggs inside. "Come on, we need to find a Pokémon Center and soon," the boy said, and Pikachu nodded. The trainer then allowed the Pokémon to rest on his shoulder again as he ran in the opposite direction of the town, since there was a trail leading into the woods. After ignoring and passing more Pokémon the boy could count, who just looked at them with confused eyes, he found the end to the forest. He saw another town, but this time, a building with the symbol of a ball that was red on the top half, white half on the bottom, and a wild button in the very center. Still, the boy was relieved to see such a building and ran through the grass and on the streets, passing anyone nearby. He charged into the building for everyone to see in fright at the sight of a boy drenched and ragged, as well as his Pokémon running as if the devil was on his trail. "Nurse Joy!" The boy ran and stopped at a counter on the other side of the building from the door. "Please help us." "Oh, of course, I will see to your Pokémon at once." Nurse Joy was a young woman who was wearing a nurse's uniform and had in her pink hair that was tied in a manner not to interfere with her duties. "Pikachu will be fine, but these are not to last long." The boy protested, and Pikachu even avoided Nurse Joy's hands. The boy took the duffel bag and opened it to reveal the Pokémon eggs that were still freezing. Nurse Joy gasped. "Oh my goodness, you are right. I will warm these up right away, but you two still need to be seen to. Wigglytuff." Nurse Joy shouted out to a door near her counter, and out came a Pokémon. It resembles a pink blob with stubby arms and legs. There is a fluffy, curled tuft of fur on its head, and it has long, rabbit-like ears and large, blue eyes. A layer of tears covers its eyes. It is covered in pink fur with a white underbelly and ear tips. "Take these young man and his Pokémon to be treated while I heat up these Pokémon eggs." Wigglytuff, the Pokémon, nodded and gently took the exhausted boy, now too tired to even scream now, along with Pikachu through the door it came from. Nurse Joy then took the duffel bag with the eggs and hurried out back as well, but not before asking the boy who he was, to brave the cold and pain in order to save 4 Pokémon eggs. "My name," the boy said between breaths from the long run through the woods and from the experience ever since he first woke up in this region, "is Ash Ketchum. XXXXX. Several hours passed, so it was early in the morning. Ash was able to get some sleep and a warm blanket to cover himself after he took a warm shower. Pikachu was snuggling next to him, wearing his own blanket that the Pokémon Center had for Pokémon size. Ash will momentarily rub Pikachu where the little mouse likes it best, to make all this seem lighter for both of them. Then they heard a familiar ding, like when Nurse Joy alerts trainers that she was finished with healing Pokémon. Or in this case, tending to those eggs that Ash had found. Ash got up gently, not give a sudden jolt to Pikachu. "Well, Nurse Joy. How are the eggs?" Nurse Joy smiled as part of her answer. "They are doing rather well. They were definitely freezing to death, but you were able to stabilize them with your body heat. That saved their lives, but that is not all I found while warming them." Nurse Joy then directed the eggs were lying on a tray and in their blanket, but Ash noticed that they were twitching and stirring, like smoothing inside is trying to awaken and get out. "They were about to hatch, so I brought them here, so you could watch them hatch. There is this code among us Nurse Joys that whoever finds an egg is the one for the Pokémon to see first." Ash just nodded the whole way while waiting for the eggs to hatch. He was so focused that he barely noticed Pikachu coming his way and climbing to his shoulder. But when Ash turned to face his best buddy, he heard the crack of a shell. Ash couldn't believe what he was seeing when he turned his attention to the source of the cracking sound. The eggs were hatching. He knew what that meant. They were going to be born in this world, and Ash knew what will happen once they see the very first thing since first waking up. Somehow, that wasn't something that Ash was nervous about at all. Perhaps it is because Ash was not some dreamer, he was passionate and serious about his goal, to be a Pokémon master. To him that meant that nothing about Pokémon is going to be too tough for him. Ash took out his new Pokédex and scanned every single one of this new Pokémon since they are still asleep. Nurse Joy said that he first one was not updated yet and gave him the latest Pokédex. The design of it was a flat screen that expands once it scans a Pokémon. The first one was a Pokémon that resembles a sword from the medieval times. Its appearance sheathed is dark brown with curved lines across its surface. Its appearance unsheathed is a silver sword, with a gem that looks like an eye engraved on its hilt. Attached to the pommel is a long, dark blue cloth with a swirl design in lighter blue at its foresplit end. Honage, the sword Pokémon. If anyone dares to grab its hilt, it wraps a blue cloth around that person's arm and drains that person's life energy completely. The second one was a short, bipedal Pokémon with a pale yellow body and black arms and feet. Its legs have a thick, fur-like covering resembling hakama or a skirt. Its most notable feature is a pair of large black jaws emerging from the back of its head. These jaws have an oval yellow spot on their top surface and contain 10 pointed teeth, 6 on the top row and 4 on the bottom. It has red eyes and 2 black ear-like extensions on either side of its head. Mawile, the Deceiver Pokémon. Mawile's horns form a huge set of jaws strong enough to chew up an iron beam. The third one was an insectoid Pokémon with a steel body that has 3 distinct sections. Its ovoid abdomen is dark gray with a light gray band wrapping around the middle and 2 circles resembling rivets near a jagged seam. Its thorax is slightly smaller, but identical in design with its abdomen. The only difference being 1 circle instead of 2. Its head is spherical, containing the same light gray wrap design as its body. However, it wraps from front to back on the head. On each side of its head are large red eyes with hollow black pupils. It has 2 round mandibles. The mandibles are attached below its eyes and are situated in front of its horizontally opening mouth. Atop its head are 2 long antennae, each tipped with small spheres. It has 6 black legs sprouting from its thorax. Each leg has 1 claw at its tip, except the front legs that each have 2. Durant, the Iron Ant Pokémon. Durant build twisting tunnels in the mountains where they form their nests. They are covered with a steel armor for protection. The last one was a small, bipedal Pokémon. It has a rounded red and black head with a silvery blade extending from the front. Its face is gray with yellow eyes. 4 steel spikes protrude from its black torso, 2 on each side connected by steel ribs. Its red arms that end with knife-like blades instead of hands. Its legs are red with 2-toed feet. Poniard, the sharp blade Pokémon. Poniard's entire body is made of blades which it uses to inflict damage on its opponent. You sure are a lucky trainer, Ash. All these Pokémon have one thing in common. Nurse Joy said, and Ash was willing to learn, they all are Steel-type Pokémon. Ash gasped, and so did Pikachu. Steel-type Pokémon were a typing that the two had thought to only exist as moves, like Pikachu's Iron Tail. But now they had finally met a Steel-type Pokémon, and 4 of them at the same time. Are you kidding me? I never saw Steel-type Pokémon before. Ash said, and Pikachu shared the excitement as well. Nurse Joy smiled at how trainer and Pokémon had such a close-knit relationship. Especially with such a young trainer. They never taught that in Pallet Town. Ash let that slip in his excitement, and Nurse Joy seemed to not recognize that town name. Pallet Town? Where is that? Nurse Joy asked, and pretty soon, the other trainers and visitors were just waiting for the same answer. Why, in Kanto, that is where me and Pikachu were born. Ash said without a hitch, he didn't think it was such a big deal. That was where he is, right? You came from Kanto. Nurse Joy shouted and scared Ash and Pikachu greatly. She saw that and calmed herself down. Sorry, Ash, but we haven't been able to get to Kanto from here or anywhere else for that matter. It is because of the fog. Ash was confused. He couldn't remember any fog he saw when he woke up, but he did remember seeing a fog while on the SSN. He just thought that it was all part of the sea surroundings and never gave it much thought. Everyone else gave their reports. It started very early in the morning. I was supposed to go fishing, but when I tried to enter the fog, I always found myself going in the opposite direction. We can't contact anyone outside the fog. No one ever came from the fog in the first place either. Even the Pokémon can't get through the fog and they are scared. We are just glad that we can get our supplies from inland, and we were only getting minor goods from the other regions. All this added up to a dense fog forming a crown around this region. Nothing ever comes out from outside and no one can go through the fog to the outside. Occasionally, there will be lightning surging through the fog, but no rain or snow or storms happen there, only more inland. It was like this region was trapped, as if they were going to be punished, but why? So when did this fog first appear? Ash asked, not realizing how heavy his answer will be. Nurse Joy looked it up on his computer to verify her memory of the fog. It was 2 weeks ago, like I said, on July 15, 1997, 1, and at 6:30. Nurse Joy finally said, and once again, everyone nodded, but this time they didn't go back to their devices. They just noticed that Ash was aware of their attention on him or his Pikachu. They just stood there, like they were seeing a ghost or something. Are you serious, Nurse Joy? And you are sure that we had only been on the beach for a few hours? Ash started to get frantic, as if he was in a hurry to catch a train. Please tell us. Ash raised his voice when he was getting no answer. Yes. What is wrong with you? Nurse Joy was starting to get creeped out, but she will soon get her answer. That is the date and exact time that the SSN was hit by the storm and was going to sink. I remembered seeing that date on a clock before me and Pikachu were sent out of the ship. 2 weeks had passed here, but seeming no time had passed outside. Ash shouted out and everyone gasped at this. This fog was trapping them between different time streams. Who could do this to them? End of chapter. Ash, the Iron Trainer. Welcome to Kalos. Disclaimer, I don't own Pokémon. Pokémon, normal speech. Pokémon, thoughts. Pokémon, flashback. Pokémon, move names. Pokémon, Pokédex. Previously on Ash the Iron Trainer. You came from Kanto. Nurse Joy shouted and scared Ash and Pikachu greatly. She saw that and calmed herself down. Sorry Ash, but we haven't been able to get to Kanto from here or anywhere else for that matter. It is because of the fog. Ash was confused. He couldn't remember any fog he saw when he woke up, but he did remember seeing a fog while on the SSN. He just thought that it was all part of the sea surroundings and never gave it much thought. Everyone else gave their reports. It started very early in the morning. I was supposed to go fishing, but when I tried to enter the fog, I always found myself going in the opposite direction. We can't contact anyone outside the fog. No one ever came from the fog in the first place either. Even the Pokémon can't get through the fog and they are scared. We are just glad that we can get our supplies from inland, and we were only getting minor goods from the other regions. All this added up to a dense fog forming a crown around this region. Nothing ever comes out from outside and no one can go through the fog to the outside. Occasionally, there will be lightning surging through the fog, but no rain or snow or storms happen there, only more inland. It was like this region was trapped, as if they were going to be punished, but why? So when did this fog first appear? Ash asked, not realizing how heavy his answer will be. Nurse Joy looked it up on his computer to verify her memory of the fog. It was 2 weeks ago, like I said, on July 15, 1997, 1, and at 6:30. Nurse Joy finally said, and once again, everyone nodded, but this time they didn't go back to their devices. They just noticed that Ash was aware of their attention on him or his Pikachu. They just stood there, like they were seeing a ghost or something. Are you serious, Nurse Joy? And you are sure that we had only been on the beach for a few hours? Ash started to get frantic, as if he was in a hurry to catch a train. Please tell us. Ash raised his voice when he was getting no answer. Yes. What is wrong with you? Nurse Joy was starting to get creeped out, but she will soon get her answer. That is the date and exact time that the SS and was hit by the storm and was going to sink. I remembered seeing that date on a clock before me and Pikachu were sent out of the ship. 2 weeks had passed here, but seeming no time had passed outside. Ash shouted out and everyone gasped at this. This fog was trapping them between different time streams. Who could do this to them? Later that afternoon, Ash was relaxing on a bench in Santalon City. That was where he found the Pokémon Center and where his 4 Pokémon eggs hatched into young Steel-type Pokémon. Right now they were either playing or resting. Ash had started to train with them, and while Honage and Mawile were like energetic little children, Poniard and Durant were more mature and took some rest in order to conserve energy. Ash felt like he had become a parent at the age of 10. He was exhausted trying to get them under control and even more for trying to get them focused on their training rather than their playing around. Pikachu even helped and was exhausted as well. The little mouse Pokémon felt like some kind of uncle to the newly born Pokémon. I still can't believe, Pant, that we are in a whole other region, Pant, when it seemed that we were back in Kanto. Ash spoke through his heavy breathing and Pikachu could only mutter in response. They both thought that the ocean currents had carried them back home. They couldn't be any more wrong. This was instead Kalos, which seemed to be a lot more glamorous than Kanto, who always seemed to be a little of the countryside. There was always the perfume in the air, the couples on dates and the gentlemen trying to encourage the young to be more refined like they are. Of course, Ash felt that to be alien to someone who was adjusted to a life similar to that of a farmhand. But Kalos had something more than that which was creeping out Ash. It was that Kalos somehow had over 600 different species of Pokémon that couldn't be found in Kanto. It was like Kanto was miles far behind in the Pokémon research. Or otherwise Professor Oak and the other officials had kept all this secret from him and even Gary, Ash's childhood rival and the grandson of the professor. I just wish that I could find some way to make up for being an irresponsible little kid back on the St. Anne. I told Brock and Misty that I will take care of my Pokémon and I had to lose them while they were still in their Pokeballs. Ash then ranted to himself, making sure not to wake up the 2 sleeping Pokémon on his lap. Pika Pi Pikachu Pi Pi. Pikachu used its small and steady hands to rub on his best friend and trainer. Ash may not be the expert in Pikachu's tongue, but Pika Pi was always the way Pikachu used his name, so that much Ash had made in terms of progress. Thank you, Pikachu. I always needed that. Ash said while almost forgetting his worries to rub Pikachu where the little yellow rodent always loved to be rubbed. Ash then felt some more weight on his lap and saw that all 4 of his Steel-type Pokémon were now taking a lap on high. It was an adorable sight, like they all trusted Ash and loved him so much that they wanted to be near him most of the time. It was like a 5-year clutching your arm 24. Ash couldn't blame them, they had no parent but him. And taking care of them wasn't all bad. He even learned a secret about his Pokédex that he never thought possible or saw the other trainers do. It definitely helped him with his training of his Pokémon. Flashback begins. Aw man. This stinks, and now what am I going to do? Ash said while all his Pokémon were playing with each other on the floor in front of him. He made sure to tell them not to wander off if they could get lost and miss dinner. Who would have thought that will be the secret to keeping your children under control after all? Young man. Ash cringed and the Pokémon did too, only to see Nurse Joy staring them down while leaving the counter unmanned. The Pokémon went back to their own devices while Ash was glued to Nurse Joy's stare. You are going to calm down and pull yourself together. You are a better boy than that. Ash said nothing and looked down, to let no one see him drown in shame. Shame that he was going to swallow really hard. He felt like 20 Misties have him and was scolding him all at once like she usually does, without even sharing some of her experience as a gym leader. Sorry. At least you are honest, Ash. Nurse Joy said after a while of silence. How about you scan your Pokémon? Ash looked up to Nurse Joy, with a look that asked, why? Try it with your Pikachu. Nurse Joy motioned her hand to the electric-type Pokémon who was still puzzled about the request. Ash just gave up on asking and took out his new Pokédex and scanned his very best buddy. Pikachu, the mouse Pokémon. It can generate electric attacks from the electric pouches located in both of its cheeks. This Pokémon is male based on the shape of the tail. Ability is static. Knows the moves Thunder Shock, Thunderbolt, Agility, Quick Attack, Thunder, and Double Edge. Hasn't unlocked its egg move Volt Tackle yet. The Pokédex had left Ash baffled. He knew some of those attacks but he always just let Pikachu tell him through one way or another. Now that he knew what Pikachu knew, Ash will definitely be able to understand his best friend even more. All the while of staring at Pikachu with awe that made the electric type blush at the attention he was being given. Now try the young ones, you will learn a lot about them. Nurse Joy said, and Ash knew that wasn't a suggestion. He did them all in this order, indeed learning more and more about his new Pokémon. Honedge, the sword Pokémon. If anyone dares to grab its hilt, it wraps a blue cloth around that person's arm and drains that person's life energy completely. This Pokémon is male. Ability is No Guard, which both allows this Pokémon's attacks to always hit and always hit by other moves. Knows the moves Tackle and Swords Dance. Knows the egg moves Wide Guard and Destiny Bond but haven't unlocked them yet. Poniard, the sharp blade Pokémon. Poniard's entire body is made of blades which it uses to inflict damage on its opponent. This Pokémon is male. Ability is Pressure, which forces other Pokémon to waste more energy on moves so they can't use them that much. Knows the moves Scratch and Leer. Knows the egg move Psycho Cut. Mawile, the Deceiver Pokémon. Mawile has jaw-like appendages at the ends of its steel horns. It deceives any opponent who lowers its guard with its hypnotic expression, then quickly spins around to bite them. This Pokémon is female. Ability is Hyper Cutter, which prevents this Pokémon's attack power from decreasing. Knows the moves Growl, Fairy Wind, and Taunt. Has unlocked the egg moves Fire Fang, Ice Fang and Thunder Fang. Durant, the Iron Ant Pokémon. Durant build twisting tunnels in the mountains where they form their nests. They are covered with a steel armor for protection. This Pokémon is female. Ability is Swarm, which increases the power of bug-type moves when the Pokémon is at 1/3 of full health or lower. Knows the moves Vice Grip, Sand Attack and Fury Cutter. Knows the egg moves Thunder Fang, Endure and Rock Climb. Ash could have sworn his eyes were going to pop out of his body. Who knew that all these Pokémon had inherited so many egg moves? Now it is clear that finding those eggs was no accident. But how could anyone stage this as if they were expecting Ash to be the one to find them? And why? As you can see, Ash. Nurse Joy said, you can use your Pokédex to scan any Pokémon in the wild and it will just tell you the general info unless you catch it. Once you do, then your Pokémon is automatically registered into the system and everything else is determined. Ash was baffled at how advanced this Pokémon stuff is. But then he remembered something that was like a sack of bricks was dragged down his chest. But this SCKS. Ash muttered, which worried Pikachu and Nurse Joy. Now I have 5 Pokémon, even before my first gym battle here in Kalos. How am I going to capture other Pokémon if there is only room for another starter? I don't want a full team right on the spot, I wanted to take it slow and build the team from the ground up. Not to get 6 Pokémon in an instant and expect them to work like they had been with me for months. Ash would have gone on his muttering rant when he heard giggling, both human and Pokémon. He looked to see just who found all this funny. You are a very sweet little boy. I haven't heard words of a veteran from the mouth of a young trainer like yourself. Nurse Joy said in her giggles, which got Ash to huff and pout, furthering her into laughing at how cute he was in her eyes. I now know you deserve this. That got Ash's attention and even Pikachu raised his eyebrow. She just took out something from her pocket and asked for Ash's Pokédex. When she inserted what looked like a computer chip into it, the Pokédex roared back to life, but it was not describing any Pokémon at all. It said, Update confirmed and uploaded. Ash Ketchum, born of Pallet Town of the Kanto region, is rightfully granted the trainer status of Silver in regards to his previous exploits which involved surviving encounters with the rogue cloned Pokémon Mewtwo and the legendary birds in addition of encountering the rare Mew itself. In addition of this, Ash Ketchum has been given the right to have up to 10 Pokémon on hand at a time. Any more will be sent to Professor Sycamore's garden until further notice of a more personal storage location. Please use this honor and gift to the best of use. Ash couldn't believe that he heard every single one of those words coming out of his Pokédex. He never even heard of a trainer's rank before, not even from Professor Oak and his arrogant but skilled grandson Gary. It was like all this was nothing but a dream that no matter how many times he pinched himself, he will never wake up in his bed. You are only 10 years old, you still have a lot more to learn about Pokémon. Have fun while doing that. That is the much I can tell you. Nurse Joy said while ruffling Ash's head and returning back to her station at the Pokémon Center counter. Flashback ends. XXXXX. After Ash was finished walking down memory lane, he felt like someone had landed on his hat which covered his eyes and soaked in his tears. It took a while before Ash found the strength to lift his hat from his eyes to see his 6th Pokémon on hand and the 5th one he had firstly encountered in Kalos. The Pokémon was a quadruped, frog-like one. It has light blue skin, white hands, and a dark blue stripe from the center of its oval head to its nose. Its eyes, which have yellow sclera, black irises, and white pupils, protrude vertically from its head due to their size. It seemed to produce a large mane of bubbles from its chest and back and has 2 small bubbles on its nose. The delicate yet flexible bubbles, called frubbles, reduce the damage the Pokémon takes from attacks. It has 3 fingers and 2 toes on its hands and feet. It was the water starter type of Kalos, Froakie. Ash smiled at how childish and playful his new starter type Pokémon had acted ever since the two had first met each other. It turned out that there was a group of 5 kids who also received starters types from the regional professor that was named Sycamore. But since there were 2 sets, each with 3 Pokémon, there was one left over and it turned out to be a remaining Froakie. Ash saw that no one ever had a second opinion and ever considered this Froakie, much like how everyone back home always turned to Gary for the better trainer from Pallet Town than him. So Ash ignored what anyone had to say and took in Froakie as his Kalos starter. And ever since, they really hit. Froakie loved both training and play. Loved both hard work and games. It was like a diamond in the rough, an oxymoron. And yet Ash loved this Froakie all the same. He was even surprised and ecstatic once he scanned this Froakie, both before. Froakie, the bubble frog Pokémon. From its chest and back, Froakie creates bubbles called frubbles, which act as a cushion and soften the blow of an opponent's attack. And after it became his Pokémon. This Pokémon is female. Ability is Protean. Knows the moves Pound, Growl, Bubble, and Snore. Knows the egg moves Camouflage, Mud Sport and Mind Reader but hasn't unlocked them yet. Ash didn't mind Froakie being female, it was just seeing her as feisty and able to take charge among the other Pokémon as well as being a good mother to Ash's 4 Steel-type Pokémon was enough to make him smile. It reminded him a lot about his own mother, someone that he misses on the other side of the fog surrounding Kalos. Froakie then saw on how her trainer was staring into nothingness again and giggled in her own tongue. It always amused her ever since she became Ash's Pokémon, to see her trainer drift off like a light-head goof. A very sweet and well-meaning type of good. One that Froakie doesn't mind being trained by. She hopped onto the other shoulder to where Pikachu was lying on and rubbed against Ash's cheek like a cat to her beloved owner while Pikachu joined in. It was an adorable sight for all to squeal and ah at as they passed them. In fact, their moment was always interrupted with the sound of a shutter closing and the brief bright light that nearly blinded them. That is Prefect. That voice was enough to awaken the young Pokémon on Ash's lap, but they were sound enough to merely try to rub the sleepiness out of their eyes as they joined Ash and his other Pokémon gaze onto a local woman. Her blonde hair was in the strangest locks to Ash. She was wearing hiker's boots, short turquoise pants that only reached halfway past the kneecaps with 2 pockets on each leg, white shirt and waistband that had a bow tie. Hanging from her shoulder was a portable and miniature camera. In her hands was a larger black camera that must have been the one to take that photo of Ash with his Pokémon. You must be quite the trainer to have such a beautiful relationship with your Pokémon. I just had to take a picture of it all. The woman went on and on about beauty and photo shooting, until she noticed on how everyone was staring her with disbelief and discontent for her poor excuse for a first impression, and especially to a foreigner from another region. Sorry about that, my name is Viola. I am a professional photographer working here in Snorlax City. My name is Ash Ketchum from Kanto. I am training my Pokémon so that we can be prepared for our first gym battle here in Kalos. Ash said, and Viola nodded. It is just no one will ever show us where we can find the gym leader. They just tell us to wait and wait. All we can do is train while we do, but it has been a few days already. I have heard all about your arrival here, and yes, you have been staying in our town for a little while. Viola said while getting into a thinking pose before smiling. Tell you what, I know some trainers en route. I will like to hear back that you have faced them all in combat and won. I will be waiting in the building next to He Trance, which is the gym where I work. I even know the gym leader, and I think I work out a gym battle soon. Viola said and winked at Ash before heading in the direction that Ash agreed to be, where Route 22 started. He has gotten good with maps in such a short time, and it has saved him a lot of trouble find his hotel and back. But Ash could have sworn that Viola is hiding something, but even if he was going to the gym, he will have a better chance of losing, and he didn't want to do that in front of all the friends he made in Snorlax City. So he gathered his Pokémon back into their ball and headed towards his new training area, wondering just how is he going to better improve his skill in battle. End of chapter. Ash, the Iron Trainer. First of many battles. Previously on Ash the Iron Trainer. You must be quite the trainer to have such a beautiful relationship with your Pokémon. I just had to take a picture of it all. The woman went on and on about beauty and photo shooting, until she noticed on how everyone was staring her with disbelief and discontent for her poor excuse for a first impression, and especially to a foreigner from another region. Sorry about that, my name is Viola. I am a professional photographer working here in Snorlax City. My name is Ash Ketchum from Kanto. I am training my Pokémon so that we can be prepared for our first gym battle here in Kalos. Ash said, and Viola nodded. It is just no one will ever show us where we can find the gym leader. They just tell us to wait and wait. All we can do is train while we do, but it has been a few days already. I have heard all about your arrival here, and yes, you have been staying in our town for a little while. Viola said while getting into a thinking pose before smiling. Tell you what, I know some trainers en route. I will like to hear back that you have faced them all in combat and won. I will be waiting in the building next to the entrance, which is the gym where I work. I even know the gym leader, and I think I work out a gym battle soon. Viola said and winked at Ash before heading in the direction that Ash agreed to be, where Route 22 started. He has gotten good with maps in such a short time, and it has saved him a lot of trouble find his hotel and back. But Ash could have sworn that Viola is hiding something, but even if he was going to the gym, he will have a better chance of losing, and he didn't want to do that in front of all the friends he made in Snorlax City. So he gathered his Pokémon back into their ball and headed towards his new training area, wondering just how is he going to better improve his skill in battle. One more time. Let's go. That was to be the cry that awoke everyone to the first ray of sunshine in the morning. When the residents got out of their beds and looked at their clocks, they realized that if they had slept any longer, then it will get them behind in their chores and schedules. In a sense, they just couldn't be angry at whoever yells that early in the morning, and it has been that way for a couple of days before today. Elsewhere on Route 22, or what the locals called the Detourner Way, a trainer was hard at work overseeing his Pokémon get their morning training. And what better way to train them than to pit each other in pairs so that they understand each other as well as they understand themselves. It worked out since Honage was able to learn Fury Cutter, which was a multi-hit move, and get stronger the move times it is used, and metal sound that emits a horrible screech that sharply lowers SP def, which can make the target weaker to special moves. Pawniard was a fast learner and managed to reach the level after also learning Fury Cutter and Learn Torment, which prevents a Pokemon from using the same move again until the match is over. Mawile learned how to use Dark-type moves like Fake Tears, which feigns crying to sharply lower the foe's SP def, and Bite that has a fixed chance of causing a foe to flinch and not use moves for a while. Finally, Durant learned both Fury Cutter and Bite as well as Agility, which increases a Pokemon's speed, since he was a fast learner like Pawniard. We sure have seen a lot of new Pokemon on this route, didn't we, Pikachu? Ash said, facing his tried electric Pokemon, who still smiled from on top of Ash's shoulder. Pikachu nodded as well before going to take a little nap to conserve energy while Ash took out his Pokédex to do some reviewing. Azurill, the polka dot Pokemon. Azurill is able to throw its tail like a lasso, using the momentum to move about. Bidoof, the plump mouse Pokemon. It gnaws on trees and rocks with its strong front teeth and lives in nests near the water. Bunnelby, the digging Pokemon. It has ears like shovels. Digging holes strengthens its ears so much that they can sever thick roots effortlessly. Riolu, the emanation Pokemon. When sad or scared, Riolu's aura becomes stronger as a way of signaling its allies. In order of capture. Dunsparce, the land snake Pokemon. When discovered, the Dunsparce uses its tail to burrow into the earth and evade capture. Dunsparce is a serpentine Pokemon with a primarily yellow body, blue underside, and blue and cream-striped back. Its head is round with a wide mouth extending under its jowls and curving up toward the middle of its face. Its chin is blue with two rounded prongs. Its eyes, round and rimmed with blue, are kept closed, revealing its cream-colored eyelids. On Dunsparce's upper back are two small, white, bird-like wings split into two sections each. Its body ends in a striped, drill-like tail. Though Dunsparce can float slightly with its wings, it avoids detection by burrowing into the ground with its tail. It lives immobile in caves and beneath the earth, where it makes maze-like nests. Litleo, the Lion Club Pokemon. They set off on their own from their pride and live by themselves to become stronger. These hot-blooded Pokemon are quick to fight. Litleo are quadruped, feline Pokemon. They are mostly dark brown in color with pale brown paws, ears, tail tip, and face. They have a short, rounded muzzle with a reddish-orange nose and round ears. Their eyes are circular with black irises and white pupils and sclera. There is a reddish-orange tuft of fur between their ears. Each of their paws has 3 toes and a dark brown paw pad. Their tail ends in a pointed, teardrop shape. In battle, its tuft of fur radiates heat, and when up against a strong opponent, the temperature increases. When wild Litleo grow stronger, they leave the pack and begin to live alone. Litleo is a hot-blooded Pokemon that is quick to start fights. It and its evolution Pyroar are the only known Pokemon capable of learning Noble Roar, which intimidates a target and lowers its attack, like Tackle, and special attack, like Ember, stats. In short, it was like Ash when he first started as a trainer, thinking that the more fights he is part of, the stronger he gets, but apparently he watched too many duels on TV. But of course Ash can't forget about the real lucky catch he made only a few hours after he started his training in the Detourner way. He looked that very Pokemon up in his Pokédex. Fletchling, the tiny robin Pokemon. Although Fletchling's chirp is quite beautiful to hear, it is relentlessly tough with those who enter its territory. Fletchling are small, avian Pokemon similar in appearance to robins. They have a reddish-orange head with a triangular yellow mark on the back of each eye. Their body and wings are gray, and there are white tips on the wings. They have long, black tail with a white, V-shaped marking near the tip. The tail ends in 2 points, and has 2 feathers sticking out at the base, giving the impression of the fletching on the end of an arrow. Their legs, beak, and eyes are black. The legs are thin and spindly, with 2 toes facing forward and 1 pointing backward on each foot. Fletchling are said to be very friendly and are well known for their beautiful songs. They communicate by using chirps and moving their tail feathers to signal one another. In spite of their typically peaceful disposition, they are relentless in battle and very territorial, attacking perceived threats mercilessly. And apparently this fletchling was so about some portion of Route 22 as well. That was how Ash had met this Pokémon filled with promise. This Pokémon is male. Ability is Big Pecs, which protects the Pokémon from defense-lowering attacks. Knows the moves Double Team, Peck, and Razor Wind. Has unlocked the Egg move Steel Wing, which is a Steel-type move that raises the user's defense stat. This will make Fletchling a very good Pokémon for the Snorlax City Gym. And so well Ash is Dunsparce and Litleo because, in order. This Pokémon is male. Ability is Serene Grace, which boosts the likelihood of additional effects occurring. Knows the moves Rage, Defense Curl, Rollout and Spite. And Rollout is a Rock-type move which is super effective against Bug-type Pokémon. This Pokémon is female. Ability is Unnerve, which unnerves opposing Pokémon and makes them unable to eat berries. Knows the moves Tackle, Leer, Ember, Work Up and Headbutt. Knows the Egg move Fire Spin but hasn't unlocked it yet. This Pokémon knows enough Fire-type moves to work against any Bug-type Pokémon. Okay guys, take a breather. Ash said, and his training Pokémon fell to the ground, finally taking a rest. Pikachu was able to finally get up from Ash's shoulder and help with the other Pokémon pick themselves up. Ash also helped by returning them to their ball and going to Pokémon Center. While waiting, he felt like he and his Pokémon were ready for their first gym battle in the Kalos region. For the past 3 days of training, Ash had gone over how naive he was, and that allowed him to lose in his very first gym battle against Brock. Ash just couldn't believe that he only won by using the gym's fire extinguisher system in order to win. That doesn't work for every gym, and so Ash had to win by actually taking it slower and actually train his Pokémon to get stronger and learn all those new moves. But not anymore Pikachu. Ash said in a low voice, to the point that he didn't care if he was heard or not. You and I and all of our Pokémon are not going to be little kids anymore. We are going to win this gym battle, and we are going to win the Kalos Pokémon League. Pikachu. That very same electric rodent said while resting in the back room of the Pokémon Center. XXXXX. It took until the very next day for all of Ash's new Pokémon to be fully healed and re-energized, but the wait is over. Now the Pokémon have had it with nothing but training, they want to give their all in this gym. And that is what happened as soon as Ash got his gear in to check and store his Pokémon in their ball. At last, Ash reached the Snorlax City Gym, and he was allowed in by some staff that looked to be trainers around the same age as him. He was then led down the hall into a vast room that was like the other gyms Ash fought in before. It had a field where both trainers are to be placed as well as the fighting Pokémon. Around the rest of the room, flowers and trees are planted in plant beds. Probably the ones that bugs and bug-type Pokémon adore, which is the gym's way of expressing its typing. Good morning Ash, and welcome to my bug-type Pokémon gym. Ash smiled as he saw Viola on the other side of the room to him. She was geared and ready to go as well as Ash. Now, since this is your first gym battle in Kalos, let me tell you how we do our gym battles. Ash nodded, and Pikachu did too, in order to remember for future battles in the Kalos region. The leader of the gym is only allowed to use a fixed number of Pokémon, and we lose when all of our Pokémon faint. Ash nodded, as Lee's that part isn't different. But the trainer is quite different, you're allowed to use any number of Pokémon until all of them are fainted. And from what I hear, you probably came with all your caught Pokémon, and that exceeds the default 6, right? Ash nodded, not wanting to admit that, not in front of the other trainers who weren't as lucky as him. Viola was just glad to see a confident and eager but modest and honest trainer that Ash was presenting himself as. Enough chit-chat, let's get underway. That got Ash up and running again and fixed his focus on Viola. He could just feel like he was back in Pewter City, with Brock pulling Pokémon Ash never seen before against him. Come out Surskit. That was to be Viola's first Pokémon. Surskit is a blue insectoid Pokémon. Its body is round and has 4 long, skinny legs extending from it. It secretes oil from the tips of its feet, which enables it to walk on water as if it were skating. It has a yellow cap with a single antenna that can secrete a thick, sugary syrup or a sweet scent. The syrup is exuded when danger is sensed, while the scent is used to attract prey. Its eyes are dark and circular, and have small semicircular pink markings under them. It is known to inhabit ponds, rivers, and similar wetlands, where it feeds on microscopic, aquatic organisms. Ash took out his Pokédex and scanned this Pokémon. Surskit, the pond skater Pokémon. Surskit can walk on water as if it was skating. It attracts prey with a sweet aroma it produces. Okay Viola, my first Pokémon for your own. Go, Honech. Ash shouted and released one of his 4 Steel-type Pokémon, leaving Pikachu for the fallout since they were more excited about this than the electric rodent-like Pokémon. Begin. One of the staff was mainly the referee and announced the match to start. Ash wanted to get the first move to see how Viola makes a comeback and bite back. Start with tackle. Ash shouted and Honech charged at Surskit with all his might. The water bug-type Pokémon of course just stood there, waiting for Viola's instructions. Use Protect. Viola said simply and Surskit activated a protective dome around its small body. Ash had a feeling that will happen, and as Honech was halted in his tracks by the Protect move, Ash had come up with a backup plan. Use Fury Cutter now. Ash said, and before Viola could say another word, Honech and released its metal blade from the stealth and struck Surskit with a slash, and before Viola could even gasp in disbelief, Honech struck Surskit again with another slash, slightly more powerful than the last. Use Protect again and Ice Beam. Honech dodge it if you can while using Metal Sound. These commands were given off at once and Honech had stopped striking at Surskit and grinded his metal body to create a horrible sound which successfully lowered Pursuit's defenses. Unfortunately that was to be the end of Honech because Surskit had protected itself again and somehow froze the sword Pokémon despite the type disadvantage of the Ice-type move. Now use Signal Beam. Viola said, and Surskit jumped into the air and unleashed a powerful beam that shattered the ice and freed Honech, but the attack power behind all that was enough to knock Honech unconscious. Ash was shocked. He had trained Honech for this gym battle and yet it was an easy victory for Viola. Honech is unable to battle. Surskit wins. The referee announced for the sake of everyone involved in this gym battle. Honech. Ash abandoned his position and checked on his sword Pokémon. He heard something like the shaking of a cricket and the weeping of a scared child. Honech was sad and crying that it lost so easily. There. It is only our first battle, so there is still a lot we couldn't learn through training. But you did your best and I am still your trainer, Honech. Remember that. Ash said and returned Honech to his Pokeball and also returned to his place on the challenger side of the battlefield. Now it is time for my next Pokemon, Go Pawniard. Out came the Dark and Steel-type Pokemon which used his pressure ability on Surskit, that will cause it to have a hard time now with Pokemon moves. Now use Leer and Fury Cutter. Pawniard complied and successfully lowered Surskit's defenses and moved in for some damage, like how Honech was faster than Surskit. This time, more damage was done to Surskit. Viola thought it was going to be the same old song. Protect and Ice Beam. Dodge. Ash shouted and Pawniard followed in suit. Torment. That move successfully made Surskit unable to use Ice Beam once again. Scratch. Ash bellowed and Pawniard was able to land another hit of damage with his claws for hands. Bubble Beam. Psycho Cut. Ash had made another comeback and Pawniard was able to make an airborne slash of psychic-type energy that cut through the bubble beam and hit Surskit hard. Return Pawniard. Viola was especially surprised to see Ash actually return his Pokemon when he was about to beat her Surskit. It is your turn, Litleo. Ash could be considered a fool for using a fire type against a water type, but he seemed to know what he was doing. Use Workout and then Tackle. Litleo tensed and her muscles grew, causing her attack power to increase. It then charged with impressive speeds to hit Surskit hard. Viola was impressed at Litleo's speed and wanted to try it out closer. Ice Beam and then Signal Beam. Surskit recovered and covered the entire battlefield and even under Litleo's feet. Then it sent a beam of Bug-type energy at the Lion Cub Pokémon. She tried to dodge but realized that on ice, there is barely any traction and Litleo started to swirl out of control. Bubble Beam. That was direct hit since Surskit was adapted to trending on ice, it moved around like a pro skater. Don't give in, Litleo. Ash shouted while trying to think off a plan until he noticed that Surskit had to push its back when it used Bubble Beam. That gave him an idea. Litleo, use Workout and then Ember. Ash had to give it a go and Litleo did trust Ash with his strategy. She grew stronger again and was shocked to see that using Ember acted like a propeller around the ice-covered field. Try to get on your back and spin while using Ember. That idea came from out of nowhere, but Litleo found it easier than before to get upside down while using the motion of the Ember attack to form a dome of fire that covered almost the entire battlefield, melting the ice and hitting Surskit in the process. Use Protect. Surskit was able to avoid the worst by using its protective dome to take in that much flames. By then, the ice had melted and Litleo was able to get on her feet again. Keep using Ember while Surskit is using Protect. Now that was the craziest Ash had ever done in this gym battle, but Litleo followed suit and forced Surskit into a corner with only the blue energy dome to protect itself. But after some time, the dome faded and Surskit was finally hit with the Ember attack, but Litleo couldn't use it anymore. That left the Lion Cub Pokémon open for moves. Litleo, return. Ash actually pulled something wise by not pushing Litleo further by returning the fire and normal type to her Pokeball. Go Pikachu. Rather than using a Pokeball, Pikachu merely ran into the field. Getting a little too confident for your own good, Ash. That is what led trainers to defeat. Bubble. Beam. Viola shouted and Surskit launched a stream of bubbles into Pikachu's direction. Quick Attack. Ash shouted and Pikachu dodged the attack. Signal Beam. Surskit had jumped in the air again and launched a beam of Bug-type energy at Pikachu. Keep Quick Attack up. Ash said calmly and Pikachu did, and pretty soon, Surskit was sending attacks everywhere until Surskit had to fall to the ground looking tired. Thunderbolt. Ash shouted and Surskit never lasted when it was hit by a Thunderbolt, a special type move and also an electric type as well. With the various hits from before and the stat lowering, Surskit never stood a chance and finally fell. Surskit is unable to battle. Pikachu wins. The referee called for the verdict and Viola returned Surskit back to its Pokeball. She then reached in her belt for another Pokeball. Flutter for our hearts, Vivillon. Viola had finally showed her second Pokemon. Vivillon is a butterfly-like Pokemon with wings that come in a large variety of patterns. Vivillon's thorax is an elliptical shape divided into 3 segments, each with a different shade of gray. Its legs are also elliptical, which are black on the lower half and grayish on the upper half. Vivillon has 2 black, circular hands and no visible arms. It has a round, grayish head with large, black, pixelated eyes and a pair of skinny antennae. Its wings pattern is affected by the climate in which it lives. Ash's Pokédex said this after scanning. Vivillon, the scale Pokémon. Vivillon are skillfully able to find a source of water. It has been said that you'll find a spring if you follow a Vivillon. Pikachu, return for now. Ash said and Pikachu nodded. He wasn't going to do this entire gym battle all by himself. Not since it will not work, since these Pokemon are tough. It is time for you, Dunsparce. Defensive curl and then use rollout. Ash gave out a command and Dunsparce curled up to increase his defensive power before rolling around the field and aimed for Vivillon. Use Psychic. Viola shouted out and Vivillon stopped Dunsparce in mid-flight, but Ash wasn't going to give up. Spite. Dunsparce had scared Vivillon and made it lose the sum of the strength needed to use that move again. Somehow that scared Vivillon into letting its Psychic hold on Dunsparce, roll out again. This time, Vivillon had no room to dodge being hit by a Rock-type move, one that is a super effective move against a dual Bug and Flying-type Pokemon. Vivillon was sent to the ground along with Dunsparce. Solar Beam. That was a desperate move, but it seemed that fate and chance was working for both sides in this gym battle, and Dunsparce was sent into the sky, forced to cancel out his rollout attack. Defensive Curl and then Rage. Ash made a new approach to this development, and Dunsparce increased defensive power again and attacked with a fierce temper that was going to keep being used until Dunsparce faints. In this case, Vivillon is hit by brutal tackles Dunsparce makes with his additional power. Time to finish this off. Gust and then Sleep Powder. Viola said, and Vivillon heard that command and spread out a cloud of powder that made Dunsparce fall asleep. Solar Beam. That move really did a lot of damage, and since Vivillon used nothing but special attacks, the usage of defensive curl was wasted. Dunsparce was forced to be sent flying hard, but before he reached the ground, he was returned to his Pokeball. Thank you for your help, Dunsparce, you were great out there. Ash pocketed the Pokeball and took out his next one. Come out, Durant. Ash chose to use a bug for bug this time. Sand Attack. Lucky for her, Durant was able to use Sand Attack because the entire battlefield was nothing but dirt clumps so strong it is solid. Durant was so good with Sand Attack, she could even use it against Pokémon who are naturally flying in the air. Use Gust and blow the sand into Durant's eyes. Viola quickly said, and Vivillon used its wings to do in suit. Agility and keep up using Sand Attack. Ash told Durant, and she raced around the battlefield, digging and throwing dirt while Vivillon continued to use Gust to throw it all back to the ground. Agility again and Bite. This time, Durant used her newfound speed by using agility for the second time to land at the same altitude as Vivillon. Once there, she bitten on Vivillon's wing like a wild wolf on its next prey. It was a small chance, but it worked anyway, and Viola saw Vivillon twitch and slowly drift downward without any lift to maintain attitude. Vice Grip and send Vivillon to the ground. Ash commanded, and Durant used her pincers to clamp on Vivillon's entire body. Once she did that, Ash's Durant used her body balance to turn over and send Vivillon falling to the battlefield. But before Ash could utter another command, Durant descended herself while her pincers glowed and crossed each other. It was like Durant was going for the kill. Is that guillotine? Viola shouted in fright. That move can seriously end the match with her Vivillon. Vivillon. She cried out for her Pokémon that was hit by that knockout move and fainted on the spot. Ash couldn't believe it. He thought that Vivillon was going to be a bigger challenge than this. Vivillon is unable to battle. Durant wins. The referee was also in shock at what happened. It was like a rush of crazily good luck that allowed Ash to land that knockout move. Viola returned Vivillon and roughly put that Pokeball away and reached for another one. That was both skill, patience and good luck. Viola said, trying her best to speak of this humiliation, while Ash tried to make it look like he didn't cheat, and they both scowled at Durant for this awkward atmosphere. She tried to divert the unwanted attention away by kicking the dirt. Now I can finally release my third and strongest Pokémon. I had this one on my journey until I became a gym leader. I just haven't used it against a trainer who hadn't won any badges yet before. Viola said as she released the Pokeball. Show us your speed, Beedrill. Beedrill mostly resembles a bipedal wasp, however, it only has 4 legs instead of 6 and lacks pigment pits. Beedrill's head is round with a slightly pointed mouth, large, red eyes, and antennae in the shape of the number 7. Its forelegs are tipped with long, conical stingers. It stands on its other 2 legs, which are long, segmented, and insectoid in shape. Beedrill has 2 pairs of rounded, veined wings, and another stinger on its striped abdomen. Beedrill is highly territorial and normally lives in colonies. Disturbing a swarm of Beedrill will cause the whole colony to attack. It flies at high speed and attacks using the large venomous stingers on its forelegs and abdomen. The 2 stingers on its forelimbs allow it to use its former signature move, Twineedle. It will take the victims of its attacks back to its nest for food. Beedrill nests in forests and misty wooded areas. Twineedle Beedrill. Viola shouted and Beedrill charged with both stingers ready to strike at Durant. Sand attack and then agility. Ash countered and Durant managed to blind Beedrill just in time to pick up speed. Guillotine. Durant then picked up more and more speed until she landed in the air above Beedrill. Oh no you don't. Swords dance and then assurance. Viola knew better than Ash that poison-type moves are useless against all steel types, so she is never going to use any against Durant. Beedrill glowed in a way that worried Ash a little bit until the poison bee Pokemon soared into the air and landed a lot damage to Durant, interrupting her guillotine. Now use X-Scissor. While Durant was helpless falling to the ground, Beedrill charged with both stringers crossed into an X shape before hitting Durant hard enough to crack the ground when the Iron Ant Pokemon landed. When the smoke cleared, Durant was in the crater with swirls in her eyes. Durant is unable to battle. The referee announced as Ash returned his Durant to her Pokeball. Mawile go. Ash let loose the Fairy-type Pokemon of his Iron Pokemon team. Taunt and then growl. Mawile acted before anyone else could even speak and mocked Beedrill, so the Poison Bee Pokemon couldn't use any status moves anymore. Then that growl actually lowered Beedrill's attack power, cancelling the effects of Swords Dance. Launch yourself with Fairy Wind and use Astonish. It was like Ash was thinking of plans on the fly and his Pokemon were just prefect for them. While Mawile was fast already, Fairy Wind was enough to double that while getting at least some damage to Beedrill despite the fact that Fairy-type moves are ineffective against poison types. Mawile ignored all that and scared Beedrill, causing a lot more damage while causing the Pokemon to cringe. Fake Tears and Fairy Wind again. Now that was a sound plan, and this time, Fairy Wind was enough to launch Beedrill flying back right into a wall. Viola saw everything and didn't get angry, and instead giggled all the way to a full laughter. You are indeed a special case, more than any trainer that ever challenged my gym in the past. But now here is something that I was given for trainers like you. Viola said and removed something from her pockets. It was some kind of hairpin that was like the wing of a beetle with a small orange gem at the base of the wing which glowed in the sunlight. Ash could have sworn to see some kind of image in the stone, like part of a DNA structure. Beedrill, unlock your real potential. Let us connect to our hearts. Viola chanted while tapping her pointer and middle finger against that strange stone, while another one that was bigger and hid the context of a blob of paint that was yellow and black. Mega Evolve. Ash, Pikachu and Mawile had to cover their eyes when Beedrill started to glow brightly and morph. Viola smiled at their reactions once Beedrill had stopped glowing. Meet Mega Beedrill, truly my most powerful Pokemon. Now as Mega Beedrill, it gains more defined features. The horns becomes more curved and sharp like two different triangles fused together each, and its eyes become longer and sleeker. Its upper wings split in two with black trim along the top, and the bottom wings become smaller. Its drills become longer and larger, resembling javelins. Its legs are no longer insectoid, and instead resemble its arms in shape. Its abdomen becomes larger and grooved, and is attached to its thorax by a black structure. Its main stinger is now a pale yellow, and black stripes appear on its abdomen, chest, and leg stingers. The poison that Mega Beedrill produces from its four limbs all work instantaneously, yet the poison it emits from its tail is slow-acting. It uses the former to prevent its foes from fleeing, and the latter to deal the finishing blow. Now use Swords Dance and X-Scissor. This new Beedrill then glowed an even darker red and thicker aura before hitting Mawile with a bug-type move that did some damage despite Mawile being a steel type. Ash had to look this up and scan this Mega Beedrill, Viola called it with his Pokédex. This Pokemon has undergo a Mega Evolution into Mega Beedrill. Their ability is now Adaptability, which increased the STAB or same type attack bonus stat of using moves that match the typing, making them stronger. Ash was now in shock at how Beedrill had gotten so strong after Mega Evolving. How come he never heard of such a thing before arriving in Kalos? Mawile return. Ash surprised everyone once he recovered from his shock. He could have Mawile do more moves of damage. Maybe it is that Beedrill had proven too powerful for Ash's Mawile. Go Pikachu. Give it all you got. Ash said with a calm tone that was really creeping Pikachu out but did as he was told anyways. Use Thunder. Poison Jab. Viola countered and both Pokémon used their moves against one another until Pikachu, by reflex, brushed one of his cheeks at the stringer that had gotten past his Thunder attack. That triggers something that Ash was hoping for, Pikachu's static ability. Now that Mega Beedrill was paralyzed, it couldn't stop the Thunder attack from doing a lot of damage. Quick Attack. Ash was not going to take this lightly, Beedrill can still win this if Ash wasn't careful. Thunderbolt. When Pikachu hit Mega Beedrill, Ash commanded a close-range special attack. Venoshock. Viola wanted to try a move despite Beedrill still being paralyzed. Double Team. Ash may not recognize this move but he know that it was something of a poison-type move like back at Kanto. Double Team was the one thing that allowed Pikachu to escape that Venoshock. Again. Viola yelled and Beedrill was able to use Venoshock again but this time, Ash had time and Pikachu has space for this defensive tactic. Light Screen and Tail Whip. Ash shouted and Pikachu glowed in a yellow substance that had prevented any poisoning but not Pikachu getting some damage down in. And Pikachu toughed out that pain to lower Mega Beedrill's attack power. Now use tactic number 5, Quick Ball. Ash had confused everyone because that was nowhere any move name listed but Pikachu knew what that meant. He charged with speeds of quick attack with a ball of raw lightning growing on his tail. Go! Pikachu released the ball of lightning that went as if it was a bowling ball and hit Mega Beedrill hard. Success! Ash grinned and made a small pose with his left arm tensed and his hand into a fist while Pikachu cheered that their plan worked. We are not through yet. Use Swords Dance and Poison Jab. Viola shouted and Mega Beedrill had broken through its paralysis charged while getting stronger again while sending its 4 stingers into Pikachu's location, kicking off some dust until Mega Beedrill halted in the middle of its attack. What is wrong? What is wrong is that you underestimate us. Ash said and that, Pikachu Mega Beedrill was gone but with the holes from its stingers, Pikachu was never there. Thunder. Ash shouted with all his might and Mega Beedrill was hit by a monster thunderbolt from the ground beneath it. The entire explosion sent an impact that hit Mega Beedrill so fast, it couldn't get out and in time to be damaged so much it never got up from the ground after it. Then it glowed somewhat brightly before turning back to a regular Beedrill. Beedrill is unable to battle. Pikachu wins and so the winner of the gym battle is Ash Ketchum. The referee shouted but Ash was not celebrating. It wasn't that he finally won a gym battle with pure skill after having to resort to unconventional methods and lucky alone. It was that he had to let Viola knock out some of his Pokémon and force him to return a couple of them too. They couldn't see that their owner had won against Viola, the master of bug types. Ash. The said trainer turned to see Viola actually smiling despite her defeats that were embarrassing to say the least. In her hands was a box that she soon opened to reveal what Ash depicted as the gym badge, proof you have won at a Pokémon gym. I will present you the bug badge, you earned it. The badge was shaped like a beetle. The wings were brown like the antenna with green bulbs on the wings. The eyes were brown too with some green shading on the interlocking horns. Ash just took it without a hitch and put in his pocket. Kalos was rad for sure and he felt just too heavy-headed to pose with it. XXXXX. Thank you Viola and now we will have to leave and heal out Pokémon at the local Pokémon Center. Ash said but as soon as he returned his victorious but hurt Pokémon to his Pokeballs, he felt someone's hand holding tightly on his shoulder. You can't leave yet Ash. I have to always give this to those who win at my gym. Viola said and took out a CD in its case. This confused Ash because he had fought in gyms before but this is the first time the gym leader offered him such a thing. And what is this CD? Ash said as he accepted the gift and read it. Infestation. Wasn't that the move you used with your Vivillon? Viola nodded, it is called a technical machine or just TM. You can find a lot made for common Pokémon moves. But there is also the hidden machines or HM that are all about moves that can interact with the surroundings outside of battle. They are really rare, so unfortunately I don't have one handy myself. Ash nodded and urged Viola to continue. I happen to know about a certain Pokémon on the way to Lumio City, that is where the Lumio City Gym is located. This bug-type move is used, the target is infested and attacked for 4 to 5 turns. The target can't flee during this time. Ash couldn't believe that Viola was actually going to give this to him, and now that he thought about that, using a move that prevents a targeted Pokémon from fleeing will definitely be a big help when capturing and scanning. Thanks a lot Viola, but will the other gym leaders do the same? It never happened in Kanto. Viola smiled, of course we do Ash. That is why Kalos is ahead of Kanto, because we have the most Pokémon than any other region. You will have a lot of fun discovering new Pokémon by the time to come across the Pokémon League. That will be great Viola, and is that where I can try for my next badge? Ash asked, and this time, he said, try for his next badge. Defeats and scolding had finally hit their mark, seeing his Pokémon fall despite having the advantage in numbers. Now he was not going to be naive and overconfident, he is going to not be arrogant and more modest this time. Too bad only Pikachu knows that. You can, after earning 3 more badges. Viola said. I have met the gym leader and he prefers to only allow trainers with 4 badges to get in. But I suggest Route 5 or Versent Road. It passes through 3 cities with 3 Pokémon gyms. You can travel to them all and try for your next 3 badges. Then you will be able to get into the Lumio City Gym. Got it. Come on Pikachu, we need to get you and the others to the Pokémon Center. We have a long journey ahead of us. Ash said, and he pocketed the TM into his jacket as he ran out of the gym. Some things will never change, no matter how can change us in the past and shape our next present. End of chapter. Previously on Ash the Iron Trainer. Thank you Viola, and now we will have to leave and heal out Pokémon at the local Pokémon Center. Ash said, but as soon as he returned his victorious but hurt Pokémon to his Pokeballs, he felt someone's hand holding tightly on his shoulder. You can't leave yet Ash. I have to always give this to those who win at my gym. Viola said, and took out a CD in its case. This confused Ash because he had fought in gyms before, but this is the first time the gym leader offered him such a thing. And what is this CD? Ash said as he accepted the gift and read it. Infestation. Wasn't that the move you used with your Vivillon? Viola nodded. It is called a technical machine or just TM. You can find a lot made for common Pokémon moves. But there is also the hidden machines or HM that are all about moves that can interact with the surroundings outside of battle. They are really rare, so unfortunately I don't have one handy myself. Ash nodded and urged Viola to continue. I happen to know about a certain Pokémon on the way to Lumio City, that is where the Lumio City Gym is located. This bug-type move is used, the target is infested and attacked for 4 to 5 turns. The target can't flee during this time. Ash couldn't believe that Viola was actually going to give this to him, and now that he thought about that, using a move that prevents a targeted Pokémon from fleeing will definitely be a big help when capturing and scanning. Thanks a lot Viola, but will the other gym leaders do the same? It never happened in Kanto. Viola smiled, of course we do Ash. That is why Kalos is ahead of Kanto, because we have the most Pokémon than any other region. You will have a lot of fun discovering new Pokémon by the time to come across the Pokémon League. That will be great Viola, and is that where I can try for my next badge? Ash asked, and this time, he said, try for his next badge. Defeats and scolding had finally hit their mark, seeing his Pokémon fall despite having the advantage in numbers. Now he was not going to be naive and overconfident, he is going to not be arrogant and more modest this time. Too bad only Pikachu knows that. You can, after earning 3 more badges. Viola said. I have met the gym leader and he prefers to only allow trainers with 4 badges to get in. But I suggest Route 5 or Versent Road. It passes through 3 cities with 3 Pokémon gyms. You can travel to them all and try for your next 3 badges. Then you will be able to get into the Shallor City Gym. Got it. Come on Pikachu, we need to get you and the others to the Pokemon Center. We have a long journey ahead of us. Ash said, and he pocketed the TM into his jacket as he ran out of the gym. Some things will never change, no matter how can change us in the past and shape our next present. After Ash's victory over Viola of Snorlax City, it was time to get moving because Ash still needs 7 gym badges in order to qualify for the Kalos League. And he better hurry because even several months will be over before anyone will know it unless they put a wiggle on. Even though the route was a very short walk in the park, all the wild encounters to fill out the Pokédex and all those duels with the trainers in order to strengthen his Pokémon had tired them all out, and with no benches like in Snorlax City, they were actually taking a break in the hedge mazes. The gardeners didn't mind as long as Ash or any of his Pokémon don't ruin their hard work. This gave Ash the time it took to review what he had encountered among the grass and flowers. Ralts, the feeling Pokémon. It can use the horns on its head to read human emotions. Ralts rarely shows itself to humans, but may occasionally approach when it senses positive or happy feelings. Skitty, the kitten Pokémon. Skitty will get completely caught up in pursuing any moving objects that catches its eye. Budew, the bud Pokémon. In winter, it keeps its bud closed to survive the cold, but then opens it again in the spring. Combee, the tiny bee Pokémon. A trio of Combee stays together for life, basically carrying sweet nectar from flower to flower. Flababy, the single bloom Pokémon. Flababy chooses a favorite flower at the beginning of its life and takes care of it from then on. Corphish, the ruffian Pokémon. Corphish lives anywhere, adapting to its surroundings. Its pincers hold on tightly when it catches prey. Piku, the tiny mouse Pokémon. A pre-evolved form of Pikachu. Despite their size, Piku release bursts of electricity that can shock even humans. However, Piku are unskilled at controlling their electricity, and sometimes release it by accident when surprised, or when laughing and shock themselves. Burmy, the bagworm Pokémon. To protect itself from the cold wind, Burmy uses leaves and branches to make a cloak around itself. Pokémon aside, he did receive useful items such as honey to attach Pokémon hordes, a can of repel to do the opposite, super potions to heal any of his tired and hurt Pokémon without having to go to the Pokémon Center every time, an antidote for poison Pokémon, a poison bar to be held by a Pokémon to boost any poison-type moves, and an ether bottle to restore energy to use Pokémon moves. But the real ones was a great ball which has a better catch rate than the normal red and white Pokeball. It has a different color theme too. It was blue, where a normal Pokeball is red with 2 handles on each side that are the color red. Then there was the net ball that Ash also found in one of the hedge mazes. It is the best Pokeball for bug and water types. Ash will have to agree with that because there was just one Pokemon that always evaded his attempts at even scanning, but that was enough for him to chase it down. Ash kept this up until he had to use his only net ball to capture it. After that, Ash finally was able to scan the Pokemon and add it to his Pokédex. Ledyba, the 5-star Pokemon. These naturally gentle bug types gather in groups during cold weather to keep warm. Ledyba is similar to a red ladybug with 5 black spots on its back. Ledyba's carapace and back, when the wing covers are lifted, are yellow, and its eyes are large and round. Ledyba also has 6 black legs with hands that resemble boxing gloves and 2 black antennae. A female Ledyba has a shorter antennae than a male Ledyba does. It has a pair of clear wings underneath its wing covers. Ledyba is a gregarious Pokemon, to such an extent that it will be timid, stricken with doubt, afraid, or even unable to move if it is alone. Ledyba secretes an aromatic fluid from where its legs join its body, which it uses to communicate with other Ledyba. Ledyba conveys its feelings to other Ledyba by altering the fluid's scent. When the weather turns cold, many Ledyba gather together to cluster and keep each other warm. Ledyba have been shown to serve a role in pollinating the fruit-producing plants of the Pokemon world, and are usually instructed to do so by means of a special whistle. However, like most Pokemon, it will also able to respond to regular vocal commands. Ledyba builds its nest on leaves in the forest. This Ledyba was definitely one that broke all the rules, a black sheep, someone that stood out in both a good way and a bad one. But Ash didn't care about what others have to say about this Ledyba. It was his Pokémon and he was not going to get rid of Ledyba at all. What is even better is that Ledyba was finally the one Pokémon that can learn Infestation. Ash had a feeling that it will come in handy, so he made sure to train Ledyba. I can't forget about those Pokémon from Santalun Forest, Ash said, and he scrolled up his Pokédex to the early entrees. Scatterbug, the Scatterdust Pokémon. When attacked by another Pokémon, Scatterbug scatters the black powder that covers its body and regulates its body temperature. Panpour, the Spray Pokémon. Panpour lived in forests long ago, but developed a body that makes it easy to live near water. It can store water in the tufts on its head. Pansear, the High-Temp Pokémon. Pansear lives in caves near volcanoes. The temperature on the tuft on its head can reach 600 degrees when it's angry. Pansage, the Grass Monkey Pokémon. Pansage offers leaves on its head to Pokémon that have low energy. The leaves relieve stress. Hello Ash Ketchum. The said trainer didn't know what to think of these two people that appeared out of nowhere when approached the tunnel at the end of Parterre Way. My name is Dexio. The male of the duo shouted with his blonde hair. My name is Sina, the female said with her purple hair instead of blonde like her partner. We are all Professor Sycamore's assistants. Ash felt like he was looking at mirror of himself making poses in order to be so dramatic. No wonder everyone watching didn't much care for all those poses, they were just childish. Hello. Can you just let me know if this is the way to Lumio City? We sure can, and what is better is that we are here to share the one thing that Professor Sycamore studies. Dexio said, Mega Evolution. XXXXX. Ash then found himself in Lumio City after meeting up with the strange assistants. In his hands was the second TM that he received in Kalos, or more specially, his whole career as a Pokémon trainer and his whole life. It was the normal type move named Return, whose attack power is determined by the friendship the using Pokémon has with the train who commanded it. Ash was thinking about teaching it to Pikachu and work hard to increase his friendship with the yellow rodent Pokémon. They may be partners in battle, but they haven't been friends for even a half year yet, so Return by Pikachu could be considered to be very weak. First things first, Ash went to the Pokémon Center to heal up after some of the last encounters and duels with other trainers. Then he went to where Dexio and Sina directed him to, Professor Sycamore's lab and Pokémon study. It was a very comfy place, with a warm welcome to it, while the real serious stuff was in the other rooms. But Ash was here for the machines and studies. He was here because it was supposed to be where all the current answers about this Mega Evolution can be found. Seeing how there was no one around because Ash couldn't hear anyone answering his calls or any footsteps, the trainer let himself in and looked around. Maybe he will find a library with at least a book on Mega Evolution. No one knew this, not even Pikachu, but Ash loved to read, but he had to train his Pokémon most of the time, and his adventures included didn't give him all the time to even remember to read books or at least look for a library in the cities he has been to before. Still, what he found on the other side of the first door Ash found was a table with Pokeballs, and yet 3 of them were outside and sitting on one of the tables, sleeping like newborn infants. As soon as Ash saw those Pokémon, he didn't need to scan them because I knew what they are from heart. They all remind him of his own that he had to leave behind on a sinking ship. The one on the left was a Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur is a small, quadruped Pokémon with green to bluish-green skin and darker green patches. It has red eyes with white pupils and sclera and pointed, ear-like structure on top of its head. Its snout is short and blunt, and it has a wide mouth. A pair of small, pointed teeth visible in the upper jaw when its mouth is open. Each of its thick legs ends with 3 sharp claws. On its back is a green plant bulb, which is grown from a seed planted there at birth. The bulb provides it with energy through photosynthesis as well as from the nutrient-rich seeds contained within. Having been domesticated from birth, Bulbasaur is regarded as both a rare and well-behaved Pokémon. It is known to be extremely loyal. Bulbasaur has also shown itself to be an excellent caretaker, even having a special technique called the Bulbabai. To perform this technique, Bulbasaur uses its vines to pick up a young Pokémon and soothingly rocks the young one in the air. It is found in grasslands and forests throughout the Kanto region. However, due to Bulbasaur's status as starter Pokémon, it is hard to come by in the wild and generally found under the ownership of a trainer. It has been observed that a Bulbasaur's bulb will flash blue when it is ready to evolve. The one in the middle of the table was a Charmander. Charmander is a bipedal, reptilian Pokémon with an orange body, though its underside and soles are cream-colored. It has two small fangs visible in its upper and lower jaws and blue eyes. Its arms and legs are short with 4 fingers and 3 clawed toes. A fire burns at the tip of this Pokémon's slender tail, and has blazed there since Charmander's birth. The flame can be used as an indication of Charmander's health and mood, burning brightly when the Pokémon is strong, weakly when it is exhausted, wavering when it is happy, and blazing when it is enraged. It is said that Charmander dies if its flame goes out. Charmander can be found in hot, mountainous areas. However, it is found far more often in the ownership of trainers. Finally, the one on the right was a Squirtle. Squirtle is a small Pokémon that resembles a light blue turtle. While it typically walks on its 2 short legs, it has been shown to run on all 4s in Super Smash Bros. Brawl. It has large brown eyes and a slightly hooked upper lip. Each of its hands and feet have 3 pointed digits. The end of its long tail curls inward. Its body is encased by a tough shell that forms and hardens after birth. This shell is brown on the top, pale yellow on the bottom, and has a thick white ridge between the 2 halves. Squirtle's shell is a useful tool. It can withdraw into the shell for protection or for sleeping, and its grooved, rounded shape helps to reduce water resistance when this Pokémon swims. Squirtle can spray foamy water from its mouth with great accuracy. Squirtle is scarce in the wild, although it can be found around small ponds and lakes. Aren't they cute? I received them just yesterday and they are very well behaved. Ash and Pikachu was spooked greatly. They turned on a dime to see a tall and young adult wearing a lab coat standing behind them. My name is Professor Augustine Sycamore, studying Pokémon here in Kalos. My name is Ash Ketchum and this is my partner and first Pokémon Pikachu. Ash introduced himself while shaking Professor Sycamore's hand. The latter then scratched Pikachu under the chin, causing the rodent Pokémon to purr and cry in pleasure. My, you have such a well-groomed and powerful Pikachu. You must be a prodigy of such a young age. Sycamore said, but Ash just looked down on his feet. What's wrong? I wasn't there when Pikachu was first born. We met because no other trainer will ever accept Pikachu at Professor Oak's lab in Kanto. I chose him simply because I overslept that very morning and missed the other Kanto starters and Pikachu was also the only one left. Ash said in a very low and honest tone that made Sycamore raise eyebrows in sympathy. I am sorry to hear all that, but I think that if fate was real, you two meeting together was what fate wanted. I think that your Pikachu is the best Pokémon for your starter than any other. Professor Sycamore said, and Ash just sighed before smiling. That is more like it. No journey should happen all because of inconvenience or any nonsense like that. You should have fun on your Pokémon journey. That is all we want from new trainers that travel our Pokémon region of Kalos. So why do you have the Kanto starters in Kalos, Professor? Ash asked and Sycamore nodded. It seemed that when each of these starter Pokémon reach their final evolution, they can Mega Evolve. Sycamore asked and noticed that Ash was between uninterested and frustratingly confused. Mega Evolution is a process that we call because with it, a Pokémon can active and higher form if given the right circumstances exactly. They grow and mature, activate new abilities and use their moves to a higher power. But it is simply a transformation. A transformation? You mean it is not permanent? Ash asked and Sycamore nodded. Exactly, Ash. So when a Pokémon undergoes Mega Evolution, it can't keep that up forever and only for a given time. When they faint or run out of time, the Pokémon will revert back to their real form. Sycamore confirmed. And that is why I want to give you all 3 of these Pokémon. End of Chapter 4. Previously on Ash the Iron Trainer. Aren't they cute? I received them just yesterday and they are very well behaved. Ash and Pikachu was spooked greatly. They turned on a dime to see a tall and young adult wearing a lab coat standing behind them. My name is Professor Augustine Sycamore, studying Pokémon here in Kalos. My name is Ash Ketchum and this is my partner and first Pokémon Pikachu. Ash introduced himself while shaking Professor Sycamore's hand. The latter then scratched Pikachu under the chin, causing the rodent Pokémon to purr and cry in pleasure. My, you have such a well-groomed and powerful Pikachu. You must be a prodigy of such a young age. Sycamore said, but Ash just looked down on his feet. What's wrong? I wasn't there when Pikachu was first born. We met because no other trainer will ever accept Pikachu at Professor Oak's lab in Kanto. I chose him simply because I overslept that very morning and missed the other Kanto starters and Pikachu was also the only one left. Ash said in a very low and honest tone that made Sycamore raise eyebrows in sympathy. I am sorry to hear all that, but I think that if fate was real, you two meeting together was what fate wanted. I think that your Pikachu is the best Pokémon for your starter than any other. Professor Sycamore said, and Ash just sighed before smiling. That is more like it. No journey should happen all because of inconvenience or any nonsense like that. You should have fun on your Pokémon journey. That is all we want from new trainers that travel our Pokémon region of Kalos. So why do you have the Kanto starters in Kalos, Professor? Ash asked and Sycamore nodded. It seemed that when each of these starter Pokémon reached their final evolution, they can Mega Evolve. Sycamore asked and noticed that Ash was between uninterested and frustratingly confused. Mega Evolution is a process that we call because with it, a Pokémon can active and higher form if given the right circumstances exactly. They grow and mature, activate new abilities and use their moves to a higher power. But it is simply a transformation. A transformation? You mean it is not permanent? Ash asked and Sycamore nodded. Exactly, Ash. So when a Pokémon undergoes Mega Evolution, it can't keep that up forever and only for a given time. When they faint or run out of time, the Pokémon will revert back to their real form. Sycamore confirmed. And that is why I want to give you all three of these Pokémon. Why? Ash said, why me? Anyone can have them for their starter, so why me? Sycamore smiled, but a pity look on his face, and it was all clear in his eyes too. Because I am aware of you already caught each of these starters. Sycamore said, and Ash nodded. The poor trainer just couldn't believe that I was not outright rejecting the idea of being offered Pokémon he already caught. Just how will the Bulbasaur who looked to Ash, the Squirtle who idolized Ash and the Charmander who need Ash think of the trainer now if Ash had accepted another of each while he was in Kalos? They will be heartbroken and find barely anything else to trust about him. So all this will hurt both sides of this story. You are the prefect for them since these starters are merely babies and they need someone with experience, and you have it. Sycamore said with hopes that the answer for Ash to utter will be clearer. So you are asking whether or not I will take them on my Kalos journey. Ash said and said nothing else to Sycamore and just walked over to the starters who were in both fear and suspense. They were just surprised when Ash just hugged them as if they were his children or younger siblings. I am sorry that I can't take you on my journey. The starters heard and were about to be heartbroken when, but I will definitely think about it, and this place is the center of Kalos, so I will come back, and when I do, seeing you will be the first thing I will ever do. So I will just capture you and let you play with any other Pokémon I catch so you can have fun every single day. I will even see to that those Pokémon will even help you learn the basics of battling. How does that sound? It was a tough choice and sounded no different than a parent neglecting his children. But this starters types understand everything from Sycamore about how Ash will never be able to bring them along. They looked at each other and then hugged at Ash with tears in their eyes and uttered something in their own tongue about understanding and thank you. Ash then silently took our 3 Pokeballs, only for each Kanto starter to tap at the very center, thus allowing themselves to be captured. No one said a thing that moment until the sun went down. Sycamore showed Ash Were some beds for him to sleep in since the raven-haired trainer wasn't planning on leaving the lab and find a place to sleep. Still, Ash was in no hurry with only one gym badge obtained, and Sycamore did say that the Kalos League was being held several months later. XXXXX. And after a few days, a girl had walked into the lab to get her starter Pokémon. She seemed to be Ash's age and with blonde hair. She was wearing a style of clothing that seemed to be local with the other Kalos woman, with a black skirt, pink shoes, a red shirt and a straw hat on top her head. After entering through the door, she had ran into Sycamore, who was moving some papers and books around his place. "Oh, Serena. You are finally here for your first Pokémon." Sycamore seemed to know her right on the spot, and the girl nodded. Sycamore rushed to put his tuff away while Serena waited in the lobby until the professor returned with 3 Pokeballs. Out were the 3 starter Pokémon of Kalos. But before she could get a good view, Sycamore gave Serena her Pokédex. This will help identify any Pokémon you may encounter and even look one up if you have the need. Just remember that scanning Pokémon you have already caught will produce better results than wild Pokémon. Sycamore explained, and Serena nodded and begun to scan the Pokémon in hopes of making her decision clearer. Aside from Froakie, she scanned the other starter Pokémon. Chasebin, the spiny nut Pokémon. Chasebin can flex the soft spikes on its head, making them so stiff and sharp that it can even pierce through stone. Chasebin is a bipedal, mammalian Pokémon. It has a light brown front with dark brown arms and 3 triangular markings on its face. There is a tough, green shell covering its back, which extends from its head to halfway down its tail. There is a small, off-center hole in the shell on the back of Chasebin's head. The shell can protect Chasebin from powerful attacks. Around the face, the shell has 4 leaf-like spikes, and one split into 3 parts on the back of its head. These quills are typically soft, but Chasebin can stiffen them and use them for attack as well. Chasebin's oval eyes are brown, and it has a triangular red nose and rodent-like incisors. Its arms have 3 fingers, while its feet have 2 long claws. The visible part of its tapered tail is orange. Despite having a curious nature that tends to get it in trouble, Chasebin keeps an optimistic outlook and does not worry about small details. Fennekin, the fox Pokémon. Fennekin expels hot air that can reach nearly 400 degrees. It likes to snack on twigs. Fennekin is a quadruped, fox-like Pokémon. It is covered in pale yellow fur that is longer on its haunches. Tufts of dark orange fur cover the insides of its large ears, and it has a white muzzle with longer fur on its cheeks. Hot air is vented from its ears, reaching temperatures of over 390 degrees Fahrenheit. It has large, dark orange eyes and a pointed, black nose. When its mouth is open, 2 pointed teeth can be seen in its upper jaw. Fennekin also has small paws with no visible toes and slim legs. Its tail is fluffy with a dark orange tip. Fennekin chews on twigs instead of eating snacks. It can be temperamental, but it tries to do its best for its trainer. Still, it was a tough choice because they all were cute to Serena's eyes until she noticed that out of all of these starter types, Fennekin seemed to be the only one to actually approach her from the row they all formed. "I chose Fennekin. It is so cute." Serena gave her typical reason for her choice, as do most girls around her age group. Sycamore chuckled since he saw the better reason, but decided not to say anything if it will damage Serena's ego. She is so excited to finally train a Pokémon, and she doesn't need something like this to let her down. "Professor. I am back." A voice was familiar to Sycamore, but a lot more familiar to Serena as she froze when she heard that voice. It wasn't scary or stern or even like an angry judge sentencing her to 50 years in prison. It was just guilt that she thought she will never hear that voice again. She slowly turned to see a boy of her age with a Pokémon she never seen before on his shoulder and a sack over his other shoulder. "Hello, Pikachu. How is your trainer? Did he stay out of trouble?" Sycamore said as the yellow rodent-like Pokémon jumped off the boy's shoulder, right in front of Serena's eyes, and ran into his arms as a sign of a greeting. But Serena did not notice because her eyes were more focused on the boy in front of her. Ash? She said as if she knew the trainer in front of her. But how can that be if this is Ash's first time in Kalos and Serena was never seen before in Kanto? Meanwhile, the trainer himself was still and silent himself. It was like the eyes of Serena was placing him under a spell. He couldn't move a muscle 1 inch until Ash saw tears in those eyes. Those broke him free, to walk over and hug Serena. Serena was shocked that Ash was hugging her. Despite being only 10 years old, Ash practically mounted over her by almost 3 inches. So her face was engulfed in Ash's neck and upper torso. To Serena, it was very warm and comfy, it was nearly putting her to sleep. You are her. Ash finally said, taking in Serena's local scent of her blonde hair which was addicting to his nose. You are the girl from the forest. The one who wore a straw hat. The one who said that we were friends. Ash then gotten a lot louder as if he was slowly bringing his point across and it made Serena tear again. You were here all this time? Yes. She answered, I did want to be friends but... Tears were now flooding and were interrupting her speech. My mama, she wanted a life in Kalos, and she pulled me, away from Pallet Town. I have wanted to go back there ever since. Serena then couldn't talk anymore as her vision was already blurred like a dirty looking-glass. I understand. All I wanted was to know your name after I told you mine. I never found out. Ash said while gently pushing Serena out so that they were looking at each other face to face. Serena nodded while trying to no avail to dry her tears. It is Serena. That is my name. She said like she was going to be yelled out for not trusting Ash with her name. But Ash just smiled and closed his eyes which made him look handsome to Serena's eyes, causing her to blush. Serena. That is a lovely name. What was so hard about it? Ash chuckled playfully that made Serena blush redder and look down from his glaze. But Ash was able to see her giggling along. On how silly it was. Now that we are back together, I need someone to go with me and Pikachu throughout Kalos. It was like on and off switch that Serena's mood switched in a very instant. I will love to go with you. She shouted and caused everyone to jump because of the silent and suspenseful atmosphere. Or is that okay? Ash chuckled again when Serena responded to everyone's faces of shock and surprise for disbelief and reluctance. What I was going to say. Ash playfully let that hang to get Serena to peer in, since the suspense was growing to murder. Will you show me around Kalos? It made sound like Ash was being dense but somehow, Serena understood it perfectly. Try and figure this one out if you can. Sure Ash, just tell me where you are planning to go next. At the smiling couple, Sycamore and Pikachu looked at each other and chuckled. They were barely older than 10 and yet they were acting like a couple who just got together. Just how strong is love in the air and especially in Kalos? XXXXX. Later that day, on a bench on Route 5, or Versent Road which was southwest of Lumio City compared to Route 4 being southeast. So that is the last Pokémon we can see on this route. Let's see what it is. Ash said and pointed his Pokédex at the new Pokémon. Scraggy, the shedding Pokémon. The lower half of Scraggy's body is covered by a tough rubbery skin and when someone makes eye contact it responds with headbutt. That could be cool to train, too bad that Ash had to see its Pokeball being sent back to Professor Sycamore's lab. He had to assure Serena that no one was stealing his catch of course. Right now, Ash was going over his Pokédex in order. Ash looked over the various Pokémon had caught a good scan at. Doduo, a twin bird Pokémon. Once its heads begin to fight each other, Doduo becomes incapacitated. Gulpin, the stomach Pokémon. Gulpin is able to swallow items of its own size whole, as its stomach compresses most of its body. Its unique stomach acid allows it to digest almost anything. Pancham, the playful Pokémon. Though it tries to look tough, Pancham has trouble being taken seriously by opponents. Ash pushed all that aside and reviewed two of them, which happened to be the Pokémon Ash had decided to add to his team because they had caught his interest. Abra, a psychic power Pokémon. It sleeps 18 hours a day, but employs telekinesis even while sleeping. Abra is a bipedal Pokémon that is primarily yellow. Its face is kite-shaped, with a small, pale yellow snout and two short, pointed ears with pale yellow interiors. Its wide, narrow eyes are normally closed. Abra's body is segmented with black skin is visible between its joints and along its neck. It has two brown, pauldron-shaped extensions on its shoulders, as well as a brown, fold-like piece around its chest. It has 3 fingers and toes, with its fingers considerably shorter than its toes. Its tail is thick and long, with a brown band located near the tip. Abra can sense danger by reading minds. When it does, it teleports itself to a safe location so quickly that it creates the illusion of having made copies of itself. By hypnotizing itself, Abra is able to teleport or use any of its other extrasensory abilities at any time. Due to the strain of its telepathic powers, however, Abra sleeps 18 hours each day. If it fails to rest long enough, it will become unable to use its powers. Abra lives in urban areas, but has been observed to teleport to a different location once per hour. And Skiddo, the Mount Pokémon. Because of Skiddo's mild temperament, they're thought to be one of the first Pokémon to live in harmony with people. Skiddo is a quadrupedal, goat-like Pokémon. This Pokémon has a white face with a brown blaze going down its muzzle. The blaze ends at a round, black nose, and it has black, elliptical eyes. The back of its head and its ears are also brown, and it has a short, white beard. Skiddo has 2 short, black horns on its head. Both of these horns extend in opposite directions out to the sides, and they have dark rings around the middle. There is a leafy green mane around its neck that extends along its back. The mane ends at its tail, which is made up of 3 short leaves. Its body is primarily brown with white stockings on its legs. Each foot ends in a cloven, brownish-orange hoof. Due to its close relationship with humans, Skiddo has developed the ability to read the feelings of its riders through their grip on its horns. Skiddo typically has a gentle nature and is said to be the first Pokémon to live alongside humans. Because of this relationship, Skiddo doesn't mind carrying people or supplies on its back. Afterwards, Ash looked up to see the Skiddo and Abra happily playing with his other Pokémon, with Pikachu and Froakie watching over like parents keeping an eye on their children in a sandbox. Ash just chuckled that the latter two are the most mature Pokémon on his team while the others are still childish out of battle and hardcore fighters in battle. They are so cute. Ash was slightly stirred from his thoughts to see Serena having her own fun with her own Pokémon. She actually had a horde encounter, as it was called, that had both a Plusle among the Minin. With her Fennekin and Furfo she had caught previously, she was able to catch one of the Minin and the sole Plusle to complete the pairing. I just can't stop hugging them. Or checking their entries in the Pokédex for that matter. Plusle, the cheering Pokémon. Plusle loves to cheer for its fellow Pokémon, and it creates sparkling pom-poms by shorting out the electrical current released from its palms. Plusle is cream-colored bipedal Pokémon with red markings. It has a dot-like nose, and a cream-colored plus sign in the middle of its circular red cheeks. It has long, flat ears that are mostly red. Its limbs are stubby and digitless, and it has red front paws. Its short tail is tipped with a red plus sign. Plusle can create sparkly pom-poms by shorting out the electrical current in its palms. It uses these pom-poms to cheer on its teammates, and will cry loudly if they lose. It climbs telephone poles to absorb electricity. It lives in grassy areas. Minin, the cheering Pokémon. Minin and Plusle's electrical current promotes blood circulation and energizes their target. Minin is cream-colored bipedal Pokémon with blue markings. It has a dot-like nose, and a cream-colored minus sign in the middle of its circular blue cheeks. It has long, flat ears that are mostly blue. Its limbs are stubby and digitless, and it has blue front paws. Its short tail is tipped with a blue minus sign. Minun cares more for its teammates than itself, sending off showers of sparks when it cheers for them. When its partner is in trouble, it gives off increasing amounts of sparks. It can create electric pom-poms for cheering. Its electrical current promotes blood circulation and energizes its target. It lives in grassy areas. However, it will hide under the eaves of houses when it rains due to its dislike of water. Furfrou, the poodle Pokémon. Furfrou were assigned the task of protecting kings who ruled the Kalos region in ancient times. Furfrou is a dog-like Pokémon with thick, white fur that covers its black body apart from its paws and face. It has round eyes with blue eyelids and red irises, a pointed snout with a round nose at the end, and long rectangular ears. When its mouth is open, two pointed teeth can be seen on its upper jaw. This Pokémon's furry coat cushions it against physical attacks. Furfrou is known to be loyal to its trainer. It used to guard the king in the ancient times of Kalos. Like some real-world poodles, some domesticated Furfrou are commonly seen with their fur trimmed into various styles. Ash sighed, he never remembered being like that. Pokémon aren't dolls or pets, they are companions and they long to get stronger with the help of the trainer. I am sure, but did you feed them yet? Pikachu and I have already fed our team. Ash said to get Serena's attention and she froze with a shiver up her spine. WL. Serena trailed off with the glance of Ash and Pikachu as stiff as solid steel, making her nervous. I just thought. What do you want to do, Serena? They are 3 things you can be. Ash said, he had a lot learned from the professor in order to catch up on how advanced Kalos is in comparison to Kanto. You can be a trainer and battle the gym leaders in hopes of challenging the Elite Four and the champion. You can also be a breeder and raise Pokémon from birth to be fully evolved. Or you can be a coordinator and try out the Pokémon showcasing. Choose. Serena just sat there, releasing her grip enough to let her Pokémon free and join Ash's. She hesitated, an understandable factor since this is going to set the rest of her life straight. Once she made her decision, it will hard to back down from if she realized that she had chosen the wrong choice. Ash didn't care what she wanted to do, he will be there and see Serena pull through and make it to the top. End of chapter. Previously on Ash the Iron Trainer. Afterwards, Ash looked up to see the Skiddo and Abra happily playing with his other Pokémon, with Pikachu and Froakie watching over like parents keeping an eye on their children in a sandbox. Ash just chuckled that the latter two are the most mature Pokémon on his team while the others are still childish, out of battle and hardcore fighters in battle. They are so cute. Ash was slightly stirred from his thoughts to see Serena having her own fun with her own Pokémon. She actually had a horde encounter, as it was called, that had both a Plusle among the Minun. With her Fennekin and Furfrou she had caught previously, she was able to catch one of the Minun and the sole Plusle to complete the pairing. I just can't stop hugging them. Ash sighed, he never remembered being like that. Pokémon aren't dolls or pets, they are companions and they long to get stronger with the help of the trainer. I am sure, but did you feed them yet? Pikachu and I have already fed our team. Ash said to get Serena's attention and she froze with a shiver up her spine. WL. Serena trailed off with the glance of Ash and Pikachu as stiff as solid steel, making her nervous. I just thought. What do you want to do, Serena? They are 3 things you can be. Ash said, he had a lot learned from the professor in order to catch up on how advanced Kalos is in comparison to Kanto. You can be a trainer and battle the gym leaders in hopes of challenging the Elite Four and the champion. You can also be a breeder and raise Pokémon from birth to be fully evolved. Or you can be a coordinator and try out the Pokémon showcasing. Choose. Serena just sat there, releasing her grip enough to let her Pokémon free and join Ash's. She hesitated, an understandable factor since this is going to set the rest of her life straight. Once she made her decision, it will hard to back down from if she realized that she had chosen the wrong choice. Ash didn't care what she wanted to do, he will be there and see Serena pull through and make it to the top. I want to be a breeder. Serena yelled like a child who was pressured into making a choice which didn't amuse Ash or Pikachu one bit. I mean it, I just want to take care of Pokémon and learn how they grow. Serena saw their expressions and didn't give them time to speak their opinions on it yet. You sound a lot like a girl who found herself following me on my journey and also a lot like a gym leader who hated his job and wanted to see the world as well. Ash said, and Serena found no words to reply with. I am not substituting them with you. I just want a companion who is an actual friend, not on my journey for their own benefit. It hurts Serena and you will not like it. Ash then acted like he had been doing all this with Pokémon for years. Serena found herself feeling pity for Ash. She had to agree, friends never need to list benefits to be friends. Being one's friend is its own reward. She then got bold after gathering up all her courage for this single action. Serena lowered her head and rested it on Ash's shoulder, hoping it will get his attention or at least make sure he can hear her with a head filled to the brim with all that thick thinking. Ash. I am still your friend, right? I had to live my life thinking I will never see you again. I don't want that type of life again. Serena whispered, hoping that only Ash was able to hear that. She then noticed that the raven-haired trainer turned into her direction. I am not going anywhere, Serena. I had to go to bed thinking that you never wanted to be friends with me for months until I was able to cope and move on enough to start training Pokémon. Ash said honestly, saying that he had a similar life to this blonde girl. I just want to do it again because ever since I first met Misty, the first female trainer and gym leader I ever met, I got off to a bad start and impression. I don't want to look at you and think that you are no different than the girl who slapped him on the face for saving Pikachu from a horde of Spearow. Stalked me about a bike or stole an egg from me, saying that as a kid that I am the worst possible candidate for a trainer and a parent. Ash explained in a sad tone that made anyone around him feel pity and sympathy for the poor boy. Please, Serena, please don't be like Misty. I don't want to think of girls like her. Oh, Ash. Serena lost any and all shyness and dove into Ash's arms. I understand, Ash. I promise, and I will keep it no matter what. I will never give up until the end. To anyone's ears, those were just words, but not to Ash. To him, it was a sign that he had left a very good impression on a girl who wanted nothing but to love Pokémon and travel together like the friends they wanted to become. Later. They were very busy with their Pokémon. Abra had finally evolved into Kadabra and learned Confusion upon evolution. Ash then scanned his newly evolved Pokémon. Kadabra, a psychic Pokémon. The evolved form of Abra. It employs powerful telekinetic attacks. Kadabra is a primarily yellow, humanoid Pokémon. It has two large, pointed ears on top of its head, a red star on its forehead, and wide cheeks leading down to a thin snout. Its eyes are deep-set and narrow. Extending from its snout are two mustache-like tufts of fur, with males having longer mustaches than females. Kadabra's torso is segmented with bulky shoulders, a thick, brown chest, and a small abdomen marked by 3 red, wavy lines. Attached to the Pokémon's abdomen is a large, thick tail encircled with a brown band near its base. Its arms are thin with brown elbows, and end in 3-fingered hands with white claws. Its legs have prominent knees and large, 3-toed feet, also ending in white claws. Kadabra is always seen carrying a silver spoon, which amplifies its telekinetic powers. It is able to bend its spoon to use kinesis, its signature move. Kadabra emits alpha waves strong enough to induce headaches, and can even cause clocks to run backwards, machines to malfunction, and delicate devices to cease functioning altogether. When it has a headache, the alpha waves become unusual. Kadabra can double the amplitude of its alpha waves when holding its spoon, and can increase it even further by closing its eyes. The waves increase further in strength the more danger Kadabra faces. All of Kadabra's brain cells work in unison while it uses its powers. Kadabra lives in urban areas. Ash then taught Kadabra Disable, which literally disables the last move the target uses for the remainder of a battle, Psybeam, which does damage and can confuse the target, and Miracle Eye, a new one and the only Psychic-type move that the Dark types and allow them to be hit by other Psychic-type attacks. Fletching had also evolved into Fletchinder and learned Ember, the most basic Fire-type attack after Flail, whose attack power depends on much health Fletchinder has left and agility, which increases Fletchinder's speed by a large margin. Fletchinder, the Ember Pokémon, and the evolved form of Fletchling. Fletchinder flies faster and faster as the flame sac on its stomach gradually heats up. Fletchinder is an avian Pokémon with predominantly orange and black plumage. It has a sharp, black beak and a small, pointed crest atop its head. Its black eyes have yellow, mask-like marks extending from the back. Its upper side is reddish-orange and its belly is gray, with a flame pattern marking the boundary on the BRST. Its pointed wings are black with yellow tips and undersides. Its legs are also black, with sharp talons with 2 toes forward and 1 back. Its long black tail feathers are marked with 2 white, V shapes. The tail ends in 2 points and has another feather sticking out of the base on each side, giving the impression of the fletching on the end of an arrow. Fletchinder has a flame sac in its belly. As its internal fire gradually heats up, it can fly at increasingly faster speeds. Fletchinder is known to hunt by igniting tall grass and swooping down on prey that attempt to escape the blaze. Froakie had evolved into Frogadier and learned Water Pulse and Smokescreen after Quick Attack and Lick. Frogadier, the Bubble Frog Pokémon, and the evolved form of Froakie. Frogadier's speed is unmatched. It can climb a tower over 2,000 feet tall in 1 minute. Frogadier is a dark blue frog-like Pokémon with a light blue underside. Its eyes have yellow sclera, and it has a white bubble scarf. It has dark blue hands and toes, and white circular fingers. Frogadier is a nimble and swift Pokémon. It can scale a tower exceeding 2,000 feet in 1 minute, and it can throw bubble-coated pebbles at targets up to 100 feet away. It can confound opponents by leaping about ceilings or into trees. Finally, Ledyba had evolved into Ledian. When she did, Ledian learned Light Screen, Reflect, which both increase special defense and regular defense respectively, Safeguard, which temporarily block any status elements such as a burn or confusion, and Mach Punch, which always goes first unless the target knows another similar move like Quick Attack and has the higher speed. Ledian, the 5-star Pokémon. The evolved form of Ledyba. The spots on the Ledian's back are said to respond to the stars in the night sky. Ledian is a large, mostly red, ladybug-like Pokémon. It has 2 black antennae, a black neck, and a black spot in the center of its forehead. A female Ledian's antennae are shorter than those of a male. Its 2 eyes are large, blue, and slanted. It has 4 black arms with white hands clenched into fists. Its 2 legs are similar to its arms, but end with large red feet. Its back is red with large black spots, and the undersides of the elytra are yellow. It has a single pair of clear wings that can be folded underneath the elytra. Ledian sleeps in forests in the daytime inside a big leaf. When the stars flicker in the night sky, Ledian flutters about, scattering a glowing powder. The star patterns on its back grow larger or smaller depending on the number of stars in the night sky. It uses starlight as energy. Since it was too soon for the others to evolve, the rest of Ash's Pokémon learned moves themselves. Pikachu learned the new moves of Play Nice, Electro Ball, Thunder Wave and Nuzzle. Honedge learned Autotomize and Shadow Sneak, its first Ghost-type move. Poniard learned Scary Face that diminishes a target speed. Mawile learned Baton Pass, which shares any stat boost with another Pokémon the trainer wishes to send out next. Durant learned Metal Claw, its first Steel-type attack move, and Skiddo learned Razor Leaf that covers a lot of area, Leech Seed. That steals a target's heath for the user to receive and take down, which can harm the user a slight margin when used. Meanwhile, Serena had a field day when her Pokémon started to evolve. Fennekin became Braixen while learning Flame Charge, which increases the user's speed every time it is used. Psybeam and Fire Spin that can trap the target is a constant fresh fire which deals slight damage as long as the user is still fighting. She scanned it as well after learning to take Ash's example. Braixen, the fox Pokémon and the evolved form of Fennekin. To defeat its opponent, Braixen combines the flame from the twig in its tail with its fiery breath, creating a massive fire spin. Braixen is a bipedal, fox-like Pokémon. While the majority of its fur is yellow, it has black legs, white arms, face and neck, and a dark orange tail tip. The fur on its cheeks is longer, and a small mane of white fur covers its shoulders and chest. Long, wavy tufts of dark orange fur grow out of its large ears, and its eyes and small nose match this fur in color. Above its legs, the fur sweeps out to either side. When its mouth is open, two pointed teeth can be seen on its upper jaw. Braixen always keeps a stick in its tail, which it sets alight using its bushy tail fur. The flame from the lit twig is used for both attack and communication. Also she managed to get her Furfur to learn Bite and Odor Sleuth. Her Plusle and Minun all learned Electro Ball from Pikachu and Copycat on their own. All these were to help Serena get some experience as a breeder since Ash was her teacher, giving her everything he ever got out of Brock before arriving in Kanto. I have got to slow down before there are too many to play with at once. Serena said playfully while trying not to sound like she is regretting capturing so many Pokémon. She had been so busy learning about breeding and teaching moves that she never gave her Pokémon any time to just kick it back and play instead. If you can't, then you can allow your Pokémon to play with each other. Ash suggested and pointed his thumb towards his own Pokémon since they are practically close playmates right from the start. Serena nodded and pretty soon, her new Pokémon were happily playing along until a loud sound emerged in the air, so strong that is rocked the earth and caused everyone, trainer of Pokémon, to crunch down and hold their ears in pain. What was that? Ash spoke for all the thoughts in everyone's heads. It was going to be something big to make that large racket, and another to note is that it didn't sound man-made at all, completely natural like a deeply sleeping bear. And it all came from a certain direction, of a town that was on the way to Sillage City. XXXXX. When they finally got to the next town, under the name of Camphrier Town, it happened again, and the trainers plus Pokémon had to brace for an earthquake or something in other to spare their ears. It is definitely coming from inside this city. As soon as they entered, the sound came at them even louder than before, the telltale sign of the source getting closer. And it was sticking out like a sore thumb, under some kind of cover that kept it in the shadow made by the structure. It was a huge, bipedal, dark blue-green Pokémon with a cream-colored face, belly, and feet. Its body is composed of mostly its belly, where most of its fat reserves accumulate. Its head is large, with small, pointed ears and two pointed teeth protruding from its lower jaw. It has large, hind feet with 3 claws and a circular brown paw pad, and its arms and 5 foreclaws are short. That Pokémon is huge alright, but what is it? Serena said and took out her Pokédex and had her turn at scanning. Snorlax, the sleeping Pokémon. Snorlax becomes much too lazy to lift even a finger when it has a full belly, which then makes it safe to bounce upon. It told both Ash and Serena as they scanned for more about this normal-type Pokémon. Apparently, Snorlax is often found in mountains and forests. It wakes up only to eat and seldom for exercises. It is not a picky eater, as its strong stomach allows it to eat even moldy food without feeling any ill effects. When hungry, it is not satisfied until it consumes 900 pounds of food. Snorlax is docile enough to let children and small Pokémon bounce on its large stomach. It is a Snorlax alright, but why is a wild one doing in the middle of the town? Ash asked and then saw a resident nearby. Unfortunately, no matter what Ash tried to say, she just won't respond. Only when she noticed that he was looking at her, did she take out earplugs. Sorry about that. We all wear one of these because... She said before that same loud racket that was definitely deep snoring rocked their ears again. Of Snorlax's snoring. But it shouldn't be sleeping at this time of year. Ash used one of his fingers to try and correct the sound follow in his ear. Why? Snorlax usually sleep more than they eat. Sure. She nodded before getting serious. But at this time, Snorlax just eats. It eats up our fields, and it should have done that day, or else we can't have another good harvest. Now that was confusing to the two trainers and Pikachu. Shouldn't that be in the reverse? How can a Snorlax not eating everything in your fields prevent you from another harvest? Serena took a turn at asking the question. The woman nodded. That makes sense to you, but not here in Camphrier Town. The soil needs to be turned up and around so that our fields can be used again. That is when Snorlax comes in. She then turned to the normal type that took a break from snoring as of the moment. When Snorlax wakes up, it eats up what is left about harvest, and by doing that, it tills the soil again before going back up to the mountains. But it is not waking up unless our king plays the poke flute. What poke flute? The poke flute is capable of awakening any Pokémon, including Snorlax. The woman explained. Our king owns one, and every year, he is to use it to wake up Snorlax and do the tradition, but that was to be done a week ago. Now that explained everything to the trainers, plus one free bound Pokémon. Can we meet up with your king? We can't just let this go on. Ash asked, and the woman nodded, showing just how desperate she was to get rid of Snorlax's snoring, reflected on everyone else in the town. She then, with the help of everyone else who saw the visitors and figured out based on her behavior, pointed the way to the castle that stood on the highest point of the area. No doubt to allow the residents to get a bird's eye view of the town. It took a while to follow the directions, but under an hour, the trainers and Pokémon had reached the castle and instantly met with the king, or in better terms of his title, a lord. After demanding that the king will use the flute to end his people's suffering, they learned the rest of the story. You let a princess from a palace take the flute from you. You are the lord of the town. The said ruler, shorter than Ash himself, just sighed. Young man, you have no idea who this girl is. She is Princess Allie. She was raised to believe that she can act on her own. She believes that she makes the rules no matter where she was. I couldn't stop her from taking the flute, and she said that it was too pretty to belong to me. He explained, so desperate and humble that he couldn't scold Ash for being so disrespectful to him. What am I going to do? She will ruin us if we did demand the flute back. Princess Allie will never give up what she liked. But you are not giving up, are you? Ash said, making the town lord face him. If you are not willing to do something, then I will do it. Ash said, knowing that his usual demur to this type of things are definitely going to get him inches close to a large pot of hot water. XXXXX. Later on the route to the Parfum Palace, home of this estranged Princess Allie, Ash and Serena have encountered more Pokémon. Excluding the wild Honedge, since Ash had already scanned his. Oddish, the weed Pokémon. This Pokémon is typically found roaming the forest, scattering pollen as it walks around. Oddish resembles a blue plant bulb with a round body, beady red eyes, and oval, foot-like roots. 5 large, green leaves sprout from its head. As demonstrated in the anime, these leaves are prehensile and can be used to scale vertical surfaces and catch light objects. Known by the scientific name Odium wanderus, Oddish lives in grasslands and forests. A nocturnal Pokémon, Oddish buries its sensitive body in the ground during the day to avoid the sun and fool predators. If its leaves are pulled in this state, it will respond by shrieking horribly. It starts to move when its leaves begin absorbing moonlight, which it uses to grow. Oddish will wander up to 1,000 feet during the night to scatter its seeds and find a nutrient-rich patch of soil in which to plant itself. The more fertile the earth, the glossier its leaves will be. It is thought that its feet become like tree roots while planted. Sentret, the scout Pokémon. Sentret is able to see great distances by rising up on its tail. When it spots an enemy, or any kind of danger, it emits a loud, shrill cry as a warning. Sentret is a small, furry Pokémon with a big round body, stubby arms, and 2 small feet. Its fur is light brown, and it has a tail with dark brown stripes that it uses to stand on to see if there is danger nearby. It has long dark brown ears, a white ring on its belly, and white paw pads. While it is capable of standing on its hind legs, it usually moves on all 4. Sentret behaves very nervously and cautiously, apparently fearing for its life. It will not sleep alone, and usually sleeps while another of its kind watches for danger. When one sees a predator, it warns the rest in its pack, and they all flee. Sentret can most commonly be found in grasslands. Nincada, the trainee Pokémon. Nincada lives most of its life inside the earth and uses its sharp claws to tap into tree roots, extracting nutrients and moisture. Nincada is a small, whitish insectoid Pokémon. It has a pointed snout, a thin stripe that dips in a V-shaped pattern between its eyes, and two whisker-like antennae on its face. The antennae are used to sense its surroundings, as it is virtually blind. Its eyes are black with green iris-like rings inside. Its hind legs are white and the forelegs are brown, and it has small, green wings on its back. It lives underground and builds its nest at the roots of trees. It uses its sharp claws to carve the roots of trees and absorb moisture and nutrients. It does not like sunlight, so it avoids it. Kecleon, the color swap Pokémon. Kecleon is able to blend into its surroundings by changing the color of its body. Kecleon is a bipedal, reptilian Pokémon that is usually green, but a purplish variant has been seen in the anime and the Pokémon Mystery Dungeon games. Regardless of its main body color, the remaining markings will be the same. On either sides of its head are yellow frills, which are connected by lines to its yellow lips and rings around its eyes. There are small ridges on its shoulders and a red zigzag stripe around its midsection. The hands and feet have 3 short digits each, and it has yellow soles. It also has a long skinny tail that is usually curled tightly in a spiral. Kecleon changes the colors of its body for camouflage or to show emotion. However, it is unable to change the color of its red stripe. With the camouflage making it appear almost invisible, it can sneak up on prey and then snare them with its long pink tongue. It lives in forests. Espurr, the restraint Pokémon. Espurr's psychic energy can travel hundreds of feet, blasting everything around it. Espurr is a small, bipedal, feline Pokémon. Its fur is mussed and a pale gray color with the exception of its ears, which are cream-rimmed, and its paws, which have short cream socks. It has wide, annular lilac eyes with darker purple pupils. It has a small, triangular nose and tiny mouth. It has a small, fluffy, slightly curled tail. Its ears, quite large in proportion to its body, are folded, beneath them are 2 ring-shaped buff-colored organs. These organs emit Espurr's intense psychic powers, and said power would leak out were the ears not sheltering the organs. When its mouth is open, 2 pointed teeth can be seen on its upper jaw. Espurr are solitary in the wild, they act on their own and each values its independence. Venipede, the centipede Pokémon. Venipede explores its surroundings by sensing vibrations in the air with feelers on its head and tail. Venipede is an insectoid Pokémon with a pronounced hump on the upper portion of its body. Its thorax and head are mainly magenta with black markings that consist of rings on its shoulders, a band around each antenna, and an upside-down Y on its neck. A prominent ridge leading down to a pointed tip splits the top half of its head, and its lower jaw is black. It has round, heavy-lidded eyes that bulge away from the head slightly. Venipede's dark green abdomen is segmented, and it has 4 pairs of stubby black legs. 2 short feelers banded with black extend from its hindquarters, which it uses in addition to its antennae to explore its surroundings and detect prey by sensing air vibrations. Venipede is brutally aggressive, and its bite injects a poison strong enough to paralyze large bird Pokémon. Serena decided to catch one of these Pokémon that came from the bushes on the main route. Audino, the hearing Pokémon. Audino has incredibly sensitive hearing, using its ears like radar to pick up even the faintest sounds. Audino is a bipedal, pink and cream Pokémon with oval, blue eyes. The top of its head, its back, and arms are pink, while the lower half of its face, body, ears are cream-colored, as well as its front and fingers. The patterning of pink and cream on its chest resembles a jacket. There are 3 digits on its hands and 2 on its feet. It has a puffy, white tuft for a tail. Audino has floppy ears with thin, curled extensions on the underside. It can use these ears as radars, and it has an incredible hearing ability. The feelers on its ears act like stethoscopes in that it can feel the beat of another Pokemon's heart, to assess the Pokemon's feelings and overall physical condition. The feelers are also able to determine when an egg is close to hatching. Audino is also the only known Pokemon to know secret power naturally by leveling up. Finally, they reached the Parfum Palace. It was definitely a palace compared to the castle at Camphrier Town. The entire place was filled to the brim with bushes that were hedged to resemble objects like in the magazines, and these were all about Pokemon. Ignoring all that, they just wanted to find this princess and demand for the Poke Flute. Unfortunately, when they did happen upon the said princess who was shorter than the Lord of Camphrier Town, things took a turn for the worst. Ali refused to hand over the flute, saying that it was hers and that the Lord was too fat and too bland to own it. She couldn't care less about how the residents of Camphrier Town had to await for a poor harvest because Snorlax can't be awakened. She then saw Ash's Pikachu and finally made a deal with the trainers. She will face Ash's Pikachu in a Pokemon battle with these stakes. If she won, Ash will have to give up his Pikachu to her, and if she lost, she will give over the flute. But when Pikachu landed a thunderbolt which frizzles and ruined Ali's Furfur's fur, she called off the match to fix it. But when Ash protested, it was revealed that Ali was never going to give up the flute in the first place. She secretly had the real stakes in reverse, sought had she only gave up the flute as Ash lost, and that Ash will have to give up his Pikachu if he won. As Serena and Pikachu grew red from all this unfairness, Ali called Ash stupid for believing and trusting her and laughed at how she supposedly had it all in her favor. But she never counted on something like this. In that case, I won't say sorry. Ash then said, which confused everyone present and including the spoiled princess. Oh. And for what? For throwing away your Pokemon in your stupid attempt to get my flute? The princess said in her usual arrogant tone until some screams came from within her palace, followed by some glass breaking. Turning around, everyone but Ash was surprised to see a window broken and two Pokemon soaring from within. A Ledian and a Fletchinder. And in their arms and claws was a flute with a pokeball on the end piece. That was the Poke Flute. What is the meaning of this? The princess demanded. Serena also wanted to know what was going on and turned to see Ash smirking as he extended his arm to take the flute from his flying Pokemon, whom settled on his shoulders. Good work, you two. Ash said and took out a couple small treats that his Pokemon happily nibbled on. And don't you dare call me a cheater. After you broke your promise all because you are a princess, I figured that one bad turn deserves another. And after what the king of Camphrier told us, I figured that you will try something like this to get at my Pokemon. Ash said, and as he begun to turn and walk off the battlefield, he said something that froze the princess and her maids on the spot like garden statues. Feel free to chase after me, but that will give the Pokemon in your bushes the perfect chance of getting inside your palace. And to put the finishing touches, Ash pointed to the wild Lediba, Ledian, Butterfree, Pidgey, Sentret, Beedrill and Fletching from the outside forest and from within the palace gardens, entering via the broken window. Meanwhile the Venipede, Zigzagoon, Gulpin, Nincada, and Oddish were entering the door that was left open for some reason. Aieeee. My palace. The princess shrieked at the sight and begun ordering her staff and servants to stop the Pokemon from entering and ruining his palace. This, of course, made her forget about Ash and his Pikachu and even the Poke Flute. The trainers and Pokemon just showed themselves out of the gardens, having enough of the horrible and self-centered designs. They just made their way to Camphrier Town and returned the Poke Flute to the king, who played it for the Snorlax to till the fields and garden soil for another year's harvest. They got a king's farewell from the town since the trainers can't afford to stay in town too long. They needed to get back on the road, but know before seeing that the Parfum Palace was probably still filled with wild Pokemon, as Ash and Serena could still see them flooding out of their bushes and treetops in that direction. They practically hear the screams of the spoiled princess, who seemed to could only do so much while trying to get all the wild Pokemon out of her home. I guess that when they do good things for others, good karma is bound to happen after all. End of Chapter 6. Previously on Ash the Iron Trainer. Finally, they reached the Parfum Palace. It was definitely a palace compared to the castle at Camphrier Town. The entire place was filled to the brim with bushes that were hedged to resemble objects like in the magazines, and these were all about Pokémon. Ignoring all that, they just wanted to find this princess and demand for the poke flute. Unfortunately, when they did happen upon the said princess who was shorter than the Lord of Camphrier Town, things took a turn for the worst. Ali refused to hand over the flute, saying that it was hers and that the Lord was too fat and too bland to own it. She couldn't care less about how the residents of Camphrier Town had to await for a poor harvest because Snorlax can't be awakened. She then saw Ash's Pikachu and finally made a deal with the trainers. She will face Ash's Pikachu in a Pokemon battle with these stakes. If she won, Ash will have to give up his Pikachu to her, and if she lost, she will give over the flute. But when Pikachu landed a thunderbolt which frizzles and ruined Ali's Furfur's fur, she called off the match to fix it. But when Ash protested, it was revealed that Ali was never going to give up the flute in the first place. She just gave the match as an excuse to keep the flute and keep Ash's Pikachu. Ali called Ash stupid for believing and trusting her and laughed at how she supposedly had it all in her favor. But she never counted on something like this. In that case, I won't say sorry. Ash then said, which confused everyone present and including the spoiled princess. Oh. And for what? For throwing away your Pokemon in your stupid attempt to get my flute? The princess said in her usual arrogant tone until some screams came from within her palace followed by some glass breaking. Turning around, everyone but Ash was surprised to see a window broken and two Pokemon soaring from within. A Ledian and a Fletchinder. And in their arms and claws was a flute with a pokeball on the end piece. That was the poke flute. What is the meaning of this? The princess demanded. Serena also wanted to know what was going on and turned to see Ash smirking as he extended his arm to take the flute from his flying Pokemon whom settled on his shoulders. Good work you two. Ash said and took out a couple small treats that his Pokemon happily nibbled on. And don't you dare call me a cheater. After you broke your promise all because you are a princess, I figured that one bad turn deserves another. And after what the king of Camphrier told us, I figured that you will try something like this to get at my Pokemon. Ash said, and as he begun to turn and walk off the battlefield, he said something that froze the princess and her maids on the spot like garden statues. Feel free to chase after me, but that will give the Pokemon in your bushes the perfect chance of getting inside your palace. And to put the finishing touches, Ash pointed to the wild Lediba, Ledian, Butterfree, Pidgey, Sentret, Beedrill and Fletching from the outside forest and from within the palace gardens entering via the broken window. Meanwhile the Venipede, Zigzagoon, Gulpin, Nincada, and Oddish were entering the door that was left open for some reason. Aieeee. My palace. The princess shrieked at the sight and begun ordering her staff and servants to stop the Pokemon from entering and ruining his palace. This, of course, made her forget about Ash and his Pikachu and even the poke flute. The trainers and Pokemon just showed themselves out of the gardens, having enough of the horrible and self-centered designs. They just made their way to Camphrier Town and returned the poke flute to the king, who played it for the Snorlax to till the fields and garden soil for another year's harvest. They got a king's farewell from the town since the trainers can't afford to stay in town too long. They needed to get back on the road, but know before seeing that the Parfum Palace was probably still filled with wild Pokemon, as Ash and Serena could still see them flooding out of their bushes and treetops in that direction. They practically hear the screams of the spoiled princess, who seemed to could only do so much while trying to get all the wild Pokemon out of her home. I guess that when they do good things for others, good karma is bound to happen after all. XXXXX. After the incident at the Parfum Palace, Ash and the gang were comparing notes on the latest in their Pokemon catching and filling out the Pokédex. Smeargle, the painter Pokemon. Colored fluids ooze from their tails, which they use to mark their territory and to express themselves. Smeargle is a beagle-like, bipedal Pokemon with white and brown fur. It has a long tail with an end resembling a paintbrush. This paintbrush oozes with paint, and the color of the paint may vary for each Smeargle. Smeargle will use the paint to mark its territory. It can also use its signature move, Sketch, to copy moves from other Pokémon. Smeargle has a footprint on its back that is the same color as the tip of the tail. Smeargle also has a round structure on its head with a point that resembles a beret. It has floppy, brown ears and a brown collar on its neck. The rings encircling Smeargle's eyes are also brown, as are Smeargle's eyelids. Its arms have 2 brown bands, and its legs have only 1. Each of its limbs have 3 digits. Smeargle is often found in urban areas. Ash caught one since he learned that Smeargle could only learn Sketch while unable to learn any other move in another way. To him, it was a challenge to train, and Ash needed a challenge before his life gets boring, and besides, with Sketch, Smeargle can be very unpredictable Pokémon. Ash just had explained while Smeargle's Pokeball disappeared. Volbeat, the Firefly Pokémon. Volbeat uses the designs on its tail for sketching and communicating with other Volbeat. Volbeat is a firefly-like, bipedal Pokémon. Its body is black with a blue chest and abdomen. There are 2 yellow stripes across its front, one on its chest and one near its legs. A red band separates each limb from its body and a thicker, incomplete one surrounds its shoulders. 2 simple wings extend from the band around its shoulder. It has a blue face with yellow eyes, and curly, yellow antennae with black stripes. It has a spherical yellow tail, which glows to communicate and draw geometric patterns in the sky while in a swarm. Additionally, the glow allows it to use its former signature moves, Tail Glow and Signal Beam. This is a male-only species, Illumise is its female counterpart. Volbeat is attracted by the sweet aroma given off by Illumise. It lives in forests near clean ponds, but will move if the pond becomes dirty. Illumise, the Firefly Pokémon. Illumise uses sweet scent to lure in Volbeat, having them draw geometric patterns in the sky. Illumise is a firefly-like, bipedal Pokémon. It has a blue face and large, slanted blue eyes with purple markings at the corners. Surrounding its head are purple curls that frame its face. Its antennae are small and yellow. Its body is black with a blue belly and a yellow bid marking. Its arms and legs are black and are connected to the body by purple borders. It has small wings used for flying with others, and a pattern of 3 oblong yellow spots on its rear. This is a female-only species, Volbeat is. Its male counterpart. Illumise uses its sweet aromas to lure in Volbeat and have them draw geometric patterns in the sky. It is said to earn respect from others by composing designs that are more complex. Over 200 different patterns have been discovered. It is a nocturnal Pokémon that lives in forests. Rosalia, the thorn Pokémon and the evolved form of Mewtwo. Rosalia's aroma can bring serenity, but the thorns on its head contain a vicious poison. Rosalia is a small, light green bipedal Pokémon. It has 3 thorns on top of its head, and it has black eyes with long eyelashes. Visible from the back is a small stretch of yellow coloration around its neck, much like a collar. There are leaves extending from its shoulders like epaulets. It has a leaf skirt with a yellow stripe running down the front. A male will have a shorter skirt than a female. It holds a rose in each of its hands, a red one in its right and a blue one in its left. However, it is said that it will occasionally have unusually colored flowers. Rosalia's aroma brings serenity, but the thorns on its head contain a vicious poison. The more healthy it is, the more pleasant its flower's aroma. It can lull opponents to sleep using its former signature move, Grass Whistle. It shoots sharp thorns at anything that tries to steal its flowers, and uses different poisons in each hand when it attacks. It lives in grassy areas where it drinks nutrient-rich spring water. Croagunk, the toxic mouth Pokémon. It lives in swamps and forests where there is very little light. It prefers moist places. Croagunk is a dark blue, bipedal Pokémon that resembles a poison dart frog. It has yellow eyes, which are surrounded by black markings. There are orange, expandable pouches on its cheeks, and its teeth are wide and flat. A black marking encircles its upper arms and chest, and there are white bands around its chest. The white markings are slightly higher up on the female Krogunk than the male. It has 3 fingers and toes, most of which are black. The only digits that are not black are its center fingers, which are orange instead. Krogunk's cheek pouches and fingers contain a poisonous fluid. However, the fluid squeezed from its finger is also a significant ingredient in remedies for lower back pain. The cheek pouches can be used to create an unnerving sound. When its opponents are distracted, it tries to stab them with its fingers. Despite this, it is a mild Pokémon, fighting only to ensure its own survival. Ducklet, the water bird Pokémon. A skilled diver, Ducklet swims underwater in search of its favorite food, peat moss. Ducklet is light blue, duckling-like Pokémon. It has 2 feathery tufts on its head that connect at the bottom, forming a V-shape. It has a darker blue, feathery underside which makes it appear as if it were in mid-mount. It has yellow, webbed feet and a small tail. Ducklet lives around ponds and rivers. It is a talented diver and can spray water from its feathers for self-defense. The foe is distracted by the spray, allowing Ducklet to escape. Hoppip, the cottonweed Pokémon. This hopping Pokémon is light as a feather, and can be lifted by the gentlest breeze. Hoppip is a round, pink Pokémon with long green leaves growing on top of its head. The leaves on its head have ragged edges, similar to a dandelion. It has big, triangular ears with dark insides and beady yellow eyes that lack pupils. Its arms and legs are stubby, and it has a short tail with a rounded tip. There is a circular yellow pad on the underside of each foot. Hoppip's body is very light, and it is easily lifted off the ground by winds and will drift in the air. Hoppip can sense approaching strong winds. In order to avoid being blown away, it clusters and links leaves with other Hoppip or grips the ground firmly with its feet. However, it enjoys gentle breezes. Hoppip lives in grasslands, although some also drift through fields, mountains, and even urban environments. Serena happened to like these Pokémon and they seem to like her too. Ash theorized that it must have been the scents and perfumes, both man-made and natural. Spritzy, the perfume Pokémon. Spritzy gives off a fragrance that delights anyone who smells it, which changes depending on what Spritzy eats. Spritzy is a pink avian Pokémon with a white beak that takes up most of its face, reminiscent of a doctor's mask. It has orange eyes with long lashes that lay near the beak. It has a large, curly tuft of feathers on top of its head, as well as 2 small, pink wings. Its feet are light purple, and appear to curl up into its body during flight. The scent it emits, which can vary depending on its diet, enraptures those who smell it. Swirlix, the cotton candy Pokémon. Swirlix only eats sweets, making its fur as sticky as cotton candy. Swirlix is a small, fluffy white Pokémon with 2 pink spots on the top of its head. It has a small pink nose in between its 2 eyes, which have pink sclera and a white pupil. The lower half of its body is light pink, and its tail is pink with some white near the base. Its mouth is covered with the fluffy substance that covers the rest of its body, and its pink tongue is constantly sticking out. When it opens its mouth, 2 pointed teeth can be seen just below its upper lip. Its feet are rarely visible. When they are seen to be a light shade of pink. It can entangle its opponents with white sticky thread. It only eats sweets, which makes its fur as sticky as cotton candy. But the real shocker to top the day off was when they found the Battle Chateau. The Battle Chateau was something that originated in Kalos and hasn't yet introduced to any other region yet. Basically, the place was part of a set of castles that date back to the medieval times of Kalos, over 1,000 years ago. What is done in the Battle Chateau is pretty much what is in the title. Members who join and attend will battle each other in Pokémon duels. However, there are rules and limits. Aside from the regular rules in a Pokémon battle that every trainer knew, there were additional things to be aware of. First, there was the title of the trainer. There were 6 in total, and in this order: Baron Baroness for first comers, Viscount Viscountess, Earl Countess, Marquis Marchioness, Duke Duchess, and the Grand Duke Grand Duchess as the highest rank any member can ever hold. The most important thing to remember about your rank is that you can't challenge someone whose rank doesn't match your own. The only way to increase your rank is to stack up your victories until the minimum is completed, for the staff to award the one with the winning streak. Another to remember is that when you lose, you will stay in your rank but with the list of wins as that rank will fall to 0. Those were all the extra rules to the Battle Chateau, and now let's see just how Ash did and the gang first learn all that. It all started several moments ago. So that is the Battle Chateau, Nico? Ash said while walking with Serena down a path and facing an older boy who wore an orange cap that had white glasses attached. His right cheek had a bandage on, his hair was an indigo color and his eyes were black. He was wearing overalls over a red shirt. A black undershirt is also showing and a matching wristband was on his right wrist. I am sure. It never changes, yo. Unfortunately, at least for Serena, Nico, and his younger brother named Chester, who wore clothes very similar to his brother's only in a green theme, had the annoying tendency to rap at the end of their sentences and they were proudly bad at it. That is where I win. Try for my 10th win and then I will be able to advance to the next rank. All this talk about ranks, just what aren't you not telling us, Nico? Ash said, and please cut that out. No one is happy about all that rapping. I can't help it. I just love to talk as happy as I really am. Nico of course never listened to anything that was negative about his rapping habit, another thing that Chester takes after. And so both trainers plus one Pokémon had to listen to that racket until they entered the castle via the main entrance, where they were greeted from a man who was the stereotypical butler that was accompanied by a woman dressed in the manner of a stereotypical maid. They both acted the roles very convincing. Welcome Baron Nico. I see you have brought some friends. Are they trainers? He introduced himself as Turner, who was once a duke himself until he ultimately decided to take over as the owner of the castle, where he oversaw countless more matches with his maid named Molly. They sure are, and they are interested in joining this time. Nico answered and Turner nodded. Very well. We are always open to trainers who wish to join us. This way. Turner led the trainers through a hallway that led from the front door and into a much larger room. One that is filled nearly to the brim with various other trainers, given that they had Pokeballs on their belts and some even had Pokemon outside besides them. Are they all members? Ash asked while subconsciously grasping Serena's hand. He had this feeling of doing it, and with good timing, because the girl in question was getting a little nervous given the large amount of strangers and strong-looking Pokemon in the room. They sure are, young man. And they all are very executional trainers of all the titles they fought hard for. Turner said until he was given the names of the trainers. Thank you. Now all we need to do is start a match for Baron Nico, since he had sent a request to our castle. You mean there is more than one battle chateau in Kalos? Ash asked and turned and Nico nodded. The former then showed Ash and Serena a map of Kalos, showing that Lumio City was at the center of it all and all the roads ultimately led back to the city. There were dots in various spots but mostly on the many routes, including where they were right now. Ash folded the copy of the map and placed it in his large backpack via Pikachu's helpful hands. Later, Nico had found a fellow Baron named Farrell, and so they left the hall by a couple of exits to the left of the room. Outside, surrounded by water of the lake above which the battle chateau was built on, the two Baron-ranked trainers faced each other, while each wearing a robe that proved that they were Barons. The capes were white with a golden edge and a yellow rope, there to tighten the robe. Nico took out a Fletchinder that he showed to Ash before seeing that the latter had one as well. But it was Farrell's Pokemon that really got Ash's attention. It was a primarily black Pokemon somewhat resembling a Cyclops. Its cylindrical head was light gray with a single eye that has a yellow iris and a red pupil. There was a yellow band near the top of its head, and a short, yellow antenna with a disc-shaped tip extends from on top. 6 flat projections extended from the base of its neck and surround its head, resembling an upturned collar. It had well-developed arms with 2 yellow bands near its wrists and large, gray hands. On the front of its torso were 2 almond-shaped markings, and on its back were 2 circular markings. Both sets of markings resembled eyes. A yellow band encircled its body, zigzagging along the front and forming a long curve around the back. Finally, it had a wispy tail in place of feet. Ash took out his Pokédex at the same time as Serena, and they all listened to the mechanical voice saying, "Dusk Noir, the Gripper Pokémon. The antenna on its head captures radio waves from the world of spirits that command it to take people there. A ghost type without a doubt, I have heard of them this scary." Ash said, and Serena had to agree since she was shivering next to his arm in fright at the appearance of this Dusk Noir. And yet the fight didn't take too long. Even though Dusknoir used a super effective thunder punch on Nico's Fletchinder, the Gripper Pokémon fell to a flame charge only worthy of a highly trained Fletchinder. Upon this victory, Nico was given a new robe which was red instead of white, the proof of a Baron turned Viscountess. All this had made Ash and Serena even more excited. And since they had plenty of time on their hands, they wanted to try it out as Barons themselves. Thankfully, there was another trainer who wanted to try as a Baron for Serena since Ash and Chester already had their match. Ash used his Pikachu while Chester took out a Fletchling that knew quick attack like Pikachu and a Steel-type move named Steel Wing. But what really set the odds was when Fletchling somehow used Feather Dance to lower Pikachu's attack power. Ash finally won when Pikachu was able to outrun Fletchling while counteracting the effects of Feather Dance by using Iron Tail multiple times to build up the damage and land a super effective Thunderbolt. That allowed him to become a Baron. After that, he used Steel Team that he called of the 4 Steel-type Pokémon that welcomed him to Kalos. Honedge went against a Scatterbug, Poniard faced a Lediba, Durant with a Bidoof and Mawile finished a Burmy, all belonged to fellow Barons. His Skiddo, Frogadier, Fletchinder and Kadabra also pinched in. Now he had just one last fight until he becomes a Baron, just like with Nico. He stopped there because he wanted to see Serena fight in the Battle Chateau. Meanwhile, Serena had a ball herself. In detail of her fight to earn the Baron title, she pitched her Braixen against what the trainer called as Honchkrow. It was a Pokémon that neither Serena nor Ash had seen before. They just to look it up. Honchkrow, the big boss Pokémon and the evolved form of Murkrow. Honchkrow recruits many Murkrow to travel with it, and it spends much of its time at home preening its feathers. Honchkrow is a dark blue avian Pokémon with plumage resembling a person dressed in formal attire. It has a large feather crest resembling a fedora hat that has spikes extending from the back. It has circular red eyes with white sclera and dark blue eyelids. Its yellow beak is slightly curved, and its head is supported by a broad, short neck. Honchkrow has a white and prominent crest of feathers on its chest that bears resemblance to a beard or cravat. Its wings have red feathers on the inside. Honchkrow has black feet with 4 toes. The tail's base is a white, cylindrical stalk, on which there is a growth of red feathers on the end. Honchkrow is known to be ruthless. With a mere cry, it can summon and organize flocks of Murkrow in this manner, and is known as the Summoner of the Night, by the pitch-black darkness that often accompanies such a spectacle. Use Fire Spin. Serena wanted to see just what can this dark and flying type can do, and what better way than to trap it in a torrent of flames that will constantly eat away Honchkrow's health. Braixen used the stick that was inside her tail to summon flames from seemingly nowhere and covered it in Honchkrow. There goes Sucker Punch, the trainer muttered under his breath since apparently his initial plan didn't start off as good. Use Haze. Honchkrow ignored the burning pain and generated some kind of dark smoke that covered the entire Flyde, with the user safe in the skies. Flame Charge. Serena of course ignored the haze and hoped that Braixen will speed up like when she first read about Flame Charge. After engulfing herself in flame, she charged and hit Honchkrow, and then Light Screen. Serena shouted since she learned that it is handy to increase a fire-type Pokémon's special defense since its type weakness are mostly special attacks. But nothing happened. What happened? Serena started to panic and so did Braixen until... Serena. It was Ash's voice that got their attention. It is the effects of haze. It prevents both Pokémon from stat changing. But it will wear off, so try for the offense until it does. Ash shouted, and Serena was able to get her guard up when her opponent decided to go out now that Ash had told Serena what was going on. Swagger! He shouted, and Honchkrow smirked and caused Braixen to become so enraged, she was confused about it. And the effects of the haze had prevented the attack increasing addition of a standard swagger. She was just acting all clumsy and was seeing some kind of small red birds walk in a big circle around the level of her eyes. Braixen. Serena knew what confusion does. It has a greater change of self-harm and failure to carry out a move than using it just fine. Try Psybeam. Serena just had to see if Braixen can still fight. She was wrong. Use Flame Charge. Now that her opponent had her on edge, all Serena could do was try to work her way through it. Her Braixen had just hurt herself in her confusion, which was a lot given how exhausted and hurt she looked. Braixen was, fortunately, stable enough this time to try and use Flame Charge to do more damage to Honchkrow. But Sucker Punch. Since Serena used an attack move, Honchkrow was able to get the first hit in due to Sucker Punch's priority, the highest of them all when the opposing Pokémon is using an attack move while not using a status move. Use Wing Attack. Serena's opponent was definitely fighting hard and smart to use physical moves against a fire type. Try a Psybeam. That was about as optimistic as a little child who believes that they got the game in the bag, and that was the best anyone can say about Serena. Saw that her Braixen was able to shake off the confusion. But when the Psybeam landed on Honchkrow, it did nothing at all. You still have a lot to learn. Serena's opponent taunted her, and it didn't help that Honchkrow was still hovering with wings strong while Braixen was. Use Night Slash. Honchkrow obeyed and struck the injured and defenseless Braixen with a wing covered in dark and eerie energy that landed a very nasty hit on the fire type. Braixen. Serena felt that she was in a nightmare, from which she was able to wake up because it hurt that much. Her Pokémon never got up from that spot she landed. Braixen is unable to battle. Honchkrow is the winner. Greena has now earned the position as Baron. Molly announced while Serena just returned her Braixen. Before this new Baron will rub all this embarrassment further into her face and in front of Ash. She felt like everything she learned from Ash was wasted on that defeat until Serena felt someone hug her tightly outside the front door of the Battle Chateau Castle. Don't worry about what they all have to say. They will just make you feel even worse about this. That voice was definitely Ash's, but Serena didn't feel happy about her crush hugging her. Her heart was like it suddenly turned to lead and was trying to sink down past her stomach, dragging the rest of her insides with it. Don't feel that way. You did better than my first battle. What? Serena nearly lost her breath. That was the last thing she ever expected from Ash. He always won his matches and seemingly like he never lost in his life. This will not stop the Serena I know and love from moving on, learning from her mistakes, and do much better when the next chance comes. Please, be that girl. Ash then said, and Serena suddenly felt lighthearted. Ash was asking of her to be that type of girl, for him. Please, I want that Serena for a friend, and I also want you to be that friend. After a while, it was just them with Pikachu somewhere else since he wanted to give them some time to themselves. Then Serena broke into tears again, and this time, she lifted her arms to grasp Ash's, using no strength to pry them off. She just wanted to know if the arms were still holding her tightly, and she cried double on that one. Okay, Ash. I will do my best to be the friend you always wanted. Please say that you still want to be friends with me. If I wanted to not be friends anymore, then we were never friends. Never say things like that. I will never leave someone like you, Serena. Ash said, and Serena nodded while the raven-haired trainer signaled for Pikachu to come and join them on the path leading away from the Battle Chateau, but not before they got another surprise. And that is a story for another day. XXXXX. After the hassle, disgrace, and promise at the Battle Chateau, Ash and the gang continued on the trip to Sillage City. That is where Ash will try for his second gym badge. Zubat, the Bat Pokémon. Zubat remains quietly unmoving in a dark spot during the bright daylight hours. It does so because prolonged exposure to the sun causes its body to become slightly burned. Zubat is a blue, bat-like Pokémon. While it lacks eyes, it has pointed ears with purple insides and a mouth with 4 pointed teeth. There are 2 pointed teeth on both the upper and lower jaws, and a male will have larger pointed teeth than the female. It has purple wing membrane support by 2 elongated fingers, and 2 long, thin, tails. Zubat lives in abundance in caves. It has evolved to have neither eyes nor nostrils, instead navigating through dark environments with echolocation. During the daytime, Zubat sleeps hanging upside down in caves, forests, or under the eaves of old buildings, avoiding sunlight at all costs. Daylight causes Zubat to become unhealthy, and prolonged exposure can even burn its skin. However, captured and trained Zubat have been recorded as being much more tenacious in the daytime, even when directly exposed to sunbeams. Whizmore, the Whisper Pokémon. Whizmore can become so startled by the sound of its own crying, that it will continue to cry until finally falling asleep from exhaustion. Whizmore is a mauve, bipedal Pokémon with a spherical body. It has 2 stubby arms and 2 round, yellow-tipped feet that lack toes. Its ear covers are long and rabbit-like with yellow tips, and the ear openings can be seen as a hole at the base of each ear cover. Its eyes appear as cross or plus sign-like black marks, and it has a simple, wide mouth usually shown open. It has a small, plug-like tail with a hole in it and a yellow crescent marking above it. Whizmore's murmurs are barely audible, but when it senses danger, it lets out a cry at an ear-splitting level. While it is crying, it will cry louder from being startled by its own cries. It breathes through its ear canals, which allow it to cry continually without having to breathe. It stops crying when its ear covers are shut. It lives in caves. Meditite, the Meditate Pokémon. Meditite uses meditation to increase its power, never skipping a single day of yoga training. Meditite is a humanoid, bipedal Pokémon that resembles a person meditating. It usually sits in a yoga position, with knees bent and feet together with its hands resting on its knees. Its lower body is blue, with white on the wrists, feet, and lower body. Its onion-shaped head is also white with large eyes and pink ovals on its cheeks. It has round, swirled ears on the sides of its head. These ears are higher up on a male than on a female. Meditite heightens its inner energy and spiritual power through the meditation, which allows it to levitate. It trains hours a day, and never skips its daily yoga training. Its training never ends, since it loses concentration and focus while meditating. It eats 1 berry per day as part of training, which tempers its spirit and makes its senses sharper. It lives and trains on the mountains. Axew, the Tusk Pokémon. Axew marks its territory by making scratch marks on trees with its tusks, which regrow if they fall out. Axew is a bipedal, grayish-green Pokémon with pale, straight tusks protruding from the sides of its mouth. These tusks can regenerate if broken, and will regrow if they fall out. This repeated regrowth strengthens and sharpens its tusks. The tusks serve numerous purposes, from making territorial gashes in trees to crushing berries for eating. The back of its head is dark grayish-green with a tall, slightly curved horn. Large, dark grayish-green ovals surround its red eyes, and it has a short, rounded snout with large nostrils. A forest green collar marking encircles its neck. Axew's limbs and tail are short, with its forelimbs having 3 digits and its feet having 2 digits. Stop! Ash said with his booming voice echoing in the cave, which successfully stopped Serena from leaving via the exit of the cave. It is already night out there and we are too far away from any Pokémon Center to kick in for the night. It is best that we stay put. Ash said, and Serena didn't want to admit this, but it was indeed dark outside the cave, and with wild Pokémon, the outdoors will be the worst to spend the night. But Serena still wanted to protest even though her front was a tad weak with her stuttering. What about the hideous and disgusting Pokémon? They will attack us if we stay in here much longer. I wanted to get to the next Pokémon Center. Serena. Ash said with a soft but stern tone that had silenced his human companion completely. But he didn't say anything else after that, only point his attention and an open hand to the ceiling. Serena then saw that the Zubat in question were not attacking them, they were instead hanging on the stone stalactites like regular bats, softly snoring. They were sleeping instead attacking them. Pokémon in the wild only attack if they personally find a good reason to. Whatever, because they are just mean or that we have offended them in some way. But I know Zubat, they are among the friendliest Pokémon in the world, so I have seen so far. They won't attack if we anger or scare them, and we are doing neither, so we will be just fine. Ash said with a voice that never raised or lowered its volume. Then Ash pointed for Serena to look in another direction and saw the wild Metatite, Axu, and Whismore in groups and also silently and softly snoring the night away. It looked rather cute to Serena, who blushed at the sight, like a few-month-old infants during their nap time, huddled together with their friends. Wow! Serena was no longer shouting and almost lost her voice altogether. This is what Pokémon really are, Serena, and ever since I left on my journey, I never enjoyed such beautiful sights. It was the only way to remind me of the time I first met you, Serena. You must understand that much. Ash said before finding a space that was not taken by the Pokémon and relaxed on the wall. The stalactites and stalagmites didn't bother him at all. After Pikachu found Ash's pack a very comfy bed, Serena decided that she needed to find a place to sleep or at least relax on, since they were still full of energy from the fun day at the Battle Chateau. And for some reason, Serena didn't feel the least bit annoyed when she saw that Ash and Pikachu had dozed off before she will even sit down next to them. Right on the other side of Ash to Pikachu. Serena wanted to be as close to Ash as possible since she still felt a little nervous about staying in a cave filled with Pokémon. She always dreamed of sleeping at least right next to Ash, to be able to lay her head on his shoulders. Serena always read in the romance novels, that couples always find it very comfy with a head on the other's shoulder. And it was, more than it shows in those novels. It was like Serena had found the most comfy pillow in Kalos and it is all hers. Then Serena felt like Ash was moving his head, like her bold move awoke him. Thinking of moving fast enough to leave tracks in the cave floor, Serena instead stayed still as a statue. All because Ash didn't wake up. Instead, he just moved his head so that his cheek will be on Serena's forehead. It was like he knew she was there but didn't do a thing about it. Serena didn't even care about why Ash did that, she was enjoying the feeling of warmth that filled her from the head up. Ash, I knew that you will do this someday. I just wish that I can be the girl, the friend you make the luckiest in the world. Finally, Serena closed her eyes while not budging from her place next to Ash, with all the peace and quiet found in a cave, even one filled to the brim with wild Pokémon. XXXXX. Later, the next morning. Well, we are out of the cave and now on Route 8, or as they call it, the Muraille Coast. Ash said. Great. I was getting a little tired of those creepy Pokémon. Serena said until she noticed that Ash was not taking that very well. I take that back, Ash. I swear. She panicked, thinking that Ash was going to blow up in front of her face. Instead, Ash just sighed, Serena, you need to respect and remember the fact that Pokémon are found in all shapes and sizes, and if you don't like one, then that is too bad. You won't like it when you are seen as ugly or creepy by others, do you? Ash said, and Serena nodded. I just can't stand those who think that they can break hearts because they think that only beauty deserves to be trained, and including those who think that only the strong Pokémon deserve to be trained. They are nothing but bullies, and I will rather die than be one of them someday. Ash then stated until he trailed off into the distance while speaking that last distance. Ash. Serena muttered and ran after Ash, who started to walk down the path. Just what kind of trainer are you, Ash? And just what kind of boy did you become since I last saw you? Serena had no idea that she will learn so soon when the answer becomes clear. End of chapter. Previously on Ash the Iron Trainer. But Serena still wanted to protest even though her front was a tad weak with her stuttering. What about the hideous and disgusting Pokémon? They will attack us if we stay in here much longer. I wanted to get to the next Pokemon Center. Serena. Ash said with a soft but stern tone that had silenced his human companion completely. But he didn't say anything else after that, only point his attention and an open hand to the ceiling. Serena then saw that the Zubat in question were not attacking them, they were instead hanging on the stone stalactites like regular bats, softly snoring. They were sleeping instead attacking them. Pokemon in the wild only attack if they personally find a good reason to. Whatever, because they are just mean or that we have offended them in some way. But I know Zubat, they are among the friendliest Pokemon in the world, so I have seen so far. They won't attack if we anger or scare them, and we are doing neither, so we will be just fine. Ash said with a voice that never raised or lowered its volume. Then Ash pointed for Serena to look in another direction and saw the wild Meditite, Axu, and Whizmore in groups and also silently and softly snoring the night away. It looked rather cute to Serena, who blushed at the sight, like a few-month-old infants during their nap time, huddled together with their friends. Wow! Serena was no longer shouting and almost lost her voice altogether. This is what Pokemon really are, Serena, and ever since I left on my journey, I've always enjoyed such beautiful sights. It was the only way to remind me of the time I first met you, Serena. You must understand that much. Ash said before finding a space that was not taken by the Pokemon and relaxed on the wall. The stalactites and stalagmites didn't bother him at all. After Pikachu found Ash's pack a very comfy bed, Serena decided that she needed to find a place to sleep or at least relax on, since they were still full of energy from the fun day at the Battle Chateau. And for some reason, Serena didn't feel the least bit annoyed when she saw that Ash and Pikachu had dozed off before she will even sit down next to them. Right on the other side of Ash to Pikachu. Serena wanted to be as close to Ash as possible since she still felt a little nervous about staying in a cave filled with Pokemon. She always dreamed of sleeping at least right next to Ash, to be able to lay her head on his shoulders. Serena always read in the romance novels, that couples always find it very comfy with a head on the other's shoulder. And it was, more than it shows in those novels. It was like Serena had found the most comfy pillow in Kalos and it is all hers. Then Serena felt like Ash was moving his head, like her bold move awoke him. Thinking of moving fast enough to leave tracks in the cave floor, Serena instead stayed still as a statue. All because Ash didn't wake up. Instead, he just moved his head so that his cheek will be on Serena's forehead. It was like he knew she was there but didn't do a thing about it. Serena didn't even care about why Ash did that, she was enjoying the feeling of warmth that filled her from the head up. Ash, I knew that you will do this someday. I just wish that I can be the girl, the friend you make the luckiest in the world. Finally, Serena closed her eyes while not budging from her place next to Ash, with all the peace and quiet found in a cave, even one filled to the brim with wild Pokemon. XXXXX. Later, the next morning. Well, we are out of the cave and now en route. 8, or as they call it, the Muraille Coast. Ash said. Great. I was getting a little tired of those creepy Pokemon. Serena said until she noticed that Ash was not taking that very well. I take that back, Ash. I swear. She panicked, thinking that Ash was going to blow up in front of her face. Instead, Ash just sighed. Serena, you need to respect and remember the fact that Pokemon are found in all shapes and sizes, and if you don't like one, then that is too bad. You won't like it when you are seen as ugly or creepy by others, do you? Ash said, and Serena nodded. I just can't stand those who think that they can break hearts because they think that only beauty deserves to be trained, and including those who think that only the strong Pokemon deserve to be trained. They are nothing but bullies, and I will rather die than be one of them someday. Ash then stated until he trailed off into the distance while speaking that last distance. Ash. Serena muttered and ran after Ash, who started to walk down the path. Just what kind of trainer are you, Ash? And just what kind of boy did you become since I last saw you? Serena had no idea that she will learn so soon when the answer becomes clear. That Pokemon was so cute. Serena squealed all the way to Ambret Town, where amber dust dances, like everyone there said. It was also the last town before Sillage City since it after Route 8, and between both Route 9, and Route it was direct route to Ash's second gym battle, but there was still no hurry since the Pokemon League is still months away. As for what got Serena in such a good mood was the last Pokemon they encountered, which was a Spoink. Spoink, the bounce Pokemon. Spoink moves around by bouncing on its tail. Its psychic powers are made stronger by the pearl on its head. Spoink is a gray, pig-like Pokemon. It has dark, circular eyes, a large gray nose, and small ears. It has stubby arms and possesses no hind legs. Motion is achieved by bouncing on its spring-like tail. The bouncing has a vital function, in that it keeps its heart beating. Even while it is sleeping, it continues to bounce. It wears a pearl produced by Clampearl on top of its head, which amplifies its psychic powers. Spoink will be weakened without a pearl, and always searches for bigger pearls. It lives in mountainous areas. It likes to eat mushrooms that grow underground. Before that, Ash and the gang had gotten these additions to their Pokédex. Zangoose, the cat-ferret Pokemon. Zangoose usually walks on all fours, but stands on its hind legs when angry. It's very quick and can easily dodge most enemy attacks. Zangoose is a bipedal Pokemon resembling a cross between a mongoose and cat. Although it is classified as a bipedal Pokemon, it usually walks on all fours. Its fur is mostly white with deep red, scar-like markings on the face, chest, and forepaws. It has 2 long, black claws on its forepaws, and pink paw pads on its hind feet. It has pink eyes, long ears, and a small red nose. When it opens its mouth, 2 sharp fangs can be seen on its upper jaw. There are small tufts of white fur on its shoulders, and it has a large, fluffy tail. Zangoose is bitter enemies with Seviper, which it has battled against for many generations. Its claws are its best weapons, and can be used for its former signature move, Crush Claw. It lives in grassy areas. Seviper, the Fong Snake Pokemon. Seviper is known for its angry disposition, immobilizing its opponents by wrapping its body around them. Seviper is a serpentine Pokemon that is usually depicted scrunched up like an accordion. It is mostly black, but has several markings on its body. It has yellow hexagon markings that run from its head to its tail, small yellow bumps where it touches the ground, and various purple scar-like marks. It has elongated red fangs that protrude from its upper jaw and fierce red eyes. Its tail is partially red and has a blade-like shape. Seviper sharpens its tail on rocks, and can use it for its former signature move, Poison Tail. Seviper wraps around its opponents to make them unable to move. Its tail and fangs are venomous, and are used for striking and poisoning prey or enemies. It has been bitter enemies with Zangoose for many generations. It lives in grassy areas. Absol, the disaster Pokemon. Absol live in steep mountainous regions, and rarely venture down into areas inhabited by humans, but should an Absol be seen by humans, it is said that catastrophe is soon to follow. Absol is a quadruped, mammalian Pokemon with a dark blue to gray body covered in white fur. It has a ruff around its neck and chest and a tuft on the top of its head adorned with a single blue-black oval. It has a feline face with almond-shaped, red eyes, a scythe-like tail, and a sickle-shaped horn on the side of its head. Its broad feet are equipped with 3 claws each, and spikes protrude from the heels of its hind legs and the elbows of its front legs. Absol lives in the mountains far from civilization, and rarely ventures down from its alpine home. Using its horn, Absol is able to sense even subtle changes in the sky and the land to predict when a natural disaster will occur, and will try to warn people when one is approaching. This often has the unfortunate effect of Absol itself being blamed for the disaster. Bagon, the rock-head Pokemon. Because Bagon dreams of being able to fly, it regularly practices by leaping from cliffs. Bagon is a bipedal, blue, reptilian Pokemon vaguely resembling Pachycephalosaurus. It possesses a large, round snout, triangular eyes, yellow, circular ears similar to reptiles, and a yellow lower jaw with 2 teeth protruding upwards. 3 thick, gray ridges cover the top of its head, and continue downwards to cover its neck as well. There is a triangular patch of yellow on its underside. It has stubby, digitless arms and short legs with 2 toes on each foot. Bagon lives in rough terrains with cliffs and rocks. It longs to fly and dreams of one day being able to do so. Frustrated at its inability to fly, it leaps off cliffs and smashes its head against large rocks. This process of continually bashing its head causes it to become as hard as steel. Well-developed neck muscles support its hard head. This, combined with its power body, allows it to shatter rocks with its head. Drifloon, the balloon Pokémon. Drifloon is filled with air and can either expand or shrink to express its feelings. It also likes damp weather. Drifloon has a spherical, purple body with 2 stringy arms that have yellow, heart-shaped hands on the ends of them. At the base of its body is a frayed protrusion that resembles the tied end of a balloon. In the very center of its body is a yellow tape-like X, which contains its small mouth in the very center. Located on either side of the X are its small, black eyes. A white mass of fluff that resembles a cloud sits on top of Drifloon's head. Due to its aimless drifting, this species is known as signpost for wandering spirits. It has been known to steal children that mistake it for a regular balloon. However, due to its light weight, it can be resisted easily and is often pulled around. It prefers to reside in damp, humid locations and can expand or shrink to express its feelings. Mienfoo, the martial arts Pokémon. Mienfoo's sharp claws strike quickly and precisely. It also overwhelms opponents with its skillful combination attacks. Mienfoo is a yellow, bipedal, mustelid-like Pokémon, with round ears, red eyes, and a pink nose with a whisker on each side. Its red arms look similar to flared sleeves, and the paws are yellow. Mienfoo's chest has a small red band, and its pelt piles around its thighs resembling a tunic or robe. Its legs are red, and its yellow tail is also tipped red. It is a very skillful attacker. Inkay, the revolving Pokémon. Opponents who stare at the flashing of the light-emitting spots on its body become dazed and lose their will to fight. Inkay is a primarily blue squid-like Pokémon. It has a transparent mantle that resembles a hat with a pink inner body overlaid with yellow lights. Those who stare at those lights become dazed and lose their will to battle, allowing Inkay to escape. It has 2 tendril-like tentacles that hang from this hat, similar to some styles of winter hats, and these tentacles hang next to its 6 short arms. Its eyes are round and have pupils, but no identifiable iris. Inkay also has a small, pink, beak-like mouth set between its eyes. It and its evolution, Malamar, are the only known Pokémon capable of learning Topsy-Turvy. Taillow, the tiny swallow Pokémon. Taillow has a fierce personality, never backing down, even against the most powerful opponents. Taillow is a small bird Pokémon with dark blue feathers and patches of red on its chest and forehead. The patch on its forehead has a triangular upper tip. It has narrow brown eyes and a short yellow beak. It has elongated wingtips, and the underside of the wings is white. It has 2 sharp tail feathers, and its black feet have yellow claws. It flies over 180 miles per day when it migrates during the cold season to search for warm climates. It is very gutsy, and will stand up to powerful opponents without backing down. When it is hungry, it will weaken and cry loudly. It lives in areas that have warm climates. And finally, Wingull, the seagull Pokémon. Wingull will fly through the sky as though surfing waves. It normally carries food and other valuable items, then hides them here and there. Wingull is a small white seagull-like Pokémon. Its head makes up a large portion of its body, as it does not appear to have a neck. It has thin, simplistic eyes. It has 2 pointed, ear-like extensions on its head. Its beak is orange with hooked, black tips. Its wings have a long, thin shape and blue stripes. It has 3 tail feathers with blue tips that are short and fan-like. It also has 2 small orange feet. As a habit, it carries valuables and prey in its beak and hides them in different locations. It flies on updrafts rising from the sea by extending its wings to glide across the sky. It builds its nests on steep sea cliffs. That was quite the adventure for sure, since they had to stop the hordes of Zangoose from fighting the single Seviper and vice versa. Other than that, the Absol was a tough one to scan since it was elusive for sure. They still made it all the way through the thick grass and over steep rock edges. Alright then Serena, I will help you make sure to spend so time with that spoink currently at Professor Sycamore's place. Ash said, feeling a little envious of listening to Serena say how cute Pokemon are. But it wasn't in him to take that the same way as a man who suspects his girlfriend is cheating and choosing another person over him. Okay. Thanks. Serena was in a very bubbly mood to even consider what her words could affect Ash, especially after their close intimacy moment in the connecting caves. They still got to Ambret Town all the same, and it was quite a little town at that. The first thing they did in Ambret Town was to rest at the Pokemon Center. Inside, Serena decided to send some more Pokemon back to Sycamore to make room, just like with Ash. It was a little heart-wrenching, but it was a part of a trainer's life, so the trainers did their best to settle their broken-hearted Pokemon and promised that later, a switch will be made Pokemon on hand and at Sycamore's lab. And so, Ash's Ledian and Kadabra were the first to go, and Serena sent back her 2 fairy types from route. It was barely any change, but it was their first start at something unavoidable as a trainer. Come on, let's go and see what the big fuss is about. Ash said after a long silence from Serena. That will get our minds off this for a while. Serena just shrugged. She will do anything to forget about saying goodbye to her Pokemon, even if it was only temporarily. The big fuss Ash was talking about was at a building directly across from the Pokemon Center. At a place that supposedly researched fossils that originate from a series of caves called the Glittering Caves. But this was something else. What is going on is that we are missing one of our scientists, the one that spends most of his time in the Glittering Caves. He hasn't been back in days and we can't even contact him. One of the scientists that worked at the fossil research facility said once asked. Then why don't you go and check it out? Or ask any of these people to help you? Ash asked while pointing to the horde of townsfolk that were crowding at the front door, looking worried. Because they are too afraid of the Pokemon on Route 9 and in Glittering Caves. And most trainers that come our way don't bother with things like this, so we have no way of even getting near the caves. The scientist said with everyone nodding while looking sheepish. And while we study Pokemon, we are no trainers, and even if we could, leaving the facility is against protocol. We have as few workers and scientists as it is. The head scientist said before closing the door very rudely on the trainers. While not impressed by the manners and honesty of the scientists. Ash was a too kind kid, he couldn't even dream of leaving a town in trouble. Let's check it out so we can get this over with. Ash said grungy, which Pikachu and Serena mirrored themselves. XXXXX. Are you sure about this? I mean. Serena shouted while clutching to Ash like a lifeline. She was not enjoying this ride. They were riding all the way to caves where fossils were supposed to be found, the Glittering Caves. On the way, they also encountered Pokemon, but only a very few compared to the amount that was en route. Here they are. Hippopotas, the hippo Pokemon. It lives in dry places and covers itself in sand to protect against germs. It does not enjoy getting wet. Hippopotas is a quadruped, hippo-like Pokemon that is most commonly found in deserts and other arid places. Its skin color depends on gender. If male, it is tan with dark brown patches, and if female, its coloring is reversed. It has a large snout with round nostrils and eyes that protrude from the top of its head. Its torso has mottled coloring and a small hole on its back. Each of its feet has 2 blunt claws, and it has a small tail. Hippopotas spends its time bathing in sand and avoids water at all costs. It covers itself in sand as a protective measure against germs and expels sand instead of sweat. When it walks through the sand, it shuts its nostrils. It prefers to travel in groups of 10. Sandile, the desert croc Pokemon. A dark membrane protects its eyes from the sun, and it buries itself in the sand with its eyes and nose sticking out. Sandile is a short, quadruped with a long snout and tail. Its body is mostly light brown with the exception of black stripes crossing over and under its legs and its pink underbelly. It has a black stripe on its snout in front of its eyes, and black covering the tip of its tail. Its eyes resemble binoculars and are shrouded in black all around their front. The black is a membrane that helps Sandile see in the harsh desert sun. Its long snout is tipped by two protruding nostrils, and its mouth comprises the bottom half. Its feet are flat and contain 3 sharp, black claws. They are attached to stubby legs on its sides. Sandile is only found in deserts. It usually burrows under the surface, with only its nose and eyes above the sand. Due to being so close to the surface, it can move around the desert and allow the heat of the sand to regulate its body temperature. Sandile will protect another of its species, and can be caring at times. Helioptile, the generator Pokémon. They make their home in deserts. They can generate their energy from basking in the sun, so eating food is not a requirement. Helioptile is a small, lizard-like Pokémon. It has a tapering tail, short legs, and small feet with 3 pointed toes on each foot. Its body is pale yellow, while its feet and the tip of its tail are black. The top of its head is black as well with a small triangular yellow patch between the eyes. It has 2 long, black pointed frills with yellow tips hanging from the sides of its head, which can stiffen and unfold. These frills have cells which generate electricity when exposed to sunlight. It has large eyes with blue irises and white pupils. Helioptile can generate its own energy from sunlight, so it can thrive without food. It will still eat if needed. It lives in deserts. It and its evolution, Heliolisk, are the only known Pokémon capable of learning Electrify, which turns a target's move into an electric type if the user moves first. But what really kicks things off about Serena where when they encountered a Rhyhorn, which in turn, made Serena nervous the whole trip through the trail. Ash knew that it was something a little personal and didn't actually matter given the circumstances. He just remembered what the Pokédex said about Rhyhorn when he first scanned it. Rhyhorn, the spike Pokémon. Rhyhorn is known for its physical power and its considerable offensive and defensive skills. Rhyhorn is a rhinoceros-like creature with a body covered in gray, rocky plates. Its underside and rear are smooth, and it has 4 short legs with 2 claws on each foot. It has a triangular head with narrow, red eyes, 2 fangs protruding from its upper jaw, and small, triangular openings on the upper sides. A spiked ridge runs along its back, and it has a single short horn on the tip of its snout. The female has a shorter horn than the male. In addition to its rocky hide, its bones are 1,000 times harder than human bones. Rhyhorn's brain is very small, giving it a one-track mind. When it runs, it forgets why it started and continues until it falls asleep. However, it may recall the reason upon demolishing something. Rhyhorn runs in a straight line due to its short legs making it inept at turning. It does not care if obstacles get in the way, merely smashing through them or sending them flying. Sometimes it may feel pain the day after a collision. Rhyhorn lives in rough terrain. And despite all that, Serena still hasn't said why she was uneasy on the Rhyhorn, who was their only way to the glittering caves. They just went their way on the rugged terrain while fending off any of the new Pokémon. Once they reached the end of the rugged trail, Serena practically jumped off the Rhyhorn like a frog off a lily pad. Ground, solid ground. Serena just literally kissed the dirt that somehow felt a lot better than the rocky and bumpy hide of Rhyhorn. Ash ignored all that and rubbed a reassuring rub on the wild and friendly Rhyhorn that they were still grateful for him taking them to the entrance of glittering caves. Come on Serena, let's go and see if we can find this missing scientist. Ash said, and when Serena got to the entrance, she was halted. And before we leave, I will want to know what you have against Rhyhorn, enough to hurt the one who brought us here. Count on it. Ash said in a low tone so only Serena hears it before finally entering the glittering caves. XXXXX. Once inside, Ash and Serena had found themselves faced all sorts of Pokémon inside but mostly rock types. The list goes as follows. Machop, the superpower Pokémon. Machop have muscles that never tire no matter how much they exercise. Machop have enough strength to throw 100 average-sized adults. Machop is a humanoid, bipedal Pokémon that has gray skin. There are 3 brown ridges on top of its head, and it has large red eyes and relatively flat face. Its chest has 3, thin, rib-like stripes on either side. Its feet appear to have no toes, while its hands have 5 fingers. It has a short, stubby tail. Machop's entire body is covered with muscles that will never tire or cramp. With these muscles, it can lift many times its own body weight. It spends its time and energy practicing all different forms of martial arts and trying to improve its abilities. Machop lives in the mountains. Onix, the rock snake Pokémon. It tunnels through the ground which shakes when it raises its thunderous roar. It can move the ground at 50 miles per hour. Onix resembles a giant chain of gray boulders that become smaller towards the tail. There is a rocky spine on its head and a pair of black eyes right beneath it. This Pokémon has a magnet in its brain that serves as an internal compass. Its body absorbs many hard objects, making its body very solid. As it grows older, it becomes more rounded and smoother, eventually becoming similar to black diamonds. Onix tunnels under the ground at over 50 miles per hour, which causes tremors and a terrifying roar that echoes a long way. The massive, winding tunnels it leaves behind are used as homes by Diglett. Onix loves to eat the large boulders it encounters while burrowing underground. As seen in the Pokémon Stadium series, Onix is capable of rotating its head, or any part of their body, a full 360 degrees. Onix can be found in mountains and caves, though it prefers underground tunnels with little light. Lunatone, the meteorite Pokémon. Lunatone is believed by some people to have come from outer space. It moves around most actively during full moons and its powerful red eyes instill fear into anyone who beholds them. Lunatone is a cream-colored, rock Pokémon with a crescent moon shape. In the center of the crescent is a pointed, beak-like structure. It has deep-set, red eyes, which can cause paralyzing fear or induce sleep. It lives in caves, and becomes active under a full moon. The moon increases its power, and its health is tied to the lunar phases. Using its psychic powers, Lunatone floats through the air. It was first discovered at the site of a meteor crash. Solrock, the meteorite Pokémon. Solrock has the ability to read its opponent's minds. It attacks by rotating quickly while giving off an intense heat. Solrock is a primarily orange, spherical Pokémon. It has 8 yellow, rocky spines extending from the sides of its body, and multiple small, yellow stony bumps running vertically along its center. On its back are dual rocky mounds, situated to the sides of the midline. Its large eyes consist of thick, semicircular yellow eyelids through which black sclera and red pupils can be seen. A black ring with 6 extensions surrounds each eye. Solrock relies on solar energy, which it absorbs in groups during daylight. While it is always expressionless, it is able to sense the emotions and thoughts of others. It spins its body to produce intense heat and a blinding light. It is able to stay silent while floating in the air, and can be found in caves. All that were in the hallways but this one came from the ceiling of the cavern. Woobat, the bat Pokémon. Its habitat is dark forests and caves. It emits ultrasonic waves from its nose to learn about its surroundings. Woobat is a blue, spherical Pokémon, resembling a Honduran white bat. It is covered in shaggy fur and has a large, piggish nose with a heart-shaped nostril. 2 tufts of shaggy fur hide its eyes, and its mouth has a single fong in the center of its upper jaw. There are 2 relatively small, black wings on either side of its body. Woobat's nose serves various purposes. It uses ultrasonic waves from its nostrils for echolocation, and it can also be used to grip walls as Woobat sleeps, which leaves heart-shaped marks on the walls of caves. And this one came from behind cracked rocks in order to see the visiting trainers. Serena found it cute but ultimately decided to forego capturing it because it did no harm and only wanted to be left alone. That much should be a good reason just to scan it and leave the Pokémon at that. Dwebble, the rock in Pokémon. After finding a suitable rock, Dwebble digs a hole in the rock's bottom to use as a protective shell. Dwebble can make rocks easier to carve by producing a liquid from its mouth. Dwebble is a small, orange hermit crab-like Pokémon with large pincers. It has dark, oval-shaped eyes supported by eye stalks. It has a hook-like tail that is concealed underneath the section chunk of gray rock it uses as a shell. This tail is possibly used to keep the rock in place or to carve itself a new home should its old rock get lost. When finding a rock to use as its shell, Dwebble inspects the rock to see if it can be used, then it digs a hole in the rock's bottom. It can expel a corrosive spray from its mouth to dissolve or mend rocks. This spray can ease carving. If the rock breaks, it won't calm down until it can find another rock to replace it. It lives in the desert. But enough of that, they continued their way inside the glittering caves. It took a while to make out the twisting turns and deciding to how to find the way deeper. It sure took a while, but Ash and the gang had found their way into another portion of the caves. It was like a tunnel within one big room, but that wasn't the only thing to notice. Hey! What are you brats doing here? Someone was in the tunnel, and from the looks of it, much longer than Ash or Serena. It was a fully grown man that wore a bright red suit and pants, black gloves with the top of the hand showing through, black boots, a black tie with a white undershirt, and red hair combed down with the exception of a left side tuft in the shape of a flame. We should be asking you that, and why are you in so much red, trying to win a date with a rosebud? Ash said, and got Serena and Pikachu snickering at the jab which got this strange man to feel at peace his heart section. No wonder he stopped and shuddered. "No, you brats. I am part of Team Flare and we are going to rule Kalos even if you will have something to say about it." That man, now a grunt, shouted, but only got a from Ash and Pikachu. "Not another one. Pikachu, see if it will be the same." Ash said, and Pikachu nodded, but attacking the grunt with a thunderbolt and launched him into a minecart behind him that will fill to the brim with rocks and dirt, covering everything but his pants and Grim. "That hurt, you stupid kids. I have had it being nice." That grunt then got out of the minecart, clothes covered in dirt and rocks showing in his messed up hair that was a static mess. He then whistled in the direction of the continuing tunnel and caused more of the grunts, both men and women, to arrive. "Let's go, wild guys." They all threw pokeballs at Ash and Serena, which revealed to them a Zubat, a Gulpin, a Scraggy and a Krogunk, but it was the last two that neither the trainers recognized, so they scanned very causally, which only ticked off the Team Flare grunts even more. Electrike, the lightning Pokémon. Using the electric charge stored in its fur, it can run faster than the eye can follow. Electrike was a green, canine Pokémon with yellow markings. It had a large head crest with angular, lightning-like markings on the side. Its snout had a yellow blaze, and 4 fangs were discernible when its mouth is open. It had a yellow stripe down its back. Each of its 4 legs had a spike, with the ones on its hind legs being longer. It had yellow crescent-shaped paw pads on its front feet, while the pads on its hind feet were circular. It had a small, pointed, yellow-tipped tail. Houndour, the dark Pokémon. Houndour travel in packs and communicate through barks in order to surround their prey. Houndour was a quadruped, canine Pokémon with short, black fur and a red underbelly and muzzle. Its ears and tail were both short and pointed. 2 fangs protruded from its upper jaw, and its triangular nose was black. There were white bands on its ankles, and rib-like ridges on its back. The Houndour appeared to have a simplistic, stylized skull on its forehead with the eye orbits creating eyebrow patterning above its actual eyes. It also had circular, red paw pads on each of its 3-toed paws. "Stop taking us so lightly and bring it on." That first grunt yelled out and only got Ash to smirk along with Pikachu, while Serena just pulled a weaker one to look more confident. She had never encountered so many Pokémon at once and they all looked very strong. "Taking you so lightly, I doubt that you will be that disappointed once we are done with you." Ash said coolly and took out his metal team while Serena took out her Braixen and followed Ash closely behind. Poniard took Zubat, Durant did Gulpin, Honedge finished off Krogunk with the help of Braixen and Mawile faced Scraggy. It all took one last Thunderbolt from Pikachu which caused all enemy Pokémon to faint and their trainers' hair all frizzled up. We won't forget this. They ran and Ash was about to move forward when he and Serena heard something that caused them to freeze on the spot. There is still out Chief and he got bigger game and prey than any of us. It meant that this Team Flare Chief had stronger Pokémon and captured some wild Pokémon. Ash had seen this before and took Serena to see what was up. They found it and they knew from the spot that this was more than taking care of some expendable grunts. This woman that wore a more professional suit with a red color scheme was facing them but also in front of a cage that had two Pokémon that they encountered but never got the chance to scan them. Right now, that wasn't the issue anymore. Let them go. They have nothing to do with this. Serena suddenly showed a bit more courage. Let them go. They are rare and even have much better stuff than the rest of weak prey that this cave is stinking off. The chief spoke in a stereotypical tone of a big boss woman, one that isn't as tough as an army sergeant and stern as a strict mother. When I get my money's worth, there won't be much left of this treasures to ever be found in this stupid cave again. Everyone will be happy, I will be happy, so why don't you just go home happy too? You can't do a thing about this. Ash didn't know what to think about all this and didn't have the time when Serena finally exploded. Shut up. That shocked Ash and Pikachu and silenced the Team Flare chief while those words encoded in the cavern walls. I will stop you even if I will get messy about it. Braixen, Audino. Let's win this. Serena sent out her starter and her hearing Pokemon from Route. Ash never seen this much anger and yet courage and boldness in Serena. He and Pikachu wisely stepped back and stayed out of her way. So you want to fight, kid, so be it. The chief smuggled took out two Pokeballs and threw them to release the contents inside. The first Pokemon was a large, blue bat-like Pokemon with purple wing membranes. It had small eyes with slit pupils and a massive mouth containing 4 fangs. While its mouth seems to be otherwise empty, it still displayed a long, purple tongue. Finally, its pointed ears were tiny, and it had short legs with long, thin feet. The second Pokemon was a quadruped that was loosely based on a hyena. Its body was a mixture of black and gray fur, with black lower legs, clawed feet and tail. It had dark, triangular streak patterns below its eyes, which have yellow sclera and red irises. Its ears were rhombus-shaped with dark insides, its nose was red, and it had gray paw pads. And it had a shaggy mantle of black fur. Ash turned on his Pokédex and found the volume control and set it so low that only he and Pikachu can hear the computer voice. Golbat, the bat Pokémon and the evolved form of Zubat. Being nocturnal, Golbat fly at night in search of prey. Mytiana, the bite Pokémon. Mytiana is the evolved form of Poochyena. They move primarily in packs, working together to capture their prey. Braixen, see if you can use Fire Spin on both Pokémon. Audino, use Attract on either of them if you can. Serena wasted no time and with her own style of training, Braixen just managed to trap both Pokémon a vortex of fire each while Audino had found out that the Golbat was the only male for her Attract to work on. Golbat was out of the works, for now, but Mytiana was still in the game. Not bad, kid, but that is the only thing you will get and the only thing your Pokémon will ever do because. The chief turned to her dark-type Pokémon, Mytiana used Taunt. Mytiana smiles tauntingly at the both Pokémon, causing them to get enraged at the bite Pokémon. Now use Swagger on the normal type and take down at the Freak Fox. She then commanded and her Mytiana never let her down. He caused Audino to get so enraged, she got confused while Braixen was hit with a powerful takedown that did hurt Mytiana in the end though. Braixen, Audino. Serena suddenly lost her focus and remembered on her humiliating and utter defeat at the Battle Chateau. That was the perfect chance for the Team Flare chief to land her victory. And what is worst for Serena is that the Attract used Golbat had worn off. Use Air Cutter Golbat, Snarl Mytyana. Both attacks came at both Pokémon in trouble until... What? Serena had gotten back to the world of reality when pebbles and rocks came from nowhere and knocked her Pokémon out of fire range as well as getting their focus back. Who dares interfere? The chief proclaimed so loud that it echoed and rocked off the cavern like before, but no one was intimated for some reason when another voice came. No one's interfering. You are just a poor excuse for a trainer to claim Pokémon were nothing but tools to throw away. I hate those type of trainers. Ash appeared and remained off the boundary of the Pokémon duel. You people never win your battles, just push Pokémon to the utter limit and cheat if things don't go wrong. I have seen it before and you are no different. Says the one who throws rocks when I am about to lose. Just who do you are? The chief was not impressed, but Ash still put up a strong front. I am Ash Ketchum, and I will become a Pokémon master so that I can put you bullies and heartless JRKS out of business. Ash said with spice of pride and a dash of confidence that still held out strong for what came next. You. A Pokémon master. The chief then started to laugh out of controllably, like she just heard the funniest joke in the world. You are just a puny kid who is a miserable trainer for siding with little girls who just cry for thick-headed boys like you who just want to boast. I bet you never even won a gym badge fairly. The chief then broke off to start laughing again but didn't notice what everyone else was. Serena had been starting shaking ever since Ash had saved her Pokémon. Stop it. She muttered, and the chief continued to mock and laugh at Ash. Stop laughing at Ash. The outburst shook the cavern and some of the rocks and dust scattered around in the sheer volume of her voice. So you still want to fight, eh? I will trash you for wasting my time. The chief had spared her breathing of her uncontrollable laughter but noticed her Pokémon frozen in fear. Quit belly aching and focus, you worthless excuse for useless. That got both Pokémon in line for sure, but they were all growling at the chief who just ignored it. Now use Air Cutter again and use Swagger for real this time. Use Light Screen Breaksin and Adino, use Protect. Serena was ready this time and blocked the Air Cutter while Adino had deflected the negative effects of Swagger. Psybeam on Golbat. Secret Power on Mytyana. Now that was a good strategy since Mytyana's dark typing could have made Psybeam entirely useless and wasted. On the other hand, Golbat's poison typing had made Psybeam extra strong. Golbat was dealt heavy and super effective damage. Adino's secret power attack had caused some damage and also Mytyana to flinch instead of using Swagger. The Team Flare chief was not happy about it, and the Pokémon, who were in barely a place to hear very well, were somehow feeling grateful for being able not to hear any more of that attitude from the chief. Howl and then Flame Charge at Mytyana. Use Double Slap on Golbat. Breaksin heard that and made a howl that increased her attack power, which came into handy when Mytyana went down from the Flame Charge, which also increased Breaksin's speed. And Adino sure scored one mean double slap on Golbat with a critical hit as well. Both Pokémon were done for the count. You useless, weak, pathetic, stupid, where is my Pokeballs? The chief yelled when she felt none of her Pokeballs on her belts, and yet her defeated Pokémon were retrieved in a red beam each anyways. And by Ash. Give them back, they are mine. Not anymore. You will never touch any of these Pokémon again. Ash said calmly and coolly. Serena wondered what he had in mind until... Police, freeze Team Flare. Another voice rocketed at the cavern once again, and Serena was surprised to see a woman about the age of the Nurse Joys she had been seeing a lot and with a police uniform. The gun in her pointing at the disarmed and defeated chief was another big clue. Speaking of whom, the chief realized that in her overconfidence, she had lost her Pokémon and her grunts and every means of escaping. Damn you Vinji sheep brat. The chief lost it all and tried to harm Ash, knowing that there was nothing to do to get away, but instead, she was hit by Pikachu's Thunderbolt and this time, was knocked out when she was sent into one of the cave walls. The policewoman introduced herself as Officer Jenny and thanked Ash for the tip about any possible criminals in the caves that will prevent the scientist from returning to Embret Town. Officer Jenny then took the knocked-out chief but not before searching for the key that unlocked the cage and freed the imprisoned Pokémon. As for the chief's Pokémon, they may have been used for crime but they were loyal to a better cause, so Officer Jenny held on to them and took them to headquarters to decide on where they were going to end up in. But things weren't done for Ash and they all have to do with Serena. XXXXX. After Team Flare escaped with the fossils they stole, Ash and the gang returned to Ambret Town with the absent-minded scientist that had all the unbelievable luck in the world that Team Flare never even noticed him and vice versa, so it seemed as well. Everyone got all jumpy and worried over nothing. So let's see what these Pokémon are. Ash said while scanning the two Pokémon Serena had defended back in glittering caves. Cub 1, the lonely Pokémon. It wears the skull of its dead mother on its head. When it becomes lonesome, it is said to cry loudly. Cub 1 was a small, bipedal Pokémon with a golden-brown hide that covers most of its body, including both dorsal spikes. Its belly is a very light brown. Two small claws, one on each hand, served as its thumbs, and two large nails make up its toes. On its head, Cub 1 wore a skull as a helmet. Because of this, much of its actual face was never actually been seen, except for its triangular, black eyes and a small area surrounding them. The skull had two rounded horns on the top of its head and a tooth-like point on the lower sides. Under the skull, Cub 1 had a brown snout. Kangaskhan, a parent Pokémon. Once approaching extinction, they are now protected by law and inhabit the Safari Zone. Approach with extreme caution. The Kangaskhan is a rare Pokémon which raises its children in its pocket. They will attack viciously and without warning if they feel their young are threatened in any way. Kangaskhan was a large, bipedal creature with a thick tail. It had a brown hide with several raised patches, and a cream-colored belly. On top of its head was a black patch, and it had large cream-colored ears and red eyes. Its snout was short and rounded with two pointed teeth protruding from its upper jaw. There were epaulet-like growths over its shoulders and a row of spikes down its back. It had 3 clawed digits on each hand and foot. In the pouch on its belly, it carried a baby Kangaskhan. Unlike its parent, the baby is light purple and has smooth skin. And now me. Ash then pointed the Pokédex at his new Pokémon. Ferroseed, the Thorn Seed Pokémon. Ferroseed absorb minerals from rock by penetrating the walls of caves using their spikes. Ferroseed was a cave-dwelling Pokémon resembling a durian. It had many green thorns around its body that are used for protection. It had a metallic body with band-like stripes, along with small yellow eyes with black pupils. Since the only Pokémon on the beach could be encountered from the cracked rocks with Rock Smash, Ash had to buy a fishing old. It just happened to be called an old rod since it was used multiple times before being returned for much better rods. And yet Ash didn't care, it worked pretty well anyways. Finally, Ash directed his attention to Serena, who was already looking at him in the other direction. About what you promised, you don't have to if it hurts. Ash was just too soft of a boy, but Serena wasn't going to break a promise like that. No. I will need to tell sooner or later or not at all. Serena said, with all that self-confidence from the glittering cave still strong as a candle flame on a fresh candlestick. To tell the truth, my dislike for Rhyhorn is related to why I left the day after I first met you, Ash. That really got Ash's glaze on Serena, sticking like glue. My mother, Grace, is a Rhyhorn racer and she wanted me to be one as well, but ultimately decided to move to here in Kalos after a business deal was too much for her to stay in Kanto. She has been telling me for years that moving here was the best thing that ever happened to our family. I never believed her. I had to leave you, and no matter how many times I asked to go back, even for one single day, Mom never let me leave Kalos. Serena said all that, not caring what Ash had to say about it yet, until she suddenly broke into tears. My mom forced me to leave the only friend I ever had, and I never even told him my name. Just that I promised to play together the next day. That never happened, and I had to live with that pain for years. And now you are in Kalos instead, me in Kanto. I don't know if you can actually forgive me for being so stupid, so weak, so shy and... Serena just couldn't even speak with her heart wrenching at every letter of her self-hating words. She cried so hard, she made a puddle at her feet but before she could fall to the ground in tears. MMPH. Serena felt like something had clamped on her lips like a staple, preventing her from saying a single word and barely able to breathe. She was in for the shock of her life when she saw Ash, kissing her. Serena, I gave you my name and you couldn't give me yours. Now that I gave you my first kiss, don't think the same thing is going to happen. Ash said casually despite the blush on his face. Your mother can't stop us from being together again. But, we are just 10 years old. Serena wondered why she was questioning her first kiss, something that she had been dreaming in bed at night. So. You had to wait years to tell me your name. I am not going to keep you waiting from doing what you want to do. And besides, if you are embarrassed by it, then we will keep this our little secret until we are ready to do it for real. Ash said with his blush glowing strong on his face still. Serena grew one herself but she won't dare protest against this. Thank you Ash. She just said after a moment just in Ash's arms around her body protectively. I am glad I have you as a friend, I never want to leave you game. Serena said before she was silenced for the rest of the day. She was just in pure bliss, she trusted Ash with her secrets and feelings so Serena felt no reason to be afraid anymore. End of chapter. Previously on Ash the Iron Trainer. After Team Flare escaped with the fossils they stole, Ash and the gang returned to Ambret Town with the absent-minded scientist that had all the unbelievable luck in the world that Team Flare never even noticed him and vice versa, so it seemed as well. Everyone got all jumpy and worried over nothing. So let's see what these Pokémon are. Ash said while scanning the two Pokémon Serena had defended back in glittering caves. Cub 1, the lonely Pokémon. It wears the skull of its dead mother on its head. When it becomes lonesome, it is said to cry loudly. Cub 1 was a small, bipedal Pokémon with a golden-brown hide that covers most of its body, including both dorsal spikes. Its belly is a very light brown. Two small claws, one on each hand, served as its thumbs, and two large nails make up its toes. On its head, Cub 1 wore a skull as a helmet. Because of this, much of its actual face was never actually been seen, except for its triangular, black eyes and a small area surrounding them. The skull had two rounded horns on the top of its head and a tooth-like point on the lower sides. Under the skull, Cub 1 had a brown snout. Kangaskhan, a parent Pokémon. Once approaching extinction, they are now protected by law and inhabit the Safari Zone. Approach with extreme caution. The Kangaskhan is a rare Pokémon which raises its children in its pocket. They will attack viciously and without warning if they feel their young are threatened in any way. Kangaskhan was a large, bipedal creature with a thick tail. It had a brown hide with several raised patches, and a cream-colored belly. On top of its head was a black patch, and it had large cream-colored ears and red eyes. Its snout was short and rounded with two pointed teeth protruding from its upper jaw. There were epaulet-like growths over its shoulders and a row of spikes down its back. It had 3 clawed digits on each hand and foot. In the pouch on its belly, it carried a baby Kangaskhan. Unlike its parent, the baby is light purple and has smooth skin. And now me. Ash then pointed the Pokédex at his new Pokémon. Ferroseed, the Thorn Seed Pokémon. Ferroseed absorb minerals from rock by penetrating the walls of caves using their spikes. Ferroseed was a cave-dwelling Pokémon resembling a durian. It had many green thorns around its body that are used for protection. It had a metallic body with band-like stripes, along with small yellow eyes with black pupils. Since the only Pokémon on the beach could be encountered from the cracked rocks with Rock Smash, Ash had to buy a fishing old. It just happened to be called an old rod since it was used multiple times before being returned for much better rods. And yet Ash didn't care, it worked pretty well anyways. Finally, Ash directed his attention to Serena who was already looking at him in the other direction. About what you promised, you don't have to if it hurts. Ash was just a too soft of a boy, but Serena wasn't going to break a promise like that. No. I will need to tell sooner or later or not at all. Serena said, with all that self-confidence from the glittering cave still strong as a candle flame on a fresh candlestick. To tell the truth, my dislike for Rhyhorn is related to why I left the day after I first met you, Ash. That really got Ash's glaze on Serena, sticking like glue. My mother, Grace, is a Rhyhorn racer and she wanted me to be one as well, but ultimately decided to move to here in Kalos after a business deal was too much for her to stay in Kanto. She has been telling me for years that moving here was the best thing that ever happened to our family. I never believed her. I had to leave you, and no matter how many times I asked to go back, even for one single day, and Mom never ever let me leave Kalos. Serena said all that, not caring what Ash had to say about it yet, until she suddenly broke into tears. My mom forced me to leave the only friend I ever had, and I never even told him my name. Just that I promised to play together the next day. That never happened, and I had to live with that pain for years. And now you are in Kalos instead, me in Kanto. I don't know if you can actually forgive me for being so stupid, so weak, and so shy and... Serena just couldn't even speak with her heart wrenching at every letter of her self-hating words. She cried so hard, she made a puddle at her feet, but before she could fall to the ground in tears. MMPH. Serena felt like something had clamped on her lips like a staple, preventing her from saying a single word and barely able to breathe. She was in for the shock of her life when she saw Ash, kissing her. Serena, I gave you my name and you couldn't give me yours. Now that I gave you my first kiss, don't think the same thing is going to happen. Ash said casually despite the blush on his face. Your mother can't stop us from being together again. But, we are just 10 years old. Serena wondered why she was questioning her first kiss, something that she had been dreaming in bed at night. So. You had to wait years to tell me your name. I am not going to keep you waiting from doing what you want to do. And besides, if you are embarrassed by it, then we will keep this our little secret until we are ready to do it for real. Ash said with his blush glowing strong on his face still. Serena grew one herself, but she won't dare protest against this. Thank you, Ash. She just said after a moment, just in Ash's arms around her body protectively. I am glad I have you as a friend. I never want to leave you again. Serena said before she was silenced for the rest of the day. She was just in pure bliss. She trusted Ash with her secrets and feelings, so Serena felt no reason to be afraid anymore. It was like God's blessing that after the hassle at the glittering caves, the trip through the aquarium was enjoyable and the trip on the shoreline was relaxing for sure. All in a successful attempt to cheer Serena up. But Ash knew personally that it was mostly thanks to them finally giving each other their first kiss. Serena had been in a much chipper mood. It was for a gym battle against the Shallor City Pokémon gym leader that specializes in rock types, Grant. And like before, Ash had met Grant while not under the impression that he was a gym leader. Flashback begins. It was when Serena was waiting for a new member to challenge for the rights of Baron and watching Ash undergo his latest battle with a fellow Baron. He decided to use his Skiddo, so Pikachu was keeping her company and her personal bodyguard against all those stick-up trainers who try to tempt Serena to wait with them instead, alone with in a quote, small, pathetic, weak yellow rodent freak. Despite their high status given the flashy clothes, sticky and suffocating cologne and their stuck-up accents, they sure have such a disrespectful language set. When Ash finally returned from his match, which victory was almost clear, someone gasped and they all pointed out one thing. A man was trying to climb one of the walls of the castle and just reached the ledge directly above one of the exits. Hey everyone, it is a nice view from up here. He shouted, which baffled all the trainers and Pokémon watching. That is Grant. He is a member here too, and a duke at that. Nico said, as some of the trainers were not scared of this man acting like that. Just like me. It was Viola who said that, and after a grand entrance, she revealed herself to Ash and Pikachu once again while Serena was introduced to the bug-type gym leader. But when Ash and Serena looked back on Grant, to see what about him that screams trainer and Duke when Grant fell to the ground a loud thud. They and the other trainers hurried to him while trainers like Nico and Viola signed and Turner was no different. Grant. Once more. He said while retaining his annoyance, like this is something that happens too much. Grant groaned like an old man who had taken a nasty fall but didn't seem to be hurt at all. I'm afraid so. He said with only signs of discomfort in his voice. That wall, it was just screaming for me to climb it so I had to satisfy it. Or that you have an obsession with climbing walls, Grant. Viola stated, which really made Grant cringe. Meanwhile, Ash and Serena didn't know what to think about all this. This was a Duke-level trainer that was at the same level as Viola. A battle later had put those thoughts to rest as Grant was able to beat Viola's Surskit even after using her signature technique, which involved increasing Surskit's speed with Ice Beam on the surface of the battlefield. Grant's Pokémon, an Onyx-like from Glittering Caves, was able to pile the pressure with Rock Polish and Rock Tomb. Both moves can affect a Pokémon's speed in their own way. Rock Polish will increase the speed of the user and Rock Tomb can do damage while lowering the target's speed. Unfortunately for Surskit, Rock-type attacks were super effective and do harsh damage to Bug types. And even with Ice Beam and Protect, Viola ultimately lost the match, which allowed Grant to become a Grand Duke. Despite all that, Ash was even more interested in Grant, and when he heard that he had met the gym leader from the next city, he wanted to battle Grant even more. Flashback ends. And now is his chance, but will Ash take it? That will be a good question when Ash and the gang had finally settled in Sillage City after resting themselves and their Pokémon at the Pokémon Center. They were going to see if they can find the gym and remember where to go, but they didn't need to waste any time as, from an opening in a cliff, came an angry trainer who had this look on his face that set something off as something bad to Ash and Pikachu's eyes. What's wrong? Serena noticed it and Ash just silently signaled her to be quiet as they overlooked the trainer stomp his way down the slope from the gym. They trailed him until the trainer finally stopped not far from the city, among a small group of trees. He then opened the Pokeball in his hand and released the Pokémon inside. That is a chase spin. Like the one at Professor Sycamore's lab. Serena whispered and Ash nodded since he saw one there too. Don't give me that stupid smile, you failure for a starter. The trainer sure isn't the friendliest type that either Ash or Serena ever seen talking to their Pokémon. I thought that getting you from that Callum idiot will win me at the Sillage City Gym and at the JRK Grant, but you failed me. He raised his voice at the chase bin, who painfully flinched at the tone. You are the weakest Pokémon. I don't need a Pokémon that can't even bet a rock type. Why don't you just drop dead? Knock that off. That voice came out of nowhere, and so did that punch that dislodged the Pokeball from the trainer's hands and sent the trainer to the ground. The trainer got up with a broken nose. Stay out of this, brat, this Pokémon is weak and it deserves what I am going to do to it. He still thought that he was committing no crime, but Ash was going to listen to his twisted reason. One thing I ever learned was that there are no weak Pokémon. They only as weak as their trainers. If you can't train a Pokémon to your liking, then you are just that bad as a trainer. Ash shouted. If you want that pathetic weakling, then fine. I don't need anyone telling me that my ways are wrong. The trainer then noticed Serena and had this lustful look in his face. Tell you what, if you will give me your girlfriend, then you can have this stupid chase spin. He hoped that Ash will agree, but the raven-haired boy never said a word when a loud slapping sound filled the air instead. Like I will ever go to someone as disgusting as you. Serena, unfortunately for the trainer, had heard everything loud and clear and got that sudden self-confidence like at Glittering Caves again. But the trainer got up and grabbed Serena by the wrist. You have no choice, Toots, because if you are hanging around a stupid kid, then you will never get married. You should hang out with someone like me. Serena tried to escape his grip until a cracking sound can be heard with the trainer screaming along with it like a two-person chorus. You are nothing but a piece of slime. It was Ash who grabbed the trainer on the wrist, a lot harder than the latter did on Serena, and talked like he was possessed. Serena has nothing to do with all this, and you better behave or you can never hold another Pokeball and force another Pokemon to be exposed to your selfish. Ash then violently twisted the trainer's arm to cause even more pain. Repulsive, Ash forced the trainer to the ground with his foot. Idiotic presence. Ash then used his foot to indirectly twist the trainer's spine. Ash. That is enough. That first voice was definitely Serena, but it seemed someone else had halted Ash. It was a policewoman-like one who arrested Team Flare from the caves, Officer Jenny. You have finally got a trainer I have been ordered to turn in. Thank you, brat. Officer Jenny retrieved the trainer from Ash, but that only caused Ash's hold on him to break completely loose. He then went into a rage and threw Officer Jenny off of him, and faster than a bird, had gotten both Ash and Serena by the neck. Pikachu tried to stop him but was kicked away by the trainer's foot. That broke something for sure by the cracking sound, and that Pikachu found himself barely able to get up. All the poor Pokemon can see is Ash nearly choking and Serena molested by the trainer. He had to stop him, even if he had to break this broken body even worse. But someone, who had been watching it all happen out of fear, had suddenly gained the courage to make something for itself. Chase Bin. The little Kalos grass starter Pokemon charged at its trainer, biting him on the head. Ow. That got the trainer to stop his harassment, but he never let go off the kids' necks and instead tried to hit Chase Bin with his leg. Hold still, you stupid weakling. Chase Bin was instead dodging those attacks with limited range until it opened its mouth to release a barrage of glowing seed-sized projectiles that had successfully released both young trainers from their death grip. But Chase Bin wasn't done, and its fingers and spikes on its head stiffen and glow white. It then fires white orbs trailing green streams of light at its trainer, to cause even more damage. That's it. I will kill you. That madman charged at Chase Bin, who suddenly couldn't move, either from its undying confidence or frozen with fear. Either way, the trainer never got far when both Ash and Officer Jenny appeared to stop him, and this time, the latter knocked him out cold. He will never get near another Pokemon again. Officer Jenny said while she got him for good, complete with a huge bump at the back of his head and HNDCFFS on his wrists. While she was taking this criminal away, Ash gathered up the other witnesses, which included the critically injured Pikachu and the mentally scarred Serena. The Chase Bin had been protecting them all this time. Ash then cupped Serena, who looked like a real mess with her ruined hair and the dark blue tear trails on her face. You can tell me when I made it worse, Serena. Ash said before kissing her so deep that it was like he wanted to slurp up her skin right off her face. Serena couldn't ignore the kiss that was taking her breath away, literally. And yet she felt something other than losing her breath. She felt like any of the harassment was leaving her heart and bones out via the kiss. It may have sounded silly, but Serena felt no pain whatsoever when Ash broke off from the kiss. She still didn't say a word, but Serena didn't need to when she finally closed her eyes, stopped her crying and relaxed enough to sleep in Ash's arms. She clung to Ash like her favorite stuffed teddy bear, like it was the only thing keeping her warm and safe. XXXXX. It took a few more days, but at last, with all doubt and anxiety behind, it was time to challenge the Shallor City Gym. Inside was something that surprised trainers, as they were not expecting to find a set of cliff climbing installed. Apparently, Grant has a fondness for the exercise that comes with mountain climbing. Grant also preferred to battle trainers from the top of the interior mountain, which had two ways of reaching: manually climb up or use the elevator. Serena preferred the elevator that led to where visitors can witness the gym battle. Her Braixen and Cubone were on their best behavior and they wanted to watch the battle as well. They were out of their ball to watch with their trainer. Serena felt a lot safer surrounded by Pokemon that she trusted. Amora, sing along with the Northern Lights. Grant took out his first Pokemon. It was a quadruped, dinosaurian Pokemon similar to sauropods. It had a long neck and a short, stubby tail. Above its large, deep blue eyes were two sail structures, which are yellow at the bottom fading into pink towards the tips. These sails had an iridescent appearance. It has a light blue body with a white belly. A single dark blue crystal adorned each side of its body, while its forelegs lacked claws or digits, the hind legs each had a single white nail. Amora, the tundra Pokémon. This ancient Pokémon was restored from part of its body that had been frozen in ice for over 100 million years. Okay then, Pharaoh Seed. Ash released his first Pokémon. Even though he was allowed to carry more than 6 Pokémon on hand, there is still this rule that states a maximum of 6 Pokémon for a gym battle or any other Pokémon battle for that matter. We will take the first move if you don't mind. Grant said, and before Ash could respond, use Thunder Wave. Amora was then covered in yellow and blue sparks that then rocketed off of the rocky hide of the tundra Pokémon and landed on Pharaoh Seed. But Ash was not worried, in fact he smirked. Thanks. Now Pharaoh Seed, try to push yourself through and use Euro Ball. Ash said, and Pharaoh Seed had tried to ignore the paralysis that threatened to prevent the Iron Thorn Pokémon from moving at all. Thankfully he trained with a Pikachu, a Pokémon with static along with Thunder Wave. Pharaoh Seed had just got to move, even with the paralyzing effects, and attacked Amora was hit with a very super effective Euro Ball. Grant, of course, was surprised at the comeback but then smiled. So that is why you choose Pharaoh Seed when I choose Amora. Not to neutralize any damage, but for Euro Ball. Ash was not paying that close of attention and instead saw that Serena had a slightly confused look on her face. You see, Serena, Euro Ball is a steel-type move which does super effective damage against both ice and rock types, but it is a very complicated move. Ash started and Serena peered in for more info. Euro Ball's base power is determined by how faster the target is moving compared to the user. And while being paralyzed can prevent Pharaoh Seed from moving, it just basically cuts down on his speed. With that much, Euro Ball is at its strongest, see? Serena turned into the direction of Amora only to see that the Tundra Pokémon looked like it took that Euro Ball really badly. It was like Pharaoh Seed can just win this battle, but Grant was still a gym leader. Nevertheless, Amora used Mist and then Take Down. Grant decided to make the next move. Amora covered the entire battlefield in a blue and icy mist indeed before charging for Pharaoh Seed. Of course, it did surprise Ash that Pharaoh Seed didn't resist the takedown since he is a steel-type Pokémon until he realized something that the Pokédex told him silently and stopped worrying about it for now since the issue is Pharaoh Seed still paralyzed. It couldn't even move after that takedown attack. Use a mirror shot. Ash said, but to his dismay, Pharaoh Seed was still unable to move due to the effects of Thunder Wave. Keep at it. Pharaoh Seed heard it and tried again, finally able to unleash a storm of green beams at Amora. Protect. Grant yelled out, a very good move for a Pokémon that had a good number of weaknesses including 2 double weaknesses. And with that mirror shot wasted, Pharaoh Seed pretty much can no longer try to break free of the paralyzing effects of the Thunder Wave. It looks like Ash will have to rethink his strategy. Pharaoh Seed, return. Snorlax, I need you. That was a shock to Serena as she knew about the Snorlax from Camphrier Town, but she thought it was supposed to be the in mountains so it can help the townspeople for another annual harvest. Snorlax were rare alright, but what were the chances of Ash actually encountering a separate wild Snorlax and catching it? Another better question until after the match. When did Ash catch that Snorlax? Chip away. Ash yelled out and Snorlax actually listened to him without dozing off. It charged and struck Amora. That got both Grant's and Serena's attention and knocked them out of their stupor, started by their shock and confusion. Thunder Wave. Grant wanted to initiate the same strategy, wanting to see just what Ash will do to counteract it. Since it was move that barely misses, Snorlax was then paralyzed as well, but Ash did indeed have a plan. Rest. Ash said simply, and Snorlax didn't try to attack and instead fell asleep, effectively curing himself of the paralysis. That was what Ash knew to do if Grant tries Thunder Wave again. But Serena was wondering how Snorlax was going to battle Amora if it is asleep. Snore. Snorlax then indeed snore, enough to cause some rocks from the ceiling to barely miss the people inside the gym and caused some damage to Amora. Serena figured out that if a Pokémon is not asleep, snore can never be used. It was good thing that Ash thought this through. Fine. Grant said, realizing that he can paralysis a Pokémon while it had another status element already. Take down. Grant commanded and Amora charged but couldn't do much damage to Snorlax due to the Pokémon high defense and its budging stomach was like a sturdy drum. The only thing noticeable will be Amora taking the usual recoil damage of takedown. Snore. Aurora Beam. That shoot-off was something for the eye to behold because both Pokémon are hit at the same time. This also set some things off as Snorlax finally awoke from rest and Amora was able to stay standing from the snore attack. Good to have you back Snorlax, now use Yawn and then Defense Curl. Ash said again a lot more calmly. Snorlax nodded and carried out those commands, causing Amora to get drowsy while Snorlax built up his defense. Use Thunder Wave. Roll out of the way. Now everything was clear on why Ash had told Snorlax to use Defense Curl after Yawn. It also allowed Snorlax to roll around the battlefield and avoid the Thunder Wave. And unfortunately for Grant, that delay had cost him when Amora finally fell to the effects of Yawn. Now finish with Chip Away. That tone had excitement that Snorlax seemed to share along with Ash when he charged at the napping Tundra Pokémon, dealing enough damage to even knock out a rock type like Amora. Amora is unable to battle, Snorlax wins. The referee announced and Serena knew that Ash will do it. Grant just simply looked away when he returned his beaten rock and ice type. That was his weakest Pokémon in terms of type relationships so now he can go a little more out. Go Tyrant, roar and shake the cave walls. Grant sent out another Pokémon. It was a dinosaurian Pokémon, closely resembling theropods such as the Tyrannosaurus. Its body is grayish-brown, with a lighter gray shade on their bellies and lower jaw. The back comes to a peaked hump, and the tail is short and pointed. It had tiny forelimbs with only 2 clawed digits, both white. The hind legs were more robust, and its feet featured 3 white claws and an adjoining rear claw, this 4th digit is stone-colored. The front part of each leg also features 2 armor-like plates, which are rectangular in shape. Spiky, white fluff, similar to the primitive feathering on many dinosaurs, extends from the back of the neck. Their heads are proportionally large, with a ridged snout and powerful jaws. They have 2 pointed teeth in the lower jaw, and the upper jaw features tooth-like projections on either side and a slightly decurved hook at the end. Their large white eyes are semicircular with a black border along the lower curve. Orange, triangular horns extend from above each eye and point away from the snout. A similar projection juts out of the tail. Ash then scanned it. Tyrant, the Royal Air Pokémon. Tyrant's jaws are so big and powerful, it can crunch up a car. If it doesn't like something, it responds with a wild tantrum. And before you embarrass me further, Grant said, Tyrant used Dragon Tail. The dinosaur-like Pokémon charged with its tail covered in green and transparent scales making its tail look bigger and that of an actual dragon's. Not only did this do damage but Snorlax was forced back into its Pokeball. 1. Out came the chase bin from a few days ago, it was looking strong and actually excited that it was finally chosen by Ash against Grant. Grant seemed to recognize it from that trainer who challenged his gym but stomped out when Chase Bin lost to Amora, not even bothering to use any other Pokémon. Ash said nothing, not to dampen the young Pokémon's spirits. Thankfully Ash didn't need to because Grant took advantage of this development. Tyrant used Draco Meteor. Tyrant raised its mouth to the sky and unleashed a sphere of dragon-type energy that soared like a rocket before exploding and causing an actual meteor shower. Use Rollout to dodge. Ash was not taking any chance of Chasebin ignoring him in his excitement and thankfully for the trainer, it was worth it when Chasebin heard that loud and clear. He curled into a sphere and rolled around the battlefield, using the sensations from the attack that missed in order to sense the others coming. Now attack. Chasebin then sensed Tyrant and charged at him with all the speed and attack power granted by the extended use of Rollout. That caused Tyrant to receive it all in full blast, knocking the Royal Air Pokémon off of the battlefield and land hard into some of the boulders littered nearby. Now use Leech Seed. Chase-Bin then launched a vinery of seeds connected by vines that covered Tyrant, sapping the energy from the rock and dragon type and sending it all to Chase-Bin. "Get out of there and use Rock Tomb!" Grant yelled out, and Tyrant managed to release itself from its crater in order to summon a rainstorm of rocks that caused Chase-Bin to panic in an effort to dodge them, but it seemed that Tyrant can mentally direct the boulders to corner Chase-Bin. Now Draco Meteor. Tyrant released another rain of meteors that this time, all went into the direction of the trapped Chase-Bin. Protect. Ash knew that Chase-Bin was still a Pokémon who was still a little scared and careless about battle, so he taught that very important move to him. As of the time being, Chase-Bin will feel ready to forget about Protect and take in attacks all the save. That was how Chase-Bin avoided damage in a tight space and even get free when the meteors had destroyed the rock tomb prison that Tyrant had made around him. But, Tyrant used Crunch on Chase-Bin. Grant was not going to let a setback like this turn the tide so easily. Tyrant had then trapped Chase-Bin painfully in its large jaws, making the spiny nut Pokémon flail in panic. But Ash did not, and somehow, through the pain, Chase-Bin had knew that and calmed down enough to concrete for this. Chase-Bin, use Pin Missile in Tyrant's eyes. Ash said in a cool tone, and Chase-Bin managed to get free by stinging Tyrant where its rocky hide can't resist, releasing Chase-Bin from its mighty jaw. Target Vine Whip at Tyrant's legs and then use Seed Bomb, full blast, when it falls. That was a complicated set of moves, but Chase-Bin didn't want to disappoint another trainer by doing the best he could. Chase-Bin had seen Tyrant try to hold its eyes in pain, so it was unable to get out of the way for a Vine Whip to the leg it was putting most of its weight on, causing Tyrant to lose a lot of his balance. When Tyrant was on its side trying to shift its weight, Chase-Bin unleashed a fierce and surprising assault of green glowing projectiles from its head spikes. Usually, a Chase-Bin could only learn Seed Bomb far after it first evolves, according to what the gym leaders know. This one watched in horror as his Pokémon was launched and sent for another nasty landing. But soon, his focus shifted to when Chase-Bin roared in its own cute way to mark this as his first major victory for its new trainer. Its body was starting to glow blue while Chase-Bin was watching in surprisingly calm curiosity before its body was fully engulfed in the bright light, filling up the Pokémon gym entirely. After the light died down, in the place of the small Chase-Bin is a bipedal, mammalian Pokémon with some plant-like features. It was largely covered in an armor-like shell similar to that of a chestnut. The armor was green in coloration with two large spines jutting out like ears. These spines and its pointed tail had red tips, and there were banded segments on the back of the shell. The lower half of the body was brown, and it had a three-pointed patch of fur decorating the front. Its stubby limbs were brown, but the top surfaces of the arms were protected by green, banded armor. It had 3 white, clawed digits on its hands and 2 on its feet. The face was exposed and unarmored, being light brown in color. It had a small, pink nose and a pointed snout, with a 3-pointed patch of brown fur extending out like hair. Brown triangles marked its cheeks. Finally, it also had wide eyes, buck teeth. You finally did its Chase-Bin. Now let's see what I should call you now. Ash said before taking out his Pokédex again and scanning his new Pokémon. Quilladin, the spiny armor Pokémon. It relies on its sturdy shell to deflect predators' attacks. It counterattacks with its sharp quills. While everyone was amazed to see a Pokémon evolution, they didn't notice that Grant's Tyrant hadn't emerged from its second crater like before, but the referee was a better person than that and said this to get their attention to a better priority. Tyrant is unable to battle. Quilladin wins. Everyone looked to see the Royal Air Pokémon is out for sure. They cheered for more from Quilladin, but instead, Ash returned him before Grant could even take out his final Pokémon. I have talked with my Quilladin before he evolved. He just wanted to finally evolve and now he will need training to adjust to his new form. A gym battle isn't even close to a good example. That is why I will leave Quilladin to the next gym battles. Ash said, as if he read their minds and answered their curiosity right on the spot. They all ever understood or still critical on Ash's decision to return a Pokémon who had just evolved before the gym battle actually ended. But Grant, he laughed while laying this. You are truly a wonderful trainer. No wonder Viola spoke so much of you, and now I want all that against my true strongest Pokémon. Go Aerodactyl. Grant stated and realized a third Pokémon. Out came a reptilian, bipedal Pokémon with large, membranous wings. It has sharply pointed ears and a fierce expression with intense eyes. Its snout is ridged, with a gaping mouth and strong lower jaw full of serrated fangs. Its body is covered in light violet-gray skin with violet wings. Aerodactyl's wings consist of a membrane running from the side of the body to the tip of an elongated finger. The clawed hands at the bend of each wing allow it to grasp objects. A hump-like ridge grows from its back and it has a strong, arrow-tipped tail. Its talon-like feet are capable of scooping up and tightly clutching its prey in flight. Aerodactyl, the fossil Pokémon. Its hard fangs suggest that it was a carnivore. Its sharp claws were probably used to capture prey. Okay then Grant, Frogadier, let's go. Ash said and released his initial Kalos starter-type Pokémon. The semi-ninja-like Pokémon took stance, never let loose her guard, not even in the face of a Pokémon like Aerodactyl. Supersonic. Dodge with quick attack. Ash and Grant sent off somehow at the same time. Frogadier was able to avoid getting the accursed, confused status element. Now use Smokescreen. Since the quick attack had allowed Frogadier to get into close proximity with Aerodactyl, she was able to temporarily blind the fossil Pokémon. Drat you Ash. Use Wing Attack. Smack down. Grant tried another attack and Aerodactyl managed to sense where Frogadier was, but when it tried to strike with a glowing wing, it was instead hit rock, sending him nearly into the ground, and when it finally reached Frogadier, that attack barely did anything at all. Nice try using a flying type move on a rock type. Ash said with a smirk, and Grant realized that he was duped once again but couldn't do a thing when, Smokescreen. Frogadier released yet another stream of blinding smoke that removed more of Aerodactyl's vision. That does it. Use Roar. Grant shouted and commanded a move that required no need of accuracy at all. Aerodactyl roared so mighty and strong that Frogadier was sent back into her Pokeball and a random Pokémon was sent outside. And it happened to be Ash's Pikachu. Hone Claws and then Agility. Grant then decided to upgrade his strategy in order to combat this new fighter that can do serious damage. I guess that I can stop playing around. Pikachu, use Electro Ball. Scary face. Grant knew all about Electro Ball and made sure that it was his Aerodactyl that will be faster than Ash's. And he succeeded in making Electro Ball do very little damage even for a super effective move. Ash had to think of something to counteract this until he came up with a plan. Use Ancient Power. Aerodactyl unleashed a storm of rocks aiming at Pikachu, who awaited Ash's commands. Pikachu, use Electro Ball to take them in. Ash said, and in a serious tone despite how silly it sounded. Pikachu did it anyway and found out that his Electro Ball, still on his tail, was getting a little unstable. Now release it behind you. Pikachu lowered the unstable Electro Ball while his tail was facing straight away from his back. That was when he lost control of it. As it will have it, that force barely harmed Pikachu and instead sent him straight to Aerodactyl. Use Electro Ball again and then Iron Tail twice in a row. Grant nor Aerodactyl had room to move when Pikachu used that sudden speed burst to restore his Electro Ball back to the usual strength, which dealt a lot more damage to Aerodactyl. Then, Pikachu landed two constructive Iron Tail attacks which also caused a lot of super effective damage to Aerodactyl. Yes, yes. That is what I wanted to feel, and now I can't take it anymore. Grant was like a kid on sugar high before he took out a hiker's pike, one that is used for mountain climbing, with a familiar stone to Ash's eyes. That must be the keystone Professor Sycamore keeps telling me. Viola had one too and used to Mega Evolve her Beedrill. Ash said with his focus on the stone that was embedded on the head of the pike. Aerodactyl, listen to the echo of the mountain I create. Bring it in your heart as strong as rock. Mega Evolve. Grant chanted, and the same strange energy emerged from the keystone and connected with the stone on Aerodactyl's collar. The fossil Pokémon then started to glow like before and morph. After the light had faded and Aerodactyl had completed its mega evolution, its body begins to turn to stone, which some researchers claim is its original appearance before fossilization. It grows larger in size and sprouts jagged black spikes all over its body. There are 5 spikes at the wrist joint of each wing, replacing its hands. 3 small spikes grow along the tail, and the spine on its back has become large and stony. The rear talons of the feet have also turned black. Its chin and ears are each decorated with a large spike, with rocky plates marking its eyebrows and the corners of its jaw. Similar stone ornaments are present on its chest on its torso, 2 small marks flanking a longer mark. Its irises have changed to a dark green color. Ash had to scan it with his Pokédex. This Pokémon is now in its Mega Evolution state. It retails its rock and flying typing but loses all abilities for Tough Claws. It allows any psychical moves of the user to get stronger. Now use Dragon Claw. The new Aerodactyl raced with new speeds and hit Pikachu with a very powerful strike. It was like that physical move really spiked through the roof in terms of attack power, but Pikachu took it in and endured it for Ash. Viola's Mega Beedrill was this powerful and Pikachu had still thrived and pulled through. At least Ash knew what Grant was now trying to get at. Ice Fawn. Agility. Ash had gotten Pikachu on top the Mega Evolved Aerodactyl when it tried to clamp freezing teeth onto Pikachu. It was tough since Pikachu was sore from that Dragon Claw. Thunder. At close range, that could have done a lot of damage, but Mega Aerodactyl was not to go down so easily as before. It did, however, a lot of damage as evidenced by Mega Aerodactyl's oblivious discomfort and tired state. Shake Pikachu off and use Fire Fawn. Grant yelled and Mega Aerodactyl was able to dislodge Pikachu from its topside and clamped on him with fire-infused fangs. And yet when Mega Aerodactyl noticed something off about what he had chomped and has in his mouth. It was disgusting to say when Mega Aerodactyl spat out a doll that looked nothing like Pikachu and yet had somehow came out of nowhere and took that attack which could have taken our Pikachu instead. Grant and Mega Aerodactyl looked for the real Pikachu until they heard. Pikachu, use Electro Ball now. Pikachu tore through the rocks he was hiding behind with his aching body to launch yet another ball of lightning at Mega Aerodactyl. Catch with Thunder Fawn. That was a definite and unique strategy, and Mega Aerodactyl was able to stop the Electro Ball with its teeth covered in lightning itself. That was how it was able to stop the super effective move. Use Quick Attack at Aerodactyl's mouth. Pikachu didn't know why but did so anyways, trusting Ash as always. When Pikachu got within inches of the fossil Pokémon's mouth, Ash gave one last command, Iron Tail in his mouth. That was silly and risky, and yet that was how Pikachu liked it. Pikachu gave all of its power into its mighty tail, which turned to steel itself and attacked the Electro Ball from within Mega Aerodactyl's jaw, forcing it down the throat, and unleashed its electric might from within the Pokémon itself. Aerodactyl. Grant cried out while having to cover his eyes from the sheer intensity of the lightning that consumed his Mega Evolved Pokémon from within. Everyone else had to do the same to protect their eyes from the light that was almost as bright as the summer midday sun. When the light did die, there was only Pikachu still trying to stand on his 4 sore and tired legs and a crater. Inside was a small trail of smoke, coming from the mouth of a regular Aerodactyl. Not budging from that spot, not even an inch. It was time for the referee. Aerodactyl is unable to battle. Pikachu wins. Since gym leader Grant has no more available Pokémon, Ash Ketchum wins this gym battle. He announced while Ash just walks to Pikachu, ignoring any cheer with guilt in his heart. When Grant granted the cliff badge for winning, shaped like a cliff or a rock climbing wall, Ash just took it and placed it with his bug badge and picked up his exhausted Pikachu, tired and hurt from that last stunt. Meanwhile, Serena still cheered for her friend since he fought hard and just managed to pull through. She found out that there was something about Ash that, no matter what he does, he always made her feel like he is in charge and things will always turn out alright. XXXXX. After Ash's gym battle with Grant, he and Serena went back on the road and have seen more Pokémon. Pokémon like Sigilyph, the avianoid Pokémon. Sigilyph keeps enemies from invading its territory with its psychic powers and was the guardian of cities long ago. Sigilyph is a spherical Pokémon, possessing 2 cyan eyes with a third on a black appendage on top of its head. Sigilyph has a pair of wings and a tail that are yellow with blue and red stripes on each of the feathers, 2 black-colored 3-toed feet, and 2 small spikes at its base. Sigilyph will use its psychic powers to attack anyone who invades its territory. Due to it retaining memories from when it guarded an ancient city, it apparently flies along the same route constantly. And Emolga, the sky squirrel Pokémon. Emolga lives in trees and uses its cape-like membrane to glide through the air. Emolga is a white, rodent-like Pokémon resembling a flying squirrel. It has black eyes, a tiny nose, and yellow cheek patches. It can create electricity on its electric sacs located on its cheeks and store electricity inside its membranes. Its ears, positioned at the top of its head, are rounded in shape and black in coloration, with yellow and white sections of coloration in the inside of its ears. It sports a vaguely hood-like patterning of black around its head, with a spiky extension of the pattern above its face. It has yellow wing-like flaps connected to its 3-fingered arms. It can use these flaps can be used to glide from tree to tree, and it can discharge electricity while gliding. Its feet are white and fairly small and its black tail is in a jagged shape. All this was just dandy since Grant told Ash that the next Pokémon gym was all fighting types. But Ash realized after seeing a trainer teaching a rock-type move to a Machop that flying types can be countered by this gym leader, so he instead chose these Pokémon to join him. Golett, the automaton Pokémon. It is said that Golett was instructed to protect people and Pokémon by the ancient civilization that created it. Golett is a bipedal, clay Pokémon constructed in the ancient past to protect a civilization of people and Pokémon. There are 2 different shades of blue throughout its appearance. It has a head with a cyan-colored fin on top of its head, and 2 bewitching, yellow eyes. Around its spherical body are brown straps, which meet at a blue square with a yellow swirl in the center. It has 4 large stones, 2 on its arms and 2 acting as its feet. Golett burns energy inside itself in order to move. This energy causes Golett to release light through the holes near its arms and legs. However, no one has identified this energy. And Hawlucha, the wrestling Pokémon. Possessing an artistic way of executing its moves, Hawlucha takes great pride in their elegance. Hawlucha is a small, bipedal bird-like Pokémon. It has red, cape-like wings that are connected to its tail with green undersides and small clawed hands. It has red chest feathers, a white abdominal area and legs with small yellow feet. It has a green, mask-like face with an orange stripe down the middle, as well as orange rings around its eyes. Hawlucha has a small, red beak, and a white patch underneath it. It also has 3 orange tassel-like appendages jutting out of the back of its head. Its eyes have black sclera and large yellow irises. Hawlucha makes up for its small body with its proficiency in fighting, which allows it to keep up with bigger fighters such as Machamp and Hariyama. It deftly controls its position in the air by using its wings. A favored tactic is to strike from above, as many opponents have a hard time defending against this maneuver. Prior to recent developments, of course, Hawlucha was the only known Pokémon capable of learning Flying Press. Serena was having her own choice of Pokémon and caught some of her own. Eevee, the evolution Pokémon. Depending on circumstances, Eevee can evolve into many forms. Eevee is a mammalian, quadruped creature with primarily brown fur. The tip of its bushy tail and its large furry collar are cream-colored. It has short, slender legs with 3 small toes and a pink paw pad on each foot. Eevee has brown eyes, long pointed ears, and a small black nose. This Pokémon is rarely found in the wild, and is mostly only found in cities and towns. However, Eevee is said to have an irregularly shaped genetic structure that allows it to adapt to many different kinds of environments. Eventually, Eevee may evolve to better suit its surroundings. And Snubbull, the fairy Pokémon. While it may appear gruff and grumpy, deep down, Snubbull is a kind and caring Pokémon. Snubbull is a pink, bipedal, bulldog-like Pokémon with blue polka dots covering its body. It has loose skin that drapes to cover the lower part of its body, giving it the appearance of a dress. There is a small, blue ruff around its neck. Its face has a pronounced underbite, 2 ear flaps that are flat, curved, and tipped with black, and a small, shiny black nose. Despite its underbite, it has strong jaws. Its feet are beige with 3 toes and a circular pink paw pad, while its arms are short and stubby. Snubbull possesses the ability to use keen sense of smell to track things down. Despite this Pokémon's fierce-looking face, it is very playful and affectionate. It is a popular companion among women for its devotion and loyalty. It is not aggressive and tends to prefer to scare away its opponent rather than fight. Snubbull wander around urban areas. Of course, they were sent to Professor Sycamore's place since she had a full set on her hands already. Ash promised that once they reach the next town, they will give the switching Pokémon routine a go and a start so she will be able to get used to in her own pace. In fact, she had to take things a lot slower ever since the chase bin incident. She had nightmares of that trainer returning and continually harassing her while Ash bared no concern at all. Nurse Joy called it post-traumatic stress disorder or PTSD for short. Unfortunately, Serena is still a 10-year-old, so she was not prepared for this type of disorder, so there was the danger of her losing her sanity. Nurse Joy suggested that Ash will always comfort her. Make sure that she is never on her alone. Make sure that she will never be left by herself in the face of danger, since that is a large jolt to a broken vase, could make it shatter. Nurse Joy also said that she will inform all her cousins or otherwise, identical counterparts about this incident so they can help when and wherever the trainers need it. According to her, this never happened before. Ash understood perfectly and promised, to best of his ability, to see that Serena will recover and overcome this PTSD and become a happy girl and then a woman as well. Serena herself was just glad to have a boy like Ash for a trainer. Pikachu even made sure to help out too and protect Serena whenever Ash couldn't do it himself. Of course, before they got far from Shallor City, hold it. A voice emerged from the woods, and so did a most curious sight that landed right in front of the 2 trainers. It was a young girl, around her teens. She was wearing a one-piece white shirt that came with a skirt that all had red outlines. It was the same color as her skates and helmet. She was wearing black underpants underneath. Her eyes were a sky blue and her hair was a bright blonde that was molded into a large ponytail in the back and with 2 smaller ponytails to both her sides. Finally, she had a white fingerless glove that had a colorful stone embedded like with Viola's hairpin and Grant's keychain. And by her side was a Pokémon for sure. It was a bipedal, canine-like Pokémon, with fur that is predominantly blue and black. It possessed a short, round spike on the back of each forepaw, in addition to a third on its chest. It had a long snout and ears. It possessed cream-colored fur on its torso, and blue fur on its thighs that resembles shorts. It had a medium-length tail of the same blue color as well. It stood on its toes rather than on its entire foot. Finally, it has 4 small black appendages on its head. My name is Corina of Shallor City and this is my partner, Lucario. She introduced herself with as much radiant cheerfulness that she was almost as bright as the sun in the midday sky. End of chapter. Previously on Ash the Iron Trainer. Ice Fawn. Agility. Ash had gotten Pikachu on top the Mega Evolved Aerodactyl when it tried to clamp freezing teeth onto Pikachu. It was tough since Pikachu was sore from that dragon claw. Thunder. At close range, that could have done a lot of damage, but Mega Aerodactyl was not to go down so easily as before. It did, however, a lot of damage as evidenced by Mega Aerodactyl's oblivious discomfort and tired state. Shake Pikachu off and use Fire Fawn. Grant yelled and Mega Aerodactyl was able to dislodge Pikachu from its topside and clamped on him with fire-infused fangs. And yet when Mega Aerodactyl noticed something off about what he had chomped and has in his mouth, It was disgusting to say when Mega Aerodactyl spat out a doll that looked nothing like Pikachu and yet had somehow came out of nowhere and took that attack which could have taken our Pikachu instead. Grant and Mega Aerodactyl looked for the real Pikachu until they heard. "Pikachu, use Electro Ball now." Pikachu tore through the rocks he was hiding behind with his aching body to launch yet another ball of lightning at Mega Aerodactyl. Catch with Thunder Fawn. That was a definite and unique strategy, and Mega Aerodactyl was able to stop the Electro Ball with its teeth covered in lightning itself. That was how it was able to stop the super effective move. Use Quick Attack at Aerodactyl's mouth. Pikachu didn't know why but did so anyways, trusting Ash as always. When Pikachu got within inches of the fossil Pokemon's mouth, Ash gave one last command, Iron Tail in his mouth. That was silly and risky, and yet that was how Pikachu liked it. Pikachu gave all of its power into its mighty tail, which turned to steel itself and attacked the Electro Ball from within Mega Aerodactyl's jaw, forcing it down the throat, and unleashed its electric might from within the Pokemon itself. Aerodactyl. Grant cried out while having to cover his eyes from the sheer intensity of the lightning that consumed his Mega-evolved Pokemon from within. Everyone else had to do the same to protect their eyes from the light that was almost as bright as the summer midday sun. When the light did die, there was only Pikachu still trying to stand on his 4 sore and tired legs and a crater. Inside was a small trail of smoke, coming from the mouth of a regular Aerodactyl. Not budging from that spot, not even an inch. It was time for the referee. Aerodactyl is unable to battle. Pikachu wins. Since gym leader Grant has no more available Pokemon, Ash Ketchum wins this gym battle. He announced while Ash just walks to Pikachu, ignoring any cheer with guilt in his heart. When Grant granted the cliff badge for winning, shaped like a cliff or a rock climbing wall, Ash just took it and placed it with his bug badge and picked up his exhausted Pikachu, tired and hurt from that last stunt. Meanwhile, Serena still cheered for her friend since he fought hard and just managed to pull through. She found out that there was something about Ash that, no matter what he does, he always made her feel like he is in charge and things will always turn out alright. XXXXX. After Ash's gym battle with Grant, he and Serena went back on the road and have seen more Pokemon. Pokemon like Sigilyph, the avianoid Pokemon. Sigilyph keeps enemies from invading its territory with its psychic powers and was the guardian of cities long ago. And Emolga, the sky squirrel Pokemon. Emolga lives in trees and uses its cape-like membrane to glide through the air. All this was just dandy since Grant told Ash that the next Pokemon gym was all fighting types. But Ash realized after seeing a trainer teaching a rock-type move to a Machop that flying types can be countered by this gym leader, so he instead chose these Pokemon to join him. Golett, the automaton Pokemon. It is said that Golett was instructed to protect people and Pokemon by the ancient civilization that created it. And Hawlucha, the wrestling Pokemon. Possessing an artistic way of executing its moves, Hawlucha takes great pride in their elegance. Serena was having her own choice of Pokemon and caught some of her own. Eevee, the evolution Pokemon. Depending on circumstances, Eevee can evolve into many forms. And Snubbull, the fairy Pokemon. While it may appear gruff and grumpy, deep down, Snubbull is a kind and caring Pokemon. Of course, they were sent to Professor Sycamore's place since she had a full set on her hands already. Ash promised that once they reach the next town, they will give the switching Pokemon routine a go and a start so she will be able to get used to in her own pace. In fact, she had to take things a lot slower ever since the Chasebin incident. She had nightmares of that trainer returning and continually harassing her while Ash bared no concern at all. Nurse Joy called it post-traumatic stress disorder or PTSD for short. Unfortunately, Serena is still a 10-year-old, so she was not prepared for this type of disorder, so there was the danger of her losing her sanity. Nurse Joy suggested that Ash will always comfort her. Make sure that she is never on her alone. Make sure that she will never be left by herself in the face of danger, since that is a large jolt to a broken vase, could make it shatter. Nurse Joy also said that she will inform all her cousins or otherwise, identical counterparts about this incident so they can help when and wherever the trainers need it. According to her, this never happened before. Ash understand perfectly and promised, to best of his ability, to see that Serena will recover and overcome this PTSD and become a happy girl and then a woman as well. Serena herself was just glad to have a boy like Ash for a trainer. Pikachu even made sure to help out too and protect Serena whenever Ash couldn't do it himself. Of course, before they got far from Sillage City, hold it. A voice emerged from the woods and so did a most curious sight that landed right in front of the two trainers. It was a young girl, around her teens. She was wearing a one-piece white shirt that came with a skirt that all had red outlines. It was the same color as her skates and helmet. She was wearing black underpant underneath. Her eyes were a sky blue and her hair was a bright blonde that was molded into a large ponytail in the back and with two smaller ponytails to both her sides. Finally, she had a white fingerless glove that had a colorful stone embedded like with Viola's hairpin and Grant's keychain. And by her side was a Pokémon for sure. It was a bipedal, canine-like Pokémon, with fur that is predominantly blue and black. It possessed a short, round spike on the back of each forepaw, in addition to a third on its chest. It had a long snout and ears. It possessed cream-colored fur on its torso, and blue fur on its thighs that resembles shorts. It had a medium-length tail of the same blue color as well. It stood on its toes rather than on its entire foot. Finally, it has 4 small black appendages on its head. My name is Corina of Shallor City and this is my partner, Lucario. She introduced herself with as much radiant cheerfulness that she was almost as bright as the sun in the midday sky. Nice to meet you, Corina. My name is Ash Ketchum. Ash said while shaking Corina's hand. This is my very first Pokémon and my partner, Pikachu. And this is Serena, she is my closet friend and showing me around Kalos. Ash finished while holding Serena by the shoulders and placing her in front of him, making her blush at the close contact. Nice to meet you all, again. Corina said while Lucario nodded while responding in its own tongue. That reminded both young trainers since they both ever saw a Pokémon like this one. Lucario, the Aura Pokémon and the evolved form of Riolu. Lucario reads the thoughts of others and anticipates their movements by sensing their auras. According to the rest of the info from the Pokédex, Lucario can study this energy called aura to predict the movements of their opponents and track their quarry. They also have the power to manipulate this energy in an offensive manner, in the form of explosive spheres of energy. Lucario can understand human speech, and have been reported to communicate with humans through telepathy. Lucario is considered to be prideful, and is extremely loyal to its trainer. It also seems to have a natural sense of justice. It usually lives deep in mountains very far from people to improve their skills. It is an exceptionally rare Pokémon. Though its diet is unknown, one Lucario was seen eating berries and plants, like roses. It has been seen eating chocolate, even though chocolate is not part of its natural diet. Your Lucario looks really strong, you must be a really good trainer. Ash said and both Corina and her Pokémon blushed at the compliment. It's no biggie, after all the two of us had been together for like forever. That is how we got so strong. Corina said and Lucario nodded. Ash and Serena just left it at that. Then Corina challenged Ash to a fight, saying that they are working on a winning streak of 100 victories in order to be allowed to advance their training. Also they will be given an item that will allow both of them to obtain great power in their duels. That was why she challenged Ash to a duel with his Pikachu against her Lucario. Too bad that Ash was reluctant trainer even when he is usually excited to accept any Pokémon duel. Ash said that it was an unjust kind of a duel since it was too soon for Pikachu to even stand ground with Lucario and that was how the duel went. I said that I was sorry. I thought that your Pikachu was stronger. Corina tried to apologize but Ash was not the type to forgive and forget something like that so easily. Sorry to disappoint you since you challenged a trainer with only 2 gym badges and if you are here only to mock us about being weak then get lost. Ash said something like very coldly. He sure was in a bad mood and Corona knew that. Listen, I will make up for this by letting you see Mega Evolution happen. We already did, for both of my gym battles Corona, but we never get to see just how does a trainer get their hands on a Mega Stone and outfit their Pokémon with it. Ash said, if you can help us see such a thing then maybe you will make up and up to your grandfather too. Ash said and Corona was shocked at that last statement. Well. Corona shrank again under the glaze and weakly nodded. Just how scary can Ash be in order to intimidate a trainer like her? Later, Corona showed them to Geosenge Town where a town can be found lined with mysterious stones and encircled by strange ruins of old. But to Corona, it was also a town that sells stones of all types as well as other Pokémon items. Ash had gotten such items such as a spiky helmet for his Pharaoh Seed, a black belt for his Ledian, hard rock for his Skiddo, and soft sand for his Quilladin. Ash even got a light ball which is supposed to teach an egg move that is inclusive to the Pikachu evolution line, Volt Tackle. That is unless the Pokémon is born to a Pikachu holding a light ball. Still, someone told Ash that he will need to find an expert in electric-type Pokémon if he wanted his current Pikachu to learn Volt Tackle. Fortunately, the gym leader in Lumino City, whom Ash has yet to meet, is such a trainer. Meanwhile, Serena did some shopping for stones with Ash's help of course. And she had somewhat better luck than him since her Adino and Kangaskhan can evolve with the help of stones. Ash just helped her determine if the seller is really what he or she is talking about by summoning her Pokémon and see if the Mega Stones are real or not. They didn't have any trouble at all and Ash figured that Corona won't mind sharing some secrets with them both once they find the Mega Stone for Lucario. But unlike the Audinite or the Kangaskhanite, both were easily bought in the market, no one ever had anything close to a Lucarionite. That is until they ran into a good friend of Corona's mentor and grandfather who said that there is a good source of Lucarionite within the mines up north of the town. It took a while to find their way but when they came across entrance of a mine for sure, Ash had to notice that it was rather warm for a tunnel into the cold earth and there was no such heat source naturally in the mines. Once they went down the tunnel and opened a door that obliviously put there unnaturally, they walked into a vast room with a lake that had a path going right across and ending with a tall spike rock with stairs leading to a pedestal that had some kind of yellow-red glowing rock with a symbol in the center. One that is like the Mega Stones Viola and Grant had and used against Ash. Is that it, Corona? Ash said and the trainer on skates just frantically nodded. It's got to be. Lucario, we are really close this time. The Aura Pokémon nodded along and when the two raced ahead of their friends, they were intercepted by some kind of red blur that prevented them from even getting up the stairwell. Serena was scared by this arrival and this nearly caused her PTSD to check in so she hid behind Ash who clutched her hand with his own while using the remaining free hand to take out his Pokédex to scan this being which was definitely a Pokémon. Blaziken, the Blaze Pokémon. Blaziken leaves its opponents charred with its fiery punches. Blaziken is a bipedal, chicken-like Pokémon. The majority of Blaziken's body is red with accents of beige, yellow, and gray. Behind its head, there are beige, hair-like feathers that continue downward and surround its chest and abdomen. It has a small red face with a V-shaped crest on its head. Blaziken's eyes are semicircular with yellow sclera and blue irises, and its mouth is similar to hooked beak. It has featherless, gray hands with 3 fingers each, and 3 clawed toes that are not normally visible due to the shaggy, yellow feathers on the bottom of its legs. A female has a shorter mask and hair than a male. Blaziken has strong, muscular legs that give it great lower body strength. This lower body strength helps its kicking and jumping abilities. Blaziken's wrists have gray wristband-like markings capable of producing a tuft of fire above them. Blaziken can also make flames spout from its ankles. This allows it to cloak its feet or fists, and it uses these abilities while practicing a form of martial art. These combined abilities allow it to use its former signature move, Blaze Kick. Its flames burn more intensely when it faces stronger opponents. Every several years, its old feathers burn off and new, supple feathers grow back in their place. That spells trouble for Lucario. Ash said, according to the Pokédex, Blaziken is a fire and fighting type. Any stab move will be super effective against a fighting and steel type like Lucario. Serena understood perfectly and remained hidden behind Ash as they both watched as Corona and her Lucario figured that they needed to fight Blaziken in order to obtain the Lucarionite. Still, it was not an easy match since Blaziken was obviously well trained and like Ash said, Lucario was at a disadvantage for sure since Blaziken used moves like Flamethrower, Blaze Kick and Force Palm. Still, Corona and Lucario fought to win but even with Bone Club doing super effective damage, they eventually lost to the overwhelming odds from the start. But before Blaziken could finish off Lucario, stop. The match is over and the trial is complete. Blaziken seemed to be well recognized with the voice as the Blaze Pokémon backed off from Lucario for Corona and her friends to tend to it. You have done well, my granddaughter. That voice was where the Lucarionite laid, and out of the shadows came an elderly but spry man whose figure was like a military officer. Ash and Serena knew who he was from the last statement he uttered, Corona's grandfather. Sir, my name is Ash Ketchum from the Kanto region and this is Serena, a local trainer and my best friend. Serena was wondering why they were doing the introductions like this and why she felt a little hurt that she was only Ash's best friend. She nearly forgot about all that when she heard chuckling coming down the stairwell. Is that so? I always enjoyed to see just what young trainers a generation presents to us old veterans. Let me guess, you are new friends of my granddaughter and came with her to see her win, right? Corona promised us that we will see just how Mega Evolution actually happens, and if it is not too much to ask, can we learn about it too? Ash said, and Corona's grandfather chuckled once again and nodded before facing his granddaughter in question who hadn't moved from her spot alongside her fallen Lucario. Don't be like this, Corona, you passed. Ash said to the confusion of Serena and Corona as well as Lucario, but to Corona's grandfather and his Blaziken, it is respect along with a smirk on their faces. Why? Me and Lucario lost, so how can we pass? Corona brought up but flinched when she saw Ash frown at her. If you failed, then why did you still want to fight Blaziken? You knew you could have lost but you still fought to win. Most will just flee to avoid adding defeat on their record of wins, but you didn't because you are a better trainer than that. Ash said. Your grandfather said that you are gym leader as well, and so, winning and losing are so natural that they pretty much don't make a difference. Willing to give up or not does. And that is the attitude that I am going to have to build if I want to learn about Mega Evolution. XXXXX. Later the next day. That was so cool, Ash. Serena screamed insanely for the umpteenth time ever since Ash had made quite the first impression on Gherkin, Corona's grandfather. But a lot had happened after they first met and Corona's Lucario had finally achieved Mega Evolution. When Ash asked for Corona's Lucario to try out its new form, something went wrong. The Lucario, still in its new form, had started to get out of control. Corona's Lucario could have killed Ash and his Pikachu, the former tried to save the latter from. It also nearly went after Serena if Ash didn't buy enough time, distracting Lucario, for Corona to cancel the Mega Evolution and return the Aura Pokemon back to its Pokeball. It took a while and even a trip off the map to a secret location, home to the one who had mastered Mega Evolution herself and even taught Gherkin how to master the process long ago. The latter knew that she, Maple, could do it again, and this time, with Corona. Ash and Serena wanted to be there for Corona when the traveling trainer needed help. It also benefited Ash as Maple trained a Mawile and kept her keystone instead her walking staff while a Mega Stone, Mawlite, attached to her Pokemon. Seeing that Ash had obtained and trained a Mawile of his so well, Maple had granted Ash an additional Mawlite so that Ash can use it once the trainer obtains a keystone. Serena was told that the only way for any of her caught Pokemon to undergo Mega Evolution will be to gain a keystone for herself as well. After all that, Corona saw that, for an entire battle's time span, Lucario had finally gained control over the raw power that the Mega Evolution forced him to take in. Then it was time for Corona to admit that, since she was the Shallor City Gym leader, she needed to head on ahead and prepare for Ash's gym battle with her. Meanwhile, Ash and Serena went back on the map and rode at their own pace. This gave them all the time in the world to take in yet another route filled with Pokémon that they didn't see before today. And the Pokémon they encountered included the following. Nidoran, the Poison Pin Pokémon. Its Poison Pin is quite powerful for its size, but its horn is smaller than a male's. Nidoran, the Poison Pin Pokémon. Its horn is larger than the female's and its horn attack is quite powerful. Nidorina, the Poison Pin Pokémon. The evolved form of the female Nidoran. It emits supersonic waves from its mouth to confuse its enemies. Nidorino, the Poison Pin Pokémon. The evolved form of the male Nidoran. Its highly developed horn is extremely powerful. Hariyama, the Arm Move Pokémon. Hariyama can send a truck flying with its powerful arm moves. Starly, the Starling Pokémon. Starly normally travels in a flock, but when alone, it is hard to notice. Staravia, the Starling Pokémon. Staravia flies over forests and fields, and travels in large flocks. Qingling, the Bell Pokémon. It makes sounds by vibrating an orb in the back of its throat, and it moves by hopping. Stunky, the Skunk Pokémon. It protects itself by spraying a foul-smelling liquid from its hindquarters which lasts for 24 hours. Throw, the Judo Pokémon. Throw is driven by an irresistible urge to throw larger opponents. A wild throw uses vines to make a belt, which increases its power when tightened. Sock, the Karate Pokémon. Sock ties its belt to get pumped up and give its punches an extra bit of power. Disturbing its training angers a Sock. And Diden, the Antenna Pokémon. Diden communicates long distance with other Diden by sending radio waves through its antenna-like whiskers. Sadly, they weren't that interested in catching more Pokémon that day despite how powerful or cute some of they looked like. That was because according to Turner back on Route 7, there are still plenty of castles in Kalos as battle chateaus and here on Route 11 is supposed to be where the next one is. Serena had been trying to handle PTSD as well as getting back her confidence in battling. That was what she did for several hours, with Ash's help, until there. The next battle chateau. Ash suddenly shouted and Serena saw the familiar building in the distance. And it was just with the sight alone that made her nervous all over again but she steadied her breathing and Ash helped her cease her shaking by holding her hand. Entering, they were shown that not only Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny have identical-looking family members throughout the Kalos region, but all sorts of Turners and Mollys, all of them are the owners and staff of each battle chateau in Kalos. Regardless of this new development, Serena and Ash soared throughout the place. It took Ash a few hours of non-stop battles but he was able to gain enough points from his battles to become an Earl with some left over. But the points needed to ascend to the next rank of Marquis will be much harder. Since Ash had pretty much wiped the place clean of trainers, he decided to do like the first time, watch Serena and on how she fares in her own battles. And now, there was this one last battle in which victory will earn Serena, finally, the rank of Viscountess. When she sent out her Braixen, both of them braced for anything. And that anything came in the form of another Pokémon that Serena never seen before but Ash seemed to know it right on the spot. And it was a Nidoqueen. Ash yelled, he had seen this Pokémon before. In fact, it was the Pokémon fighting on the TV in his room that he was watching. On the evening before he was to get his first Pokémon and eventually slept in, but all that had allowed Ash to get a Pokémon of no better starter than Pikachu. Seeing that Serena and Pikachu were confused, Ash took out his Pokédex in a hurry to scan the Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen, the Drill Pokémon. Nidoqueen has thick skin covering its entire body, protecting it from whatever techniques are used against it. Nidoqueen is a large, bipedal blue Pokémon with distinct reptilian features. Its lower jaw, chest plates, and lower torso are cream-colored. It has a horn on its forehead, narrow black eyes, and large, spiny ears. There are toxic spikes running down the length of its back, and its body and encased in extremely hard scales that serve as excellent protection from any attack and stand up when Nidoqueen is excited or provoked. It has a thick, powerful tail. This is a female-only species, the male counterpart is Nidoking. Nidoqueen can be quite fierce and is very protective over its young. This Pokémon is at its strongest when it is defending its young, and will try to seal the entrance to its burrow to protect them. When in contact with foes, it can poison them with the spikes from its back or cause small tremors by slamming the ground. It is also adept at sending foes flying with harsh tackles, and it uses its hefty bulk to execute powerful moves. Nidoqueen lives in hot savannas and plains. Now the battle for the title of Viscount begins. The Molly of the Route 11 Battle Chateau announced, so the trainer, named Jumo simply, took the first strike. Use Body Slam. Nidoqueen charged for Braixen, in an effort to land some damage with her own body weight. Use Reflect. Serena knew that she can't get overconfident, so she is going to try and rearrange any circumstance to back her up instead of pushing her down. And Braixen was able to conjure up a mystic barrier that stopped Nidoqueen where it hurt the most, when the drill Pokémon was just in front of Braixen herself. Now use Fire Spin. Braixen then took out the stick that was naturally kept in her rear tail in order to surround Nidoqueen, cause it damage and severely limiting any movements of the drill Pokémon. Get out of there using superpower. Jumo called out, and Nidoqueen was able to pack in enough power to unleash it in all directions, cancelling out the Fire Spin. But Will-O-Wisp. Protect. Serena gasped to see that Nidoqueen was able to block and avoid any negative effects of the Will-O-Wisp. Chip away. Nidoqueen charged and landed a considerable amount of damage while surprising everyone with her speed. Flame Charge. Serena roared, and when Braixen was engulfed in flames, she charged at Nidoqueen. Protect again. Once again, Nidoqueen had stopped Braixen cold with the nigh impenetrable sphere of protection. Tail Whip and Body Slam. Superpower. Jumo had actually turned the tables, and now Braixen was on her last legs with all the damage done by the drill Pokémon. And with exhaustion draining away any of Braixen's heath, it looked like Serena will lose again. But, Serena. The trainer, on the verge of giving up, saw that Ash was still going strong on her victory by the look in his eyes, and that was before this. Look at Braixen. Braixen had actually got up from the ground, looking she was possessed. Then her body started to glow bright red, and then she screamed, roared if you prefer, to the very heavens themselves, as the temperature around her had hit a major and sudden increase. This surprised Serena but had intimidated Nidoqueen and her trainer. That is Blaze. It's kicking in. Ash remarked, and Pikachu could only nod in response. Serena, this is your chance. Take it. And almost like her body went into autopilot, she did. Fire Spin and then use the flames for Will-O-Wisp. Serena called out, and Braixen roared before using her new power over fire to create an even greater circle of flames that hurt twice as much as the first. And this time, Braixen couldn't miss with Will-O-Wisp when the fire prison was all she needed. Braixen sent a storm of fireballs onto Nidoqueen, who screamed in pain. Apparently, the effects of using superpower include lowering of not only attack power and also defense too. So that was while Nidoqueen's burn had caused more damage than normally. Try to ignore it and use superpower again. And then earth power. Jumo was panicking, and so was Nidoqueen, just what Serena had been training for. When Nidoqueen pulled out any focus through the scorching pain from the burn and managed to get out of yet another fire spin, she struck the ground to unleash something of a contained earthquake into the direction of Braixen. But Serena had thought of something like, and just for matchups like this, own light screen and then jump on it. It was something unusual, and Braixen had managed to dodge the otherwise super effective earth power using the specially made light screen as a floating foothold for only a few seconds, since Braixen wasn't a psychic type yet. Now Nidoqueen had lost all that focus and had to feel all the pain the burn was causing, that was also depleting of her health. Superpower, now. Nidoqueen still tried to land a hit onto Braixen, who stayed, now on the ground, waiting for Serena's next move. Flamethrower. Braixen took the same branch and set Nidoqueen alit with flames until Nidoqueen fainted. Nidoqueen is unable to battle. Serena is the winner and thus, she will ascend to the status and rank as Viscountess. Serena couldn't believe it, she finally did it. She got to become a Viscountess and can finally catch up with Ash. She smiled for the first time since Pewter City, and when she saw that Ash was walking down to congratulate her, she openly hugged and kissed him. She didn't care what the audience thought for the moment. She just wanted to do what she could to say thank you to Ash in every way possible. That day was to be the best one in her entire life, and Serena will never forget it. Ever. And that is for sure. XXXXX. And then it was time to hit the road again, and not much further, since the last path to Ash's third gym battle is the Cave of Reflections. It is a medium-sized cave system that naturally forms rocks that reflect much better than most mirrors. That is why the name was given. Inside the Cave of Reflections were the following Pokémon. Wobbuffet, the patient Pokémon. Wobbuffet like to live in dark areas so they can keep their pitch-black tail concealed. Roggenrola, the mantle Pokémon. Roggenrola's body contains an energy core which is hard as steel from being compressed underground. Solosis, the cell Pokémon. A membrane filled with fluid surrounds Solosis's body, which allows it to live anywhere. It defeats its enemies using its formidable psychic-type powers. Carbink, the jewel Pokémon. It has slept underground for hundreds of millions of years since its birth. It's occasionally found during the excavation of caves. And Mime Jr., the mime Pokémon. It can quickly imitate anyone it sees. It can sense people's emotions as well, and when it senses danger it will erect a barrier, so it can escape. But there was this Pokémon that caught Ash's interest, and it helped that it also wanted to go with him as well. What a convenient coincidence, since this Pokémon pretty much has a very natural advantage over fighting-type Pokémon. This Pokémon was called Sableye. Sableye, the darkness Pokémon. Sableye normally live within caves and eat rocks. They use their sharp claws to dig through the earth. Sableye is a bipedal Pokémon with a dark purple body. It has pale blue, gemstone-like eyes, which allow it to see in low light and sparkle in the dark. It also has a red gemstone on its chest, and its back has a blue and green gemstone as well as another red one. These gem-like eyes and adornments on its body are caused by its diet, which consists of rocks and raw gemstones. It also has sharp teeth and claws. It is feared by people, since it is said to steal a person's soul if they look into its eyes. It is nocturnal and is rarely seen. It lives in caves. And there was this one that Serena also took a liking to and had to send her Audino back to Professor Sycamore's place. It was a female Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime, the barrier Pokémon. By rapidly moving its fingers, Mr. Mime can stop air molecules to create an invisible wall. Mr. Mime is a bipedal, humanoid Pokémon with a round, white body with a red spot in the middle. Its light pink arms and legs are connected to its body by red spheres. Its knees have small, white coverings. There are red pads on the tips of its white fingers, and its black feet curl upward at the tips. Blue growths extend from the sides of its pale pink head, and there are red circles on its cheeks. From birth, this Pokémon is an excellent pantomime. As it matures, it gains the ability to solidify air molecules by vibrating its fingertips. This ability allows it to create invisible objects with its gestures. It punishes those who interrupt its act by slapping them. Mr. Mime is usually very rare, but can be found in suburban areas. But the trip was nothing but encounters and those 2 additions while Ash and Serena waited for something big to happen. It never did. That was a disappointment for sure, since they had plenty of adventures on the previous routes and locations and otherwise events that one will never forget. Ash just decided that he already had his share of excitement for one day and was just glad that he had discovered a Pokémon that not only he took a liking to but will be a helpful addition to his team, and the exact same can be said for Serena too, because she looked so happy with her own team, and even the newly caught Mr. Mime was playful and cheerful with her, just what the poor girl needed for her PTSD. And so, after all these adventures, Ash and Serena were finally in Shallor City. And it was a marvel to behold. This city looked so bright after all those encounters and time spent in the darkness of the caverns. What really stood out about this city was the giant tower in the horizon. It was of a design that was amazing to the eyes of both trainers. That was where Ash was to have his gym battle with Corona. Ash couldn't wait for it, but he was not the type to rush in at the first chance he has like he did when he first met Pikachu. He was going to be sure that his Pokémon are up to the task, not up to their heads in overconfidence. That was a mistake that we all make even though we try hard not to. Ash will have to try anyways. End of chapter. Ash, the Iron Trainer. From skill to the sea. Previously on Ash the Iron Trainer. And so, after all these adventures, Ash and Serena were finally in Shallor City. And it was a marvel to behold. This city looked so bright after all those encounters and time spent in the darkness of the caverns. What really stood out about this city was the giant tower in the horizon. It was of a design that was amazing to the eyes of both trainers. That was where Ash was to have his gym battle with Corona. Ash couldn't wait for it, but he was not the type to rush in at the first chance he has like he did when he first met Pikachu. He was going to be sure that his Pokémon are up to the task, not up to their heads in overconfidence. That was a mistake that we all make even though we try hard not to. Ash will have to try anyways. One more time. Serena heard that for the 20th time that day. Ash was doing some last-minute training with his Pokémon. He chose to use Ferroseed, Honedge, Mawile, Ledian and Kadabra with Pikachu coming as backup. Those were the Pokémon out on the same field as Ash, going until they drop. Ash, are you really sure about all this? Serena didn't care if she was heard or not. She just sat there on the bench, petting her cubone while her Braxian watched with her. I guess that you are piling in since we are going against a gym leader that is training in preparation for us. I just wish that there was something I know I could do about this. Then Serena felt Cubone shift in her lap to face her, and then Braxian placed her paw on Serena's shoulder. The look on their face was something of, "You are just enough for Ash." I hope that is true. And as Serena said this, Ash flinched as if a cold wind went up her spine. Okay guys. Finish those reps and then we can stop for dinner. Ash told his Pokémon, who looked tired but nodded as they went on with their training. And dinner then came right on cue, with everyone but the trainer eating well. Serena was easy to read why, but Ash looked like he suddenly got sensitive about all this. 1. Maybe it is because of a promise that Ash had made. He feels like he is starting to forget about it and start to break it on purpose. Now that will be heart-wrenching. Ash then finished his food and left. I am sorry, Serena. We will be ready. That is what he said as he passed his friend, whom didn't even budge. But Serena did something to this. She cried. Of what kind of tears, that was difficult to determine. XXXXX. Then came the day that Ash and his Pokémon no longer saw any need to keep training and delaying their battle. They got healed and ready from their last practice session while Serena came to cheer Ash on. And they entered the Shallor City Gym, and inside was like a skating rink, with stairs and railings leading to below the battlefield right in the center of the gym, where Corona was spotted clearly. Welcome Ash, we have been waiting for this match with you and your Pokémon. Corona said with an eager and confident tone. Like any gym leader should be when addressing their next challenger, in a way that any trainer will feel the same before starting their Pokémon battle. Mienfoo, the martial arts Pokémon. Mienfoo's battle moves become quicker and more precise with increased concentration. Mienfoo is a yellow, bipedal, mustelid-like Pokémon, with round ears, red eyes, and a pink nose with a whisker on each side. Its red arms look similar to flared sleeves, and the paws are yellow. Mienfoo's chest has a small red band, and its pelt piles around its thighs resembling a tunic or robe. Its legs are red, and its yellow tail is also tipped red. Okay then. Ash said, taking out his first Pokémon, Ferroseed, prove that nothing can move you like a mountain. It wasn't the brightest choice considering Ferroseed is naturally weak to fighting types. But Ash was a trainer that was sure to know what he was doing. Use high jump kick. Corona called for the first move as she did call for the first Pokémon to the field. And Meanful leaped higher than any cricket at its size and until nearly reached the ceiling of the gym. Use Curse Pharaoh Seed. Ash simply said, and Pharaoh Seed glowed darkly and ominously. And then Meanful completed high jump kick by landing on Pharaoh Seed directly, only to cause Barley any damage and had to retreat back in pain. Corona then realized why Ash will use a Pokémon like Pharaoh Seed, with its sole ability named Iron Barbs, which does damage to a Pokémon that uses a physical attack. Nice going with the spiky helmet, right Pharaoh Seed? Corona was even more shocked to see that Pharaoh Seed smiled and nodded, but more importantly, that Ash had enhanced Pharaoh Seed's ability to damage Meanful even more. Now use Euro Ball. With Meanful still temporarily stunned by the damage done to it, the Marital Arts Pokémon couldn't stop the Thorn Seed Pokémon from colliding into it. And since Pharaoh Seed is one of the slowest Pokémon in general, Euro Ball has grown stronger than usual. And Curse helped as well. You see, the move Curse has been in debate as to what type it is until it has been decided to be a Ghost-type move. What it does depends on the Pokémon using it, as in what type of Pokémon. If a Ghost-type uses it, it will throw away half its health to slowly eat away the energy of another Pokémon. If a Pokémon that is a non-Ghost type uses it, the Pokémon will increase its attack power and defense power in exchange for lowering its speed. And since Euro Ball is a physical type attack that is directly affected by attack power, the two moves can be a good combo if used by a non-Ghost type Pokémon. Now use Giga Drain. Ash proclaimed, and Pharaoh Seed launched massive vines from the spikes on its entire body at Meanful, who tried to dodge, but the pain had prevented any good escape. And once the Marital Arts Pokémon was caught, it roared as the life energy was sapped out of its small body. Meanwhile, Pharaoh Seed looked like it was never hurt to begin with once it begun to SCK out Meanful's life energy, much like a vampire. Swift. Corona shouted out, and Meanful tried to shake this off by unleashing a storm of stars that hit with perfect accuracy. Too bad it was only annoying Pharaoh Seed with such an ineffective hit of a normal type move against a steel type Pokémon. And it was all for naught since Pharaoh Seed still had Meanful in its grasp. Pin Missile. Ash shouted, and Pharaoh Seed cancelled out its Giga Drain to launch a storm of needles at Meanful. And since Pin Missile is a bug type attack, it shouldn't have caused much damage because fighting-type Pokémon are naturally resistant to bug-type moves. But when you take in account on how Coronis Meanful has undergone since the match started, that will be quite different. Meanful is unable to battle, Pharaoh Seed wins. The referee announced, and Corona withdrew the Marital Arts Pokémon with a solemn look. She was played for a fool by unable to think of a way to win against a Pokémon that she had an advantage against. That hurts the ego a lot. Would the gym leader please take out her next Pokémon? Fine. Mac Hoke, go. Corona threw her next Pokeball, just in time for Ash to take out his Pokédex to scan this next Pokémon. Mac Hoke, the superpower Pokémon. With enough strength to lift a giant truck with one hand, Mac Hoke are often used to extremely heavy work. Mac Hoke is a bipedal, humanoid Pokémon covered in gray skin. It has a vaguely reptilian face with a short snout, narrow red eyes, and 4 pointed teeth visible inside its mouth. 2 of these teeth are in the upper jaw, while 2 are in the lower jaw. On top of its head are 3 light brown ridges. Its arms are muscular with dark red, vertical stripes on them. It possesses large pectoral muscles that protrude slightly over its belt. It has black markings that resemble briefs along with a golden power save belt that regulates Mashoki's strength. Mac Hoke is a Pokémon of immense strength. Its muscles are as hard as steel, and it is capable of lifting extremely heavy objects with only one finger. Despite its immense strength, it is modest and often helps people with manual labor. It can be found in the mountains, where it trains daily. And don't think that we are going down so easily. Flamethrower. Corona shouted out, and this time, Curse and Euro Ball aren't going to help Pharaoh Seed against a fire-type special attack like Flamethrower. Pin Missile is not going to help either, and Pharaoh Seed went down just like that. Pharaoh Seed is unable to battle, Mac Hoke wins. The referee announced and Ash just returned the fallen grass and steel type back into its Pokeball. Ash then reached for another Pokeball. Machoke huh. Let's make the pair. Show us your mind power, Kadabra. Out came the Psy Pokemon that floated for a moment before landed on its feet with the spoon in its hand. Disable. Kadabra was a good Pokemon to be set out when the opponent revealed a move that wasn't in the using trainer's favor. Psybeam. And after Machoke was in shock that it couldn't use Flamethrower again, he was sent into the wall with a Physic Blast. Now Kadabra return. Now that was unexpected, but Ash was able to recall his Kadabra without a hitch and then released another Pokemon. Honedge. And out came the Sword Pokemon, and since it is a ghost type, Honedge should have a considerable advantage against a Pokemon like Machoke. That is until the fighting type Pokemon uses a move to cancel that out. Use Foresight. Yes, just like that one. And when Machoke focused his eyes to dispel any illusion and find where to hit Honedge. Metal Sound. Honedge grinned its blade-like body against its scabbard to make a horrible sound and to break Machoke's concentration. Now use Autotomize. This time, Honedge grinned its sword body but at the ground, a lot like how a blacksmith sharpens blades. This caused Honedge to shave off any unseen and excess grin and weight, successfully making Honedge faster than Machoke. Now Swords Dance. And now, Honedge glowed red and its blade looked sharper than before. Foresight and then Low Sweep. Corona shouted out, not taking any chances. And Machoke wasn't going to delay any longer and managed to locate Honedge to move for the leg strike. Iron Defense. Thankfully, Ash spoke that in time for Honedge to be able to take that super effective hit. Slash. Ash then commanded and Honedge dealt an impressive hit to the massive Machoke and then, Aerial Ace. Honedge moved with perfect grace, and no matter how fast Machoke was, the fighting type will fail to stop this attack. And yet something else happened when Honedge sheathed itself, like when a master swordsman completes his attack. When that happened with the click, Honedge started to glow blue and bright as the sun. That was the mark of a Pokemon evolution. Ash was in awe and only subconsciously took out his Pokédex to scan his Pokemon once the process has been completed. Doublade, the sword Pokemon. When Honedge evolves, it divides into two swords, which cooperate via telepathy to coordinate attacks and slash their enemies to ribbons. Doublade resembles two swords sheathed on a plaque. Each sword has a pink eye with a black, linear pupil on the hilt, as well as a pink, tassel-like arm emerging from the handle. The swords are able to communicate telepathically, and they use this ability to carry out complex attacks that are unstoppable even to those skilled at swordplay. But that moment was interrupted and ruined when the timing had gotten a little sour for this new Doublade. Flamethrower. Doublade was consumed by flames after Machoke's disable had finally worn off. Focus Blast. Slash. Both attacks hit their target when Doublade moved in close enough for the Slash and Focus Blast to hit, close range. And while Machoke appeared, barely on its legs, Doublade didn't get up. Doublade is unable to battle. Machoke wins. The referee announced and Ash had to hear that while returning his fallen Pokemon. Time for more training. Ash whispered to the Pokeball, now Poniard. Go. Ash shouted and released the small, steel dark-type Pokemon that couldn't have a great disadvantage than any other Pokemon that Ash personally knows. Scary Face. Ash proclaimed and Poniard somehow scared Machoke into flinching. Retaliate. And with a flash, Poniard was on the other of Machoke with claws glowing, and yet he didn't move. And Poniard didn't need to when Machoke fell with a mighty thump. Machoke is unable to battle, Poniard wins. May the gym leader please release her final Pokemon? Fine. Gallade, go. Corona returned her Machoke and revealed her final Pokemon for this Pokemon battle. Gallade, the Blade Pokemon, and the evolved form of Kirlia. Gallade extends its elbows as if they were swords, and when protecting someone, it fights fiercely. Gallade is a white, bipedal Pokemon. Its lower body consists of rounded hips with strong legs. It has a thin green torso with sharp, red horns sticking out of its chest and back. Its arms are shaped like tunfaws with extendable blades in its elbows. It will use its arms like swords in order to protect someone. Its head resembles a gladiator's helmet with a white face and a teal head crest. It has spikes on the sides of its face. It is a master of courtesy and swordsmanship that is capable of predicting its foes' moves. Scary face. Ash called out since Corona had the honor of the first move by Pokémon too many times. And Pawniard managed to cause Gallade to flinch, and this didn't go well with Corona. Close combat. It has said that once a Kirlia becomes a Gallade, it automatically learns the highly advanced fighting type move. Double team. Ash proclaimed, and Pawniard was able to dodge the destructive move, causing Gallade to trike at the battlefield instead of him. Shadow Claw. Pawniard then engulfed one of his claws with an eerie energy and charged for Gallade. Match it with Night Slash. Corona retorted, and the two Pokémon cancelled each other out. But Pawniard could have needed more speed to prepare himself for this next move. Power-up Punch. Gallade had landed a direct hit on Pawniard, landing massive damage due to Pawniard's typing. Retaliate. Protect. Once again, both Pokémon were given orders, and yet they never got anywhere and instead matched out each other. Pawniard return. Ash then suddenly returned his Pokémon for yet another time in this gym battle. Mawile, come on out. Close combat. That is pretty much all Corona could say at this point. And when Gallade charged for the vicious beat-up, at least the second try anyways. Iron defense. Ash simply said, and Mawile managed to reel enough defensive power to take the close combat to still stand strong. Play rough. And Gallade realized one of its weaknesses as a fighting type. One that being a physic type as well doesn't even help. It is the fact that fairy type moves like Play Rough still do damage to a fighting type. Leaf Blade. Fairy Wind. And once again, there was another standstill when both moves met, and it was starting to annoy a certain trainer. Enough. We are fighting like we have all day. Let's go to the next level already. Corona shouted, and Ash was glad. But to Serena and Pikachu, who were in the audience, it was a wonder and something they never counted on. It was both Ash's Mawile and Corona's Gallade Mega evolving. It wasn't that Gallade was evolving because Serena learned to take the hint as to the Mega Stone attached to its chest. What was shocking was that Ash had performed Mega Evolution and she didn't know he could before this match. She will have a couple of questions once this is finally all over. Looking at Corona's Gallade, it was definitely a new Pokémon alright. Now as Mega Gallade, red plates emerge on its arms, and the helmet and cape-like protrusions on its head and back give it a knightly appearance. When the situation demands, Mega Gallade can use its psychic power to reshape both arms into blades simultaneously, and fight using a dual-wielding style. Its upper body becomes white, and the spikes on its head elongate. And as for Ash's Mawile, now as Mega Mawile, she has a second set of jaws protruding from the back of its head, and both sets now have a spiky tuft of hair. It also seems to be able to control each jaw independently of each other. The ear-like extensions on its head are longer and have tips with 2 points. The fur on its legs is now magenta. It now has longer fur on its arms with magenta markings around its wrists. Stored power. Sucker Punch. Corona cursed to see that Mawile had landed a hit on Gallade before her Pokémon could use an attack. Swords Dance. Use Double Team. Ash said wisely, having Mawile increase her evasion to have a better chance of taking any new and improved attack. Taunt. Now Corona was shocked that Mawile knew a move that had sent all her plans down the drain, now that Gallade can't use status moves again. Stored Power. Corona tried that same attack once again, and because of Swords Dance, the move was slightly more powerful than before. And yet it didn't do much to a Steel-type Pokémon like Mawile. Play Rough. Ash shouted, and everyone noticed that the Fairy-type move was significantly stronger than before. But how could a Mega Evolution have done so much to it? Iron Head. Ash commanded and Mawile charged with her forehead embedded some silver energy and hit Gallade very strong. In fact, Gallade looked like it is about to faint. It is all or nothing Corona. Use Iron Head. You bet, close combat. Mawile charged with silver energy in her forehead while Gallade got ready to strike anything close enough without mercy. And both Pokémon are unable to battle. The referee announced while a smoke cloud was leaving the battlefield. Apparently, Mawile had to take the blunt of close combat because of her neutral relationship to fighting moves because of her typing cancelling out any advantage and disadvantage to moves like close combat. And meanwhile, Gallade finally feel to the move with stab power behind it. And since the gym leader is out of available Pokémon, the winner is Ash Ketchum. Ignoring the cheers of the crowd, Ash returned his Pokémon and so did Corona, who then took out a box from her skater outfit. Inside was the Shallor City Gym badge. The badge was shaped like two fists clashing against each other. Ash just placed it in his badge case and turned to see Serena and Pikachu looking at him with a certain expression. He just sighed. Can I guess what you want to know? You can try to get it but you will hear it before the day ends. Ash Ketchum. Serena shouted with Pikachu on her shoulder, yelling in unison with the words in his own tongue. It looked kind of cute rather than intimidating. Corona even giggled before she walked up to Ash. And I have a favor to ask of you, Ash. I want to see something else before the day's ends. If that is okay with you both. Corona said, making the two trainers and Pokémon out of the ball a little confused. XXXXX. Later that day. Within the Tower of Skill. Lucario, Mega Evolve. Corona shouted loud and true for her keystone, simply placed at the back of her glove, to connect to Lucario's Mega Stone, causing the Aura Pokémon to glow and transform. And everyone saw the new form to behold. Now as Mega Lucario, its cream fur becomes longer, and its thighs slim down. It develops more spikes on the back of its paws, which have turned crimson. It also develops spikes on both of its feet, which have become crimson too. Its aura-sensing appendages grow longer, and two of them are tipped in crimson. Its shoulders also possess a spike each. Its aura heightens throughout its body, which formed black markings on its blue fur. And now yours, Ash. Corona shouted, breaking the trainer and his Lucario out their stupor. Yes, Ash has a Riolu, and that was because this one that used to belong to Corona had suddenly decided to side with the former. It was something about Ash's aura that had made this Lucario decide to switch trainers. But Corona is not the type to be bitter and admitted that she only trained Lucario so that Aura Pokémon can find the right trainer of itself. But to the present, Ash took his keystone, uniquely attached to a string hanging off the skim of his hat. Keystone, take our strong bond and give it form. Mega Evolve Lucario. And then came Ash's Lucario undergoing Mega Evolution, reaching to the same new form as Corona's. Let's begin. Power Up Punch. Corona called the first move and her Lucario raced with a glowing fist at Ash's Lucario, who was just standing and waiting for its first order too. Bone Rush on Lucario's attack. Ash simply said, and his new Pokémon summoned a bone construct of pure energy that barely caught the power-up punch. Let go. Corona gasped as her Lucario was knocked off balance when Ash's suddenly cancelled out its Bone Rush while giving her Lucario no time to react. Now use Blaze Kick. That was a shot in the dark, because if Ash called of his Lucario to use a move that it doesn't know, that could spell disaster for the trainer. And yet Corona was shocked to see Lucario engulfing its foot with flames, and hit the unstable Lucario in the side. That dealt a good amount of damage considering it was a super effective hit. But Corona couldn't figure out one of the Lucario she was training could have known that move without her knowing about it. Come on. We still have a duel and you can still win, so fight for it. Ash shouted at Corona, who nodded and called out for her Lucario. Thankfully, for her, Corona's Lucario was still in its Mega Evolution and can still fight. Bone Rush. Corona shouted. Her Lucario did what got it off balance and charged for Ash and his Lucario. Metal sound. Ash's Lucario rubbed the metal spikes on his arms to stop Coronis in its tracks. Now Bone Rush. Projectile. It was amazing that a trainer with a Pokémon that he only recently obtained would be such a perfect working team. His Lucario had cancelled out his metal sound and created a bone of energy, only to throw it like a javelin. Block it. Corona shouted, not knowing that it wasn't the best tactic. That was because. Low kick. Coronis Lucario didn't instead deflect that bone rush. It could have been prepared for Ash's Lucario to swipe at its feet. With enough force to send that Aura Pokémon onto its back. Are you trying to win or not? Ash shouted with disappointment and his Lucario expressed it too. I am. Corona shouted back. Aura Sphere. Her Lucario got back on its feet and shot out a ball of blue energy at Ash's Lucario. Block it with Bone Rush. Ash told his Pokémon, but like with Coronis Lucario, Ash's was tripped with a low kick from the other Lucario. Blaze Kick. Ash's Lucario managed to collect himself and hit Coronis Lucario before that Aura Pokémon could move out of the way. Power-up Punch. Match it. And when Coronis Lucario landed into rubble once to a Blaze Kick, both commands shot out at once. And both Pokémon gathered energy to their fist and moved and try and landed on each other. Instead, they collided and it was only the impact force from the collision that landed damaged on them. Aura Sphere. Aura Sphere. Both Lucario struggled to get up from the collision explosion and tried to shoot a ball of energy. And both of them were hit by the attack of the other, causing them more damage. That will be enough. Ash suddenly said to get Coronis' attention as well as Serena and Pikachu, who were watching from a safe distance all this time. If neither of them can fight anymore, then there is no need to continue this duel. And when the battle was over, both Lucario cancelled their transformation back to their normal form after using all their energy for their tactics and moves. And as a result, they both were sent back into their Pokeballs with both trainers having a trip to the Pokemon Center in mind. That was a nice battle. You are definitely a good candidate for your own keystone. It's yours. Corona said, which was just dandy to Ash, but. And Serena? Ash said before the said girl could ask herself. What does she have to do to prove that she can own her own keystone? It is just not fair for me to be the only one. Ash said like a humble teenager instead of a usual excited 10-year-old, they don't usually think of others when they get a new toy or such. I am afraid that there is no spare keystone left that we have. But we are not the only ones that own keystones. Corona made it known. I will work on finding the nearest owner of a spare keystone so they can give your girlfriend a test for her own. Corona said that last part with the purpose of jabbing at how the two trainers are almost like a couple. But Ash and Serena both didn't seem to appreciate that. Please. This is nothing to be taken lightly. We have too much on our chests, Corona. Ash said to the gym leader who had the look of guilt on her face. We will now be on our way. And just like that, the room was emptied out with Corona standing, head heavy with regret and guilt. XXXXX. Here you go, trainers. She saved my life, but since I am not a sailor, this girl can't come with me. Please take care of her, okay? A man that was right at the entrance to Route 12, between Shallor City and Coumarine City, where the next Pokemon gym is located, said to the trainers. Ash happened to have one open slot among his belt to accept Lapras, no doubt from a habit of his that he developed every time he leaves a town or city on the next route, where new Pokemon await. Lapras, the transport Pokemon. Lapras enjoys carrying people on its back, and it understands what people are saying. Lapras is a large sea creature that resembles a plesiosaur. It has a spotted, blue hide with a cream underside. Its neck is long, and it has large black eyes. There is a short horn in the middle of its forehead and curled ears placed farther back on its head. Instead of legs, it has 4 flippers with the foremost pair being larger than the hind. On its back is a heavy, gray shell covered in blunt knobs. Lapras is a gentle, helpful Pokémon that enjoys ferrying people across bodies of water. However, this docility has made it an easy target for hunters, who have nearly driven it to extinction. An intelligent Pokémon, it is able to understand human speech. It has been known to travel the seas in large pods. To keep in touch with other of its kind, it sings enchanting melodies. Lapras is native to the seas. And this one was a lot like Ash, eager for adventure and wanting to help others. She was especially friendly to Serena, comforting the poor girl whenever Ash has to train with his Pokémon alone. And the best part was that Lapras was sent out a lot of times already for training and helping the two young trainers add a few more Pokémon to their Pokédex. Slowpoke, the dopey Pokémon. No one can tell when a Slowpoke is thinking, if it ever does think. Its specialty is fishing with its tail. Execute, the egg Pokémon. Although it resembles an egg, it is known to be more closely related to the seed of a plant. Pinsir, the stag beetle Pokémon. This fearsome Pokémon uses its powerful claws to put the squeeze on its opponents. Tauros, the wild bull Pokémon. When whipping itself with its three tails, its tackle is a powerful destructive force. Heracross, the single-horn Pokémon. Using the sharp claws on its feet, it generates enough power to throw its opponent with amazing force. Miltank, the milk cow Pokémon. It is widely known that drinking Miltank milk when you are young helps you to grow up strong and healthy. Pachirisu, the Ele squirrel Pokémon. It gathers static electricity and hides fur ball along with its favorite fruit under the eaves of houses. Chatot, the music note Pokémon. It hears words and then mimics them. Mareep, the wool Pokémon. Mareep stores static electricity in their woolly coat. They avoid battle and have mild dispositions. And Wingull, the seagull Pokémon. It uses its long wings to catch the ocean wind and glide across the sky, and fold them when resting. Then there were the Pokémon in the water found and encountered with the help of Lapras. Tentacle, the jellyfish Pokémon. 99% of its body is made up of water. Mantike, the kite Pokémon. When it swims close to the surface of the ocean, people aboard ships are able to observe the pattern on its back. Remoraid, the jet Pokémon. Often found in large groups, Remoraid can fire water and hit targets up to 100 meters away. Octillery, the jet Pokémon. Octillery attaches its tentacle feet to its opponent before attacking with its hard head. Corsola, the coral Pokémon. A combination of both water and rock types. It sheds and regrows the horns on its head numerous times. Clamperl, the bivalve Pokémon. Clamperl holds a powerful shell that's useful in not only protecting itself, but also in clamping down on prey. Huntail, the deep-sea Pokémon. Huntail is the evolved form of Clamperl. It uses its fish-shaped tail to entice prey before snapping it up in its large jaws. Gorbis, the South Sea Pokémon. Gorbis is the evolved form of Clamperl. A powerful swimmer and beautiful to watch. And then there was this Pokémon that Serena couldn't help but catch one and somehow convinced Ash to catch one too. Lovedisk, the rendezvous Pokémon. Lovedisk group together during breeding season, covering the surface of the ocean in a brilliant pink. Lovedisk is a fish-like Pokémon with a relatively flat body in the shape of a heart. Loving couples gave this Pokémon its name after spotting it in the ocean waters. It is primarily light pink, with pale lips and circular markings on its cheeks. During the spring, it forms groups that turn the ocean's surface bright pink. Lovedisk lives in warm seas, where it makes its nest in the branches of Corsola or coral reefs. But all this was topped off by a visit to a Skiddo ranch, to play with the young Pokémon, and making a discovery of their own. An island just north of Kalos and off Kalos route it was called Azure Bay. And with the help of Lapras, the two trainers had seen what the bay had in store for them, they had no idea. The Azure Bay? Ash asked one of the fishermen that happened to be at the entrance to the riverway that supposedly heads into the north, where the bay is. Yes. It is filled with all sorts of water-type Pokémon. There were even some wild Lapras like yours there. But that is nothing compared to the cave. That same fisherman said in his last sentence had caught their attention. Cave? I thought this was a bay. Are you telling us that there is a cave at the bottom of the bay? Ash asked, and the fisherman chuckled. I guess you will naturally ask that. But even bays have pieces of land that count as islands. And there is this big one right in the center of the bay, the Sea Spirit's Den. The fisherman explained. And what is the Sea Spirit's Den? Serena asked. A pit in the shallows of Azure Bay thought to have been from an ancient outpouring of energy. The fisherman said in an encrypted tone. That is what the books and elders say about it. Whenever trainers try to enter the Sea Spirit's Den, they fail since the entrance seems to be alive and rejects just about anyone. That doesn't seem to be a good reason to call it the Sea Spirit's Den. Ash remarked, and the fisherman just nodded this time. The elders are stubborn and say that they heard the sound of birds within the cave, and some of them were fishermen like me and saw something of a massive and majestic creature entering the cave. All the while, roaring out a smoothing tone. The fisherman said. That is why they think that cave is the home or den of the Sea Spirit. After a while of thinking, Ash had gotten Lapras's attention to face the direction of the Azure Bay. Thank you, sir, we will check out the rest of the bay. We can't enter the Sea Spirit's Den. Catch a good one when we come back. The fisherman laughed and waved at the two kids aboard the Lapras on their way to the Azure Bay, since they were in no rush. They had time to soak in the sights of Kalos between gym battles. But this will not be just another adventure in a bay, it will an encounter that will help define Ash's destiny among all the Pokémon in the world. XXXXX. Did you have fun, Serena? I sure did. Ash said as Lapras was taking a little break on one of the smaller islands on the Azure Bay. They had quite the afternoon exploring the bay as well, finding all sorts of treasures like a big pearl, star piece, a strange blue plate, a dive ball, heart scale, deep sea tooth, and a deep sea scale. They even found a hyper potion and a TM washed on one of the islands that was labeled as X-Scissor. Then there was that mega stone from the old man at the front entrance. He said that it was Amphrosite, for the Pokémon Ampharos. According to the Pokédex, Ampharos is a yellow, bipedal Pokémon with a white belly. It has conical ears with black stripes and a red orb on its forehead. Its long neck has several black rings around it near the base. Its stubby arms resemble flippers, and each foot has a single white nail. It has a long, black striped tail with a red orb at the tip. The orb on its tail can shine so bright that it can be seen from space. People have used the light as a beacon, or to send signals across the ocean. Ampharos is generally found in grasslands. The entry said. Ampharos, the light Pokémon and the final evolved form of Mareep. Because Ampharos' light can be seen from a great distance, people once used that light to communicate by sending signals back and forth. But back to the couple of trainers. Serena, who had been clutching Ash's arm, just nodded. And then she said, I did have fun. It was so romantic. Ash didn't seem have a face to show how much he appreciated that remark. I didn't think of Pokémon catching and adventures were romantic. No wonder I was also nervous today. Ash muttered honestly, but was silenced by Serena moving to kiss him on the cheek. I am a trainer too, Ash. I find doing the same thing with another trainer that is you to be romantic. And at least you are honest about it all. Serena said, not even opening her eyes from the warmth of Ash's arm. I am glad that there is no one here to have anything to say about our great time together. Ash didn't know what to say to that, so he just gently nodded and embraces Serena tighter slightly until the two were completely one, resting on the side of Lapras that they were facing. And for being an ice type, Lapras sure was a comfortable and warm Pokémon to rest on. Chosen one. But Ash wasn't going to have a long nap at all when he started to hear that name with some mystic tone, like hearing it from an angel. He tried to ignore it since Serena wanted to keep sleeping. Chosen one, special one. This time, Serena also stirred from her peaceful sleep, saving Ash a lot of trouble to do it himself. Did you hear that, Ash? Serena asked, and Ash had to choose his words perfectly for a girl like her that woke from her romantic nap. I heard chosen one and special one. How about you? Ash said the best he could and saw that Serena heard it as well. Nodding with serenity was hard to fake. Chosen one, special one, please come. The two noticed that the voice was not only clear to them but to Lapras and the three turns to the cave that was confirmed to be the sea spirit's den by the same old man that gave them a mega stone. Please come to our home. We await you. Home? Ash asked softly, do they mean the sea spirit's den? I thought only Pokémon can enter it. Maybe they will let us enter since they are asking us to come there. Serena suggested, and with that look, Ash just couldn't say no. Okay then. Hope this is good since we were fast asleep. Ash said, and Serena giggled at that comment. And after that, they both boarded Lapras to head towards the island they found the strange blue plate. And unlike before, there was this human-sized entrance with a waterway for Lapras to also enter the cave. At least they won't leave Ash's latest Pokémon out of the action. No way. Ash shouted when he and Serena managed to work their way through the dark and into the center of the cave. There were these outlines of giant, bird-like creatures that Serena didn't recognize, but Ash sure did. But how can this be? They are among the rarest Pokémon to be found. Even in their native land of Kanto. The three legendary birds. Ash couldn't believe what he was seeing, he only heard of them in books on the legends of Kanto. And how only the real experts can even get a chance to see them. And they all are here in one single location. Just what God did Ash appease to the extent that he was granted such powerful luck? He didn't know. Ash? Serena managed to get his attention. What are they? Ash didn't speak a word and only pointed his Pokédex with a shaky arm. Yet the device managed to scan them and display their names. Articuno, the freeze Pokémon. This legendary Pokémon, with wings like thin sheets of ice, is believed to possess the ability to freeze water vapor and create snow. Articuno is a large avian Pokémon with predominantly blue plumage and large wings said to be made of ice. It has a head crest that consists of 3, darker blue rhombus-shaped feathers on its forehead and circular red eyes. Its beak is short and gray, and its long, thin legs are gray. It has a long, streamer-like tail that is longer than its body and the same shade of blue as its crest. When Articuno flaps its wings, it can chill the moisture in the air around it, making snow fall. It flies from icy mountain to icy mountain. According to legend, it appears before doomed travelers lost in icy regions. Articuno lives in cold, isolated locations, such as mountain peaks. Zapdos, the electric Pokémon. Zapdos has both electric and flying elements, and the flapping of its wings can create lightning. Zapdos is an avian Pokémon with predominantly yellow plumage. Black rings encircle its eyes, and it has a long, thin, light orange beak. Its wings and tail are a mass of spiky feathers, with black feathers covering the back of its wings and inner tail feathers. A large crest of spiked feathers surrounds its head. Its thighs are a khaki color, and it has anisodactyl feet ending in talons. When Zapdos flaps its glittering wings, it releases electricity that can potentially cause thunderstorms. It produces massive crackling and snapping sounds when it flies. These are attributed to the lightning bolts sheds when airborne. When stricken by lightning, it gains power. Zapdos reportedly appears only during thunderstorms, and is said to live among thunderclouds. However, it is rarely seen. Moltres, the flame Pokémon. So powerful, its fire dust can bring early spring to wintry land. Moltres is a large, avian Pokémon with orange or golden plumage. It has a long, flowing head crest and a billowing tail, both made of flames. Additionally, its wings are also shrouded in fiery plumage. Its straight, pointed beak is brown, as are its anisodactyl feet. It has short talons. Moltres sheds embers with every flap of its wings, creating a brilliant flash of flames. By dipping itself into the magma of an active volcano, this Pokémon can heal itself. It migrates to the south with the coming of spring, and is said to bring an early springtime to cold lands. Moltres is rarely seen by trainers. And then there was this thing that was the most surprising and shocking out of seeing the 3 legendary birds of Kanto in the cave. It was like a small group of fireflies or something that were moving around a certain spot, causing it to glow. When Ash and Serena noticed that the 3 legendary Pokémon hadn't moved an inch since they arrived and labeled them by name, they noticed that the 3 were starting at the site. They went to get closer when. Welcome Chosen One, Special One, welcome to our home. Our true home. That voice from before was even clearer and true than ever before. This has to be where it was coming from. Who are you? Have you always looked like this? Ash said boldly while Serena was hiding behind him, frightened by the sight and how it is somehow speaking. Unfortunately, I cannot show my true form. It is locked out of this sacred region by the barrier of passing. Articuno, Zapdos and Moltres were the only ones that arrived before it settled. The voice spoke and Ash had to think on what it meant until. You mean the fog that I fell into from the SS and is now surrounding Kalos? Ash proclaimed. Indeed. The barrier of passing is in the form of a fog to all lifeforms and only the Creator has the power to remove it and restore the passing of time between this scared land and the rest of the world's ocean. So what about your name? Can't you at least tell us that much? Ash asked, taking all this in. No. A high force and authority, one that I can't deny or anyone else with all their own might. I am under orders to only guide you while not revealing too much about the world. You will find it all out here in this region and in the distant future Chosen One. The same voice explained and Ash felt a little disappointed that he was listening to a voice belonging to someone who is refusing to reveal its name. I don't know what is it with this Chosen One stuff but tell us this. And we are not going anywhere until he get a better answer than all this. Ash bravely said into the unknown creature that is speaking to them. How is taking to a faceless creature who can't even reveal its name going to help us? You probably aren't going to say who caused the fog around Kalos. The voice was silent but the trainers could tell that it is still there. Yes, I can't. And to answer your primary question, you were brought here to learn that there is a terrible force of evil and a hunted force of good in this scared land. Now they are both trapped by the barrier of passing, the world will soon fall in disaster due to the imbalance. You are to face them both and complete a piece of your destiny, with the help of Articuno, Zapdos and Moltres. You mean that this won't be the last time I will come across any of this? Why must I run into danger everywhere I go and drag my friends into the mess? Ash yelled. Am I the chosen one, as in the person who can never have a day without trouble? Whatever or not you accept all this chosen one, it is your destiny that started the day you were born. And fate is making sure that it fulfilled, no matter what you do. That same voice said. But if you save this region and protect it, then you will soon free this scared region and continue on your life journey and learn more about your destiny. Good luck and we will meet again Chosen One, Special One. And after Ash, Serena and Pikachu left the sea spirit's den with the help of Lapras, the cave closed up and the traveling trainers and Pokémon never saw the 3 majestic birds or heard from that unknown voice ever again. Not until their times in Kalos is over and it will be in the other corners of the world. The Pokémon world that will never stop revealing secrets to all those who are bold and determined enough to seek the truth. End of chapter. Ash, the Iron Trainer. King of the Garden. Previously on Ash the Iron Trainer. And then there was this thing that was the most surprising and shocking out of seeing the 3 legendary birds of Kanto in the cave. It was like a small group of fireflies or something that were moving around a certain spot, causing it to glow. When Ash and Serena noticed that the 3 legendary Pokémon hadn't moved an inch since they arrived and labeled them by name, they noticed that the 3 were starting at the site. They went to get closer when. Welcome Chosen One, Special One, welcome to our home. Our true home. That voice from before was even clearer and true than ever before. This has to be where it was coming from. Who are you? Have you always looked like this? Ash said boldly while Serena was hiding behind him, frightened by the sight and how it is somehow speaking. Unfortunately, I cannot show my true form. It is locked out of this sacred region by the barrier of passing. Articuno, Zapdos and Moltres were the only ones that arrived before it settled. The voice spoke and Ash had to think on what it meant until. You mean the fog that I fell into from the SS and is now surrounding Kalos? Ash proclaimed. Indeed. The barrier of passing is in the form of a fog to all lifeforms and only the Creator has the power to remove it and restore the passing of time between this scared land and the rest of the world's ocean. So what about your name? Can't you at least tell us that much? Ash asked, taking all this in. No. A high force and authority, one that I can't deny or anyone else with all their own might. I am under orders to only guide you while not revealing too much about the world. You will find it all out here in this region and in the distant future chosen one. The same voice explained and Ash felt a little disappointed that he was listening to a voice belonging to someone who is refusing to reveal its name. I don't know what is it with this chosen one stuff but tell us this. And we are not going anywhere until he get a better answer. Then all this. Ash bravely said into the unknown creature that is speaking to them. How is taking to a faceless creature who can't even reveal its name going to help us? You probably aren't going to say who caused the fog around Kalos. The voice was silent but the trainers could tell that it is still there. Yes, I can't. And to answer your primary question, you were brought here to learn that there is a terrible force of evil and a hunted force of good in this scared land. Now they are both trapped by the barrier of passing, the world will soon fall in disaster due to the imbalance. You are to face them both and complete a piece of your destiny, with the help of Articuno, Zapdos and Moltres. You mean that this won't be the last time I will come across any of this? Why must I run into danger everywhere I go and drag my friends into the mess? Ash yelled. Am I the chosen one, as in the person who can never have a day without trouble? Whatever or not you accept all this chosen one, it is your destiny that started the day you were born. And fate is making sure that it fulfilled, no matter what you do. That same voice said. But if you save this region and protect it, then you will soon free this scared region and continue on your life journey and learn more about your destiny. Good luck and we will meet again chosen one, special one. And after Ash, Serena and Pikachu left the sea spirit's den with the help of Lapras, the cave closed up and the traveling trainers and Pokémon never saw the three majestic birds or heard from that unknown voice ever again. Not until their times in Kalos is over and it will be in the other corners of the world. The Pokémon world that will never stop revealing secrets to all those who are bold and determined enough to seek the truth. Sir? Ash asked another fisherman. Is this Coumarine City? If you asking then you too must be trainers wanting to challenge the Coumarine City Gym. He said while Serena just shook her head. She is a trainer but she is more interested in the battle chateau than Pokémon gyms. I am interested to hear about it myself. Ash said to be honest and the fisherman said that they were in the harbor half of the city. The other half that had the Pokémon Center and the Pokémon Gym was connected by a monorail system. Thank you sir. We're off. And once the two trainers found the station for the monorail, they had a surprise. Professor Sycamore. Diantha. The two said figures of the Kalos Pokémon League looked to see Ash and Serena look in disbelief. Running into the Pokémon professor is something alright since a beginning trainer will do at the start of their journey across their home region. But meeting the champion before defeating the Elite Four was special and something that most trainers will give up their status for even a mere 5 minutes to be with Diantha. Hello Ash and Serena. Sure has been a while. Not since we were all in my lab in Lumio City. Sycamore was certainly still the same, as cheerily, loud but friendly as ever. I was merely taking with Diantha about Mega Evolution. Then can we be part of it since we did come from Route 12 and before that, I battled in the Shallor City Gym. Ash said and Sycamore nodded like a professor listening to a student following his lecture to the very word. Of course. The granddaughter of Gherkin, master of Mega Evolution and Fighting-type Pokémon. And both of them are said to be descendants of the trainer who first discovered Mega Evolution, with his Lucario being the first to undergo the process. Sycamore was sure excited about all this. That sounds about right, Professor. Ash said, so what brings the champion all the way out here? Would you rather be in your favorite restaurant like where we first met? Serena was still speechless by the encounter. She still hadn't gotten over the time they met Diantha back in the Café Soleil. Well, darling Professor, Sycamore wanted to hear a little I know about Mega Evolution, since my signature Pokémon can transform like so. Diantha said in a classy yet friendly tone. So how far are you young trainers? How many gym battles have you won? Serena is more interested in the battle Chateau Diantha. Ash corrected her and then took out his Kalos badge case to show 3 badges he has so far. Check it out. And only a week or 2 since you signed up. Not looking bad. And I am sure that you heard that this city, Coumarine, has a Pokemon gym? Ash nodded. Then here is the best bit of advice I can give. The gym leader, Ramos, specializes in grass-type Pokemon. But his Pokemon have always taken overconfident trainers by surprise. They all think that grass types is one of the weakest of Pokemon types. I don't care about if a typing is stronger than another. Ash said sternly. I am going against a gym leader, so I can't afford to get overconfident. Diantha loved to see just conviction and focus in the eyes of a trainer like Ash. Then I wish you luck, and I will love to hear back from Ramos about your match. The gym leaders you battled before all said that you were a good challenge, Ash. Diantha then politely excused herself from the station. You can breathe now, Serena, Diantha has left. Ash said, and his companion was a little deflated, probably because one of her idols barely talked to her, but since she couldn't bring herself to speak in Diantha's presence. Thanks, Ash. Now can we get to where the Pokemon Center is? Ash nodded before going to the counter and asked for a passage of 2 to the other station. The trip was slow and allowed the 2 trainers to get a good glimpse of the surroundings between the 2 monorail stations. When they got there, a pair of twins shared a handy little device to be given to a Pokemon, the metronome. As long as a Pokemon holds it, a single move gets stronger the more times it is used in a row. Ash preferred to only use it for his more latest Pokemon, since he could see that the move Taunt is the enemy of the metronome. It won't matter when the Pokemon can't use the same move twice. So how about we go and meet Ramos early while Nurse Joy is looking after our Pokemon? Ash asked, and Serena nodded. They always seem to run into the gym leaders before even entering the gym buildings. Might as well not break the cycle so soon. Hey, look. Serena pointed out, just when Ash was about to miss her voice. There is a field filled with grass-type Pokemon. He could be there. Ash smiled at how excited Serena was. She seemed to be like a little kid again, and thankfully, it only made Serena look a little cuter than usual. Can't hurt to check it out. Ash said, lifting himself over the railings and helping Serena get in like how a gentleman is. And as they got deeper into the field, making sure not to upset any of the grass-type Pokemon, excuse me. The 2 trainers flinched to hear an elderly but stern voice call out to them. I thought I put up signs that say to stay out until I give permission. Serena was feeling a little scared, so Ash was left to do the talking. Sorry sir, but the fence we climbed over didn't have such a sign nearby. In fact, we couldn't find another way in, so we had to go over the fence over there. Ash hadn't turned to face who caught them in the field, and only pointed into the opposite direction they were walking in. I guess so, but at least tell me why you are here. That same voice spoke. We had a long journey and yet a lot of time to kill while Nurse Joy helps our Pokemon. We wanted to meet the gym leader of this city, Ramos. Ash said, and then they both heard a chuckle that only one's grandfather can make. Ramos. That's my name, and I am the gym leader here in Coumarine City. This gave Ash and Serena enough reason to finally turn around to see an elderly man wearing something of a gardener's clothes and a pair of oversized clippers attached to the backside of his belt. And he was riding some kind of Pokemon that was like a goat that had leaves for its mane and fur. And this is my signature Pokémon, Gogoat. Ramos said, and the trainers hurried to scan it. Gogoat, the Mount Pokémon and the evolved form of Skiddo. Gogoat is able to sense its trainer's feelings by detecting small changes in the grip on its horns. This allows both trainer and Pokémon to move together as one. Gogoat are quadruped, hoofed Pokémon similar to goats. They are covered in fluffy, brown fur that is dark across the back and light around the belly and legs. Around their neck, they have a thick, green leafy mane that extends down their spine and ends in a short tail. The fur on their face is white with fluffier fur on their chin. They have a black nose and red eyes with white pupils. The eyes are surrounded by a black marking. The top of their head is dark brown and has two long, curving, black horns that extend over their back. The fur on their legs is shorter than the rest of their body, dark brown on the upper leg, and white around the feet. Each foot ends in a cloven, brownish-orange hoof. Gogoat has the ability to sense the feelings of whoever grips its horns. This ability is so acute that it can move as if it and its rider were one being. Wild Gogoat live in mountainous regions and choose their leader by locking horns. And what are your names, little sprouts? Ramos asked. It is not little sprouts, it is Ash Ketchum. And this Serena. We are on a journey for the Kalos League and the Battle Chateau respectively. Ash did the introductions and Serena could only nod in agreement. Oh well. I guess that you, little sprout, will want to challenge me. Ramos said. Diantha did say you were the gym leader and I do need 8 gym badges to try for the league. Ash said, and Ramos chuckled as a reply. Then, anytime you feel like, I will love to accept your challenge. The Coumarine City Gym is all the way at the top of the hill you were hiking up. It may be a long trip but it has been this way for as long as I've been the gym leader. Ramos said. I don't mind as long as you won't mind Serena watching. Because I will never be bothered. Ash said, and Serena just nuzzled against him for that last comment. Ramos chuckled at how lovely young love always seems to be. XXXXX. And after some last-minute training, with the occasional breaks in between, Ash decided that it was time to try out the Coumarine City Gym. He had seen how Ramos is connected to grass-type Pokémon, so this will be a fight once in a gym leader's backyard. It wouldn't be easy. It was a long trip indeed, and Ash had found himself carrying Serena up the rest of the way. He was surprised by how light his companion felt but didn't mind as long as Serena was comfortable. Too bad, Ash had to see a pout on Serena's face when they reached the gym, so he had to let her off his back so he can have his gym battle. The battle between gym leader of Coumarine City Ramos and challenger Ash Ketchum will now get underway. Will both trainers please release their first Pokémon? A referee that wore somewhat of a Green Ranger's clothes announced. Let's begin a little light, Jumpluff. Jumpluff, the cottonweed Pokémon. Jumpluff drifts around the world with the seasonal winds. It releases cottony spores as it travels. Jumpluff is a round, blue Pokémon with red beady eyes and small, round feet and tail. 3 cotton puffs, almost as large as the body itself, extend off it, one on each arm, and one on top of its head. These puffs produce cotton spores that it can use to float in the air, and it can control its flight even in a hurricane. 3 to 4 leaves grow at the base of the top puff. Jumpluff drifts on seasonal winds and can use its spores to masterfully maneuver itself around the globe. It will spread spores as it floats around to create offspring. It descends if it encounters cold air currents while it is floating. Though it spends a good amount of time in the air, it is commonly spotted above open grasslands, as there is an abundance of breezes in areas free of trees, so the spores have space to be blown. A grass and flying type, huh? Ash remarked. I have a flying type of my own. Go, Fletchinder. Ash decided to go with his fire and flying type Pokémon that he caught shortly before his first match in Kalos. Now that both trainers have chosen this first Pokémon, battle begin. The referee announced. And Ramos decided to go for the first move. Jumpluff, please use Sunny Day. Compared to the gym leaders before, Ramos is certainly calmer, a lot like how very experienced and skilled trainers are in their battles, not rushing in but made an effort to learn about their latest opponent. And Jumpluff raised its arms upward until the sun gaze grew until it became somewhat unbearable inside the gym. Use Flamethrower Fletchinder. Ash was wondering why Ramos will risk his Grass-type Pokémon by using a move that enhanced Fire-type moves. And his gut feeling was spot on when Jumpluff somehow had a large boost in speed and agility to dodge that Flamethrower. It is Chlorophyll, right Ramos? The gym leader smiled at the remark. Ash was nothing like the other trainers he remembers fighting many times before, and he can remember every single one of them. Yes, young Ash. That was still somewhat like how Ramos addressed trainers younger than him, but Ash didn't complain. My Jumpluff's ability is Chlorophyll, in which will grant a sharp increase in speed when under direct sunlight. That is why I trained my Pokémon to use Sunny Day. Okay then, use Flame Charge. Ash commanded, and while Fletchinder still wasn't able to hit Jumpluff, the Fire and Flying type still gained its own speed boost. Keep it up until you hit Jumpluff. Fletchinder did just that and was about to match Jumpluff in speed when Cotton Guard, Ramos said, and Jumpluff then covered itself with a blanket of cotton from the end of its arms. And when Fletchinder did land that Flame Charge, he barely even burned Jumpluff. Now my Jumpluff's speed has been increased and so has its defense. It is time. Use Solar Beam. Serena was amazed and shocked. She knew about Solar Beam's prolonged need to charge up until it can be used. But not this time. Jumpluff was able to gather its Grass-type energy in barely any time at all to hit Fletchinder with a bright beam of green energy. Charge up your Flame Charge. Ash suddenly shouted, which was a curious request, but Fletchinder had nothing to lose, so he initiated Flame Charge but didn't move an inch while Solar Beam was still pressing against its body. What Fletchinder felt like his body was charging up and the flames were burning away Solar Beam's energy. Now go. Fletchinder widened his eyes from charging up and felt like nothing can slow him down, and the Ember Pokémon actually flew right through the Solar Beam and landed a super effective hit on Jumpluff. Now use Flame Burst. With his target in close proximity, there was no room for the move to miss the Cottonweed Pokémon. And Jumpluff went down in flames like so. Jumpluff is unable to battle. Fletchinder wins. The referee announced while Ramos returned the Cottonweed Pokémon to its ball. And Ash returned his own Pokémon back into its ball as well. Come forth, Weepinbell. Weepinbell, the Flycatcher Pokémon. Weepinbell looks like a plant and covers opponents with a poisonous powder in order to catch them. Weepinbell has a yellow, bell-shaped body with a single green leaf on either side. It uses these razor-sharp leaves to slice up prey. It has a wide, gaping mouth with pink lips. Above Weepinbell's circular eyes is a pattern of 3 small green spots and small hook-shaped stem. Weepinbell camouflages itself as a plant in the forest whilst awaiting an unwary victim. When its prey draws near, it sprays toxic pollen to immobilize the target before melting it with its internal acids. It oozes a neutralizing fluid that prevents these internal acids from melting its own body. Weepinbell live in forests and tropical jungles where it hangs from tree branches by its stem to sleep. If it moves around during sleep, Weepinbell may slip and awaken to find itself on the ground. Just like the Victory Bell from a team of JRKS back in Kanto. Ash remarked, and Serena just had to look this up in his Pokédex while trying not to distract Ash. Victory Bell, the Flycatcher Pokémon. Victory Bell has a long vine that extends from its head. This vine is waved and flicked about as if it were an animal to attract prey. When an unsuspecting prey draws near, this Pokémon swallows it whole. Victory Bell has a bell-shaped body with a gaping mouth that has 2 sharp teeth. Its semicircular eyes appear directly under its mouth, and it has several dark green spots on its body. Covering Victory Bell's mouth is a leaf with a long, brown, yellow-tipped vine growing out of it. The vine is flicked to mimic an animal in order to attract prey. Victory Bell also produces a sweet scent to further aid in luring its victims. Acid that has dissolved numerous prey animals becomes sweeter and even more effective at attracting prey. It can be found in small groups and is territorial. Victreebel has been shown to hoard food, usually small birds and rodents, and collect leaf stones to perform evolution rituals at night to help Weepinbell become more Victreebel. Victreebel lives in forests, as well as tropical jungles. Here is my Pokémon, Pharaoh Seed. Ash took out his Thorn Seed Pokémon, which was a wise move. Pharaoh Seed is a Steel-type Pokémon, so it will be immune to any Poison-type move used by a Poison type like Weepinbell. Also, it is a Grass type, so it is at least resistant to Grass-type moves from Ramos's Pokémon. Battle begin. The referee made the call. Use Curse. Ash acted first and Pharaoh Seed had lost a little more speed but received a boost in attack and defense power. Poison Puff. Ramos foolishly said, and like what the rules about type relationships say, the Poison type move didn't have an effect on Pharaoh Seed. Euro Ball. Pharaoh Seed then used the effects of Curse to its advantage once again and landed a lot of damage to Weepinbell. Grass Knot. Ramos finally came up with a way to stop Pharaoh Seed. And while Weepinbell did receive a little more damage, Pharaoh Seed found itself in the dirt, barely able to get out. Giga Drain from your back. Ash then said, and that was a curious move since it will do barely any damage to a grass and poison type like Weepinbell. Now use Self-Destruct. By the painful look on Ash's face, he doesn't always do such tactics, asking of his Pokémon to cause themselves to faint for his victories. But it worked as Ash's Pokémon fainted as well as Ramos's Weepinbell from the force of Self-Destruct. Both Pokémon are unable to battle. This stage is a draw. Go, Gogoat. Ramos chuckled and released the same Pokémon he was riding when he first met Ash. It is your turn, Durant. Ash could have used any of the 4 Pokémon that he found as eggs in this match. After all, Steel types are resistant to Grass-type moves. But maybe it is because Durant is the best one of them all to use since she is also a Bug type. Very well, young Sprout. Use Razor Leaf. Gogoat shook its mane and sent some leaves flying like edged boomerangs at Durant. Iron Defense. Ash called out, and when Durant's body shined, she was able to take the Razor Leaf. Rock Polish. Ash commanded Durant to shave off anything weighing her down so that his Iron Ant Pokémon is not only tougher but faster as well. Vine Whip. Ramos said, and his Gogoat sent out a pair of vines that were heading towards Durant. Use Bug Bite and don't hold back. Ash said simply, and Durant used her new speed to bite on Gogoat's vines until she got to the real thing, whom she dealt incredible damage. Shake Durant off and use Leech Seed. Dodge with agility. Ash quickly counteracted Ramos, and now his Pokémon is now as nimble as she is tough and fast. Now use X-Scissor. Use Grass Knot. While not like with Ash's Pharaoh Seed, Durant only got a little amount of damage and got up before retreating back in front of her trainer. Now use Horn Leech. Iron Head. Ash called out, and Durant charged with energy channeled into her forehead, so it is extra hard, more than when she used Iron Defense. And Durant used her enhanced power to act like the arrow from a crossbow that made past Gogoat's charging, glowing horns. Splendid, young Ash. Now use Vine Whip. Ash gasped, he hadn't thought on how to get Durant away from Gogoat after using Iron Head. Then use Leech Seed and Horn Leech. With that combo, Durant felt the seeds eating at her health until she was sent high into the air by Gogoat's horns. Finish with Energy Ball. Durant. Ash called out when that ball of Grass-type energy had hit his Pokémon was struggling through the pain of Leech Seed to worry about the Energy Ball attack. But even with all that, Durant was still conscious. Give it all for a guillotine. Durant felt like she was about to pass out until she heard her trainer's voice. She then managed to get her focus and channeled energy into her pincers to grow in size and glow in bright white. Stop it with Razor Leaf. Ramos said, but when Gogoat did use such a move, it barely even slowed Durant down and the Iron Ant landed on her target. Gogoat is unable to battle. Durant wins. The referee declared while the gym leader returned his Pokémon to its ball until he had that eye smile again. Splendid. But like you young sprouts, I have one more trick up my sleeve and you will be the first trainers to witness my true ace in the hole. Ramos said before taking out a fourth Pokeball. Ash quickly scanned it while he had the chance. Gourgeist, the pumpkin Pokémon, and the evolved form of Pumpkaboo. Gourgeist wander through town at the new moon, surrounding their prey with their arms which resemble hair. Gourgeist is a bipedal, pumpkin Pokémon. Its body is a black pumpkin with two short, stubby feet. There is a face carved into this pumpkin, having triangular eyes and a half-circle mouth, completed with a spike protruding from the top of the mouth. Above this pumpkin is the head, which is tall, slender, and orange in color. At the top of the head is the face, which has yellow eyes and a small mouth with no nose present. The mouth has two sharp fangs, with an absence of other visible teeth. It is completed with its peach-colored hair, which down the sides develops limbs. The hair contains bangs which usually cover one eye. The top of its hair contains a crescent shape, which is peach-colored on the outside and black on the inside. They come in many sizes, the smallest being no more than 2 feet 4 inches or 0.7 m, while the largest are 5 feet 7 inches, or 1.7 m. This one seemed to be more like the average size, with 2 feet 11 inches, or 0.9 m. Gourgeist are malevolent Pokémon that catch their prey in their hair-like arms and take delight in their victims' suffering. On moonless nights, they are known to wander through town streets, singing an eerie song that curses its unfortunate listeners. It and its pre-evolution, Pumpkaboo, are the only known Pokémon that can learn Trick or Treat. Are you up for more Darren? Ash asked, and everyone was wondering about this. This is because he had been switching out Pokémon since this gym battle started. And when she nodded, okay. Use Iron Head. Darren charged for Gourgeist and landed that hit on it. Now use Fury Cutter. Darren then sliced at Gourgeist and then again, only slightly stronger, thus adding a lot more damage if it continues. Gourgeist, Trick or Treat. Ramos said, and Darren then halted in her Fury Cutter to feel like she was suddenly in a dark world with spirits around her. Use Shadow Ball. Ramos said, and Gourgeist then launched a ball of ghost-type energy that was actually super effective. Ash had to look up this move in his Pokédex. That was the other useful feature of the device. Trick or Treat, a ghost-type status move. The user takes the target trick-or-treating. This adds the ghost type to the target's typing. Ash realized that his Darren is now a bug steel ghost type Pokémon now, and Darren has no typing that helps with this development. Use Crunch. Ash shouted, and Darren regained her focus to charge with her pincers covered in some kind of dark energy. But Shadow Sneak. Ramos commanded, and Gourgeist vanished into a shadow cast over the ground, and hit Darren instead. Shadow Ball. Dodge and use Iron Head. Ash then got Darren back in the game, and she did manage to dodge the otherwise devastating Shadow Ball. And Gourgeist got hit by a move that was granted STAB by Darren's typing. Metal Claw and then X-Scissor. Darren was able to use both moves under a few seconds, and Gourgeist was down to a little under half its health since it started to feel the pain and fainted. Very nice comeback, Ash. You don't give up, and your conviction is not to be mistaken for foolish bravery. But like I said, Gourgeist is my ace in the hole, and it has a power that I am sure you are familiar with. When Ramos said that last remark, Ash noticed a certain glint about Ramos's oversized clippers. He didn't notice because Ramos only showed the other side during the entire match. But there was a jewel-like stone on the side Ash was not able to see. It was a keystone. Indeed. Ramos smiled creepily at Ash's look of shock and then tapped the keystone, which glowed with the energy that Ash had been seeing when Mega Evolution is about to start. And Ramos's Gourgeist then glowed with the same color as the other Pokémon who Mega evolved from Ash's experience. As soon as Gourgeist had completed its Mega Evolution, it looked entirely different. Most of its body is merely one giant jack-o'-lantern that still has the vines of a pumpkin patch attached to the bottom. On top of the jack-o'-lantern is a large flame that flickered like a candle in its holder, right in the center, while the surrounding pumpkin skin had vine and sprouts in irregular spaces. Finally, inside the jack-o'-lantern was a familiar, small figurehead that was like the upper half of the normal Gurgiest as part of the substance which was like melted candle wax. All in all, it was like this Pokémon was one of the impossible combos, grass and fire. Ash hurried to scan this new Pokémon. Now this Pokémon has undergone its Mega Evolution, its typing is now grass and fire. And its ability is now called Candlelit, which causes fire-type and grass-type moves to not do any damage and instead heals the Pokémon while increasing its attack and special attack power. Indeed, so now use Fire Blast. Ramos said, and the Mega Gurgiest built up a flame in its body that is shaped like a giant jack-o'-lantern and released the flames in the kanji for fire, like it was throwing up. Darren saw it coming and tried to move out of the way, but the impact for the fire-type move to the ground had sent the Iron Ant Pokémon flying. Gurgiest can use fire-type moves. Ash had never considered it before. Indeed, and that is my theory as to how Gurgiest can become a grass and fire type once it Mega evolves. Ramos replied, use Flamethrower and keep it up. Ramos asked of his Mega evolved Pokémon to act like an arsonist by using its Flamethrower attack to spread flames around the battlefield, narrowing the amount of space that Durant has until she is hit. And when Durant was cornered, use your new dig move. Durant then found plenty of room to move underground. But the joy was short-lived. Use Shadow Ball into the tunnel. Mega Gurgiest sent a ball of ghostly energy into the tunnels that Durant is making in order to corner the Iron Ant Pokémon again. Use Iron Head from underneath. Durant then emerged and escaped the Shadow Ball to hit Mega Gurgiest. But it was not be good for Durant when Mega Gurgiest caught her by the neck. Use Pain Split on Durant. Pain Split was a useful move if used at the right time. It can help a Pokémon with less than a quarter of their max health make a comeback and deal some damage to even an overwhelming foe. But it can also cause the same in reversed roles. Durant felt like their souls were ripped from their bodies and shared both damage and health. Get out with Bug Bite. Durant was glad to hear her trainer's voice and got out of Gurgiest's grasp. Now return. Ash commanded, which was easy since Durant was too tired to say otherwise. Go, Fletchinder. Ash took out a Pokémon who can stand up for a better chance against a grass and fire type Pokémon like Mega Gurgiest. Use Peck. Fletchinder was a natural at speed and it seems that Mega Gurgiest is barely any faster than at normal form. Now use Sunny Day. Everyone almost forgot that the Sunny Day used by Ramos at the start of the match had long died down and now two fire types will duke it out under the sun's rays. Synthesis. This also allowed Mega Gurgiest to almost fully recover its health. Until Natural Gift. Ash called out since he had equipped his Fletchinder with an Oran Berry prior to the entire match. He heard about the effects and power of Natural Gift is all about the berry the user is holding. Rather than trying for a fire-type natural gift, Ash cleverly went for the Oran Berry since it creates a poison-type natural gift attack. And poison used to do only normal damage to Gurgiest when it was part ghost, but now it is part fire, this Pokémon gets the weakness to poison that grass types share. And then acrobatics. Ash called out for his Fletchinder to move and peck at Mega Gurgiest who was still weak to flying-type moves with its typing. And since Fletchinder's berry has been fully consumed by natural gift being used earlier, it has been doubled in power. Pain Split. Yet Fletchinder's efforts were cut in half when Mega Gurgiest used the normal type status move that combined and cut the health of both Pokémon and shared it with both of them. Now use Trick or Treat and then Shadow Ball. It was too bad that Fletchinder wasn't as fast as when he was first sent out in this gym battle. He couldn't get out of the status move that caused the Shadow Ball to be doubled in power when it became a super effective move. But as everyone waited for the dust around Fletchinder to drift away, a light emerged from it first. It was the bright light that came when a Pokémon was evolving. When the light finally died, Fletchinder was no more. In its place was a beautiful specimen of a flying type. Fletchinder, you evolved into Talonflame. Ash said in his excitement and took out his Pokédex. Talonflame, the scorching Pokémon and the evolved form of Fletchinder. During an intense battle, Talonflame expels embers from gaps between its feathers. It reaches speeds of more than 300 miles per hour chasing prey. Talonflame is an avian Pokémon that closely resembles a falcon. Its plumage is predominantly red-orange, with gray underparts and black tips on its long, pointed wings. Ovular orange spots dot its underside, and flame patterns mark the boundaries between colors on its body. Large yellow talons extend from the shaggy feathers on its legs. Talonflame has a pointed crest atop its head and a black and yellow mask-like pattern around its eyes. Its black beak is hooked with a yellow sear. It also has long black tail feathers marked with 3 yellow V shapes. The tail ends in 2 points and has another feather sticking out of the base on each side, giving the impression of the fletching on the end of an arrow. When battling, Talonflame dives at foes, reaching speeds of 310 miles per hour, and then attacks with devastating kicks. It showers embers from its feathers as it soars through the sky. Amazing! Ash was in awe at the beautiful sight of his Pokémon. Now use you Roost and then Aerial Ace. Talonflame settled down on the ground for only a few seconds to regain half of his max health before going in for an attack that couldn't be dodged. But as Talonflame returned to his spot in front of Ash, the trainer scanned his new Pokémon again and it said, "This Pokémon has retained purely fire and flying typing after the evolution negated the effects of Trick or Treat." Ash and Serena were surprised to hear that Pokémon evolution has the power to cancel moves like Trick or Treat. Ramos just chuckled at their expressions while the referee didn't say a word. Use acrobatics. Ash called out and Talonflame was unstopped in his barrage of attacks. Now use Flail. Talonflame then attacked like crazy with the normal type move that is stronger with the less health left the user has. Shadow Ball. Me first. Ash quickly counteracted that move with another that is actually quite complicated to describe. It's supposed to help a Pokémon use the move of another Pokémon before that second Pokémon does, if the first Pokémon was faster than the second. And Talonflame had summoned that Shadow Ball for him to use instead of Mega Gourgeist. Well then Sprout, you have me in a bind but. Let's see if you can survive this last resort move. Ramos said in an honest tone. Explosion. Ash gasped at the sound of that move. No way would Talonflame can make it through that powerful normal type attack. Protect. Both trainers commanded and the battlefield was covered in dust so no one, not even the referee could see the outcome. When the dust finally settled, it seems that, besides the fallen form of the gym leader's mega evolved Pokémon, was Ash's Talonflame that was also on the ground and barely moving. But the referee could see that Ash's Talonflame was not out of his lights and made the verdict. Gourgeist is unable to battle. Talonflame wins. And the winner of the match is the challenger, Ash Ketchum. XXXXX. When the match was over, Ash moved from his spot as the challenger on the field to consult his new and evolved Pokémon. Thank you Talonflame, you have us our next badge and helped us finish another step towards the top. Ash. Serena hurried from the stands to hug her companion and hugged him for the amazingly exciting match. Ash. Both of the trainers and Pokémon present saw that Ramos was back and with a case that had the badge of the Ramos City Gym. The badge was shaped like a leaf, with the veins forming the shape of a plant. Here. You deserve it. Thank you Ramos. Ash said quietly and took the badge, to place it in the furthest right slot on the top. Also. Ash and company were about to leave the gym when they saw that Ramos had his Gourgeist next to him, only having enough energy to stay awake and on its feet. Then the pumpkin Pokémon used its arms to reveal its Mega Stone that was hidden on its forehead, under its hairstyle. I haven't told anyone until you two but there were 2 Mega Stones that can cause Gourgeist to Mega Evolve. I want you to have both a copy of the stone I use with my Gourgeist, Gourgity X, and the second one that is named Gourgite Y. 1. Whoa. Ash said for the lack of a better response. But why haven't you told anyone about it? Was it that big of a deal to keep silent? It is just how I am Ash. Ramos said, finally using just the trainer's name. I don't care if you tell Professor Sycamore the next time you see him, but I don't prefer the publicly of discoveries. They will just disturb my gardens and green fields. I just wish the secrecy and serenity that brings peace to me and my grass-type Pokémon. Okay, Ramos. Ash said, understanding the gym leader's reasons, as he loves the peace in his neighborhood that can be described as that of a farmer's. And Serena nodded. She lived in modest times despite her mother's fame. Thank you, Ramos. We will use your gifts well and let you know what we tell Professor Sycamore. Okay, young trainers, have a nice day. Ramos said while Ash found himself carrying Serena again, but also with Talonflame on his shoulder. To the opposite, her female companion was resting her head on. But the young trainer surprised himself by feeling no displeasure on the trail even down the tall hill. It seemed that they will be well on their way to the next gym once a trip to the Pokemon Center was in order. But it wasn't to be. Sorry kids. There is this power failure in the Kalos power plant, so you can't challenge the Lumio City Gym just yet. A worker by the entrance to Route 13 brought the bad news nice and hard. But we will let you know when the power is back up. Have a nice day. End of chapter 12.